anniversary of USA Cycling next year, which is big. And so it'll be a big celebration.
Welcome to Knoxville, Tennessee. Good look at the start line where the riders are starting to line up, getting ready for our pro women's road race today, where we'll crown the new national champion. Brad Zoner here with Lauren Hall in beautiful downtown Knoxville, Tennessee. Going to be a little hot out there today, but should be perfect conditions for the riders, Lauren.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see today's race based on the crit on Friday night. We had a couple of big teams racing against each other, and then the 1s and 2s World Tour women. Yeah, it's going to be pretty exciting today to see who can withstand the climb.
I love the start-finish stretch, the Tennessee Theater, the Bijou Theater, right where we are. It really is a beautiful downtown here in Knoxville. They just announced a couple days ago that we're going to be back here for 2 years, so this will be a familiar sight for American cycling fans over the next couple of years. It's the new Greenville here in Knoxville.
Yeah, Knoxville's been a really nice place to come and race, and the next couple of years should be a lot of fun as well. It's always nice hospitality coming back to the South.
All right, so riders going to be getting their call-ups. We'll talk about some of the big names on the front row. For those cycling fans joining us around the world, we are going to be live on local television as well today. So we'll we'll have a couple breaks throughout the day as we do our best to make sure the folks here in Knoxville are entertained and know what's going on in their backyard. So let's talk about some of the riders. This looks like Corinne Rivera making her way up to the front row. Defending champ, hard to argue against her as a big favorite today.
Yeah, Dave, I think, Brad, I'm sorry. This is definitely going to be somebody I've got as one of my favorites today.
If Rivera's there in the group and she can survive, it's hard to think that anyone can beat her in that uphill sprint. It's very well, this exact same finish as they had last year. So this is one that Corinne Rivera knows well, but she'll have a big old bullseye in her back heading into the day today.
And seeing how much fun she had Friday night, kind of taunting the group as she attacked.
Yeah, she was more than happy to show some strength in the Criterium. Here's one who had a great night in the Criterium as well. Emma White, our new Criterium national champion, getting the win on Friday night.
Third last year here in the road race. Friday night was a great victory for their team. Definitely giving some love to Kelly Caitlin. It was a special moment for their whole team for sure.
How much of that carries over for Emma White now, looking at the Criterium National Championships into the road today? Do you get to celebrate? This is Alexis Ryan coming to the front row, but just want to talk about Emma White a little bit more real quickly.
Oh, yeah, I think definitely having that confidence from Friday night and going into today with such a big team that they have. Yeah, she should, and doing well last year. She definitely knows this course and knows what to expect.
Alexis Ryan, part of the Ryan sisters. We'll see Kendall Ryan out there as well. Up next, she'll be looking at Leanne Ganser making her way up to the front row, the defending Criterium champion. She had a rough night on Friday night.
Yeah, she did. So, again, another favorite I have for today just because of Friday night's accident. She is definitely going to be one to put her name on the list and on the podium for today.
Well, up next, Chloe Dygert-Owen making her way to the front row for the ShoAir 2020 team. This is a rider who had a lot of question marks around her coming into the season this year. A bad concussion last year. but seems to be recovering pretty well here in the 2019 season.
Yeah, I was surprised not to see much of her on Friday night in the crit. I don't know if she was just testing her legs, kind of getting used to the Peloton or what, but yeah, definitely expect to see something from her today.
She's had good rides this year at the domestic stage races, Gila, Joe Martin, races like that. So seems to be back on good form, but you know, those concussions could go either way. Never quite goes away. There always seem to be some lingering effects. So
yeah, I definitely hope she's on the mend from that and over it and ready for today.
Kendall Ryan up next for the TIBCO Silicon Valley team. Another rider, if she's in the mix, if she can get into that group, one of the best sprinters in this field.
Yeah, I think the climb is going to be a bit of a problem for her. Doing these laps, 9 laps, it's going to add up. I would put her for most of the race, but I think towards the end it's going to be very difficult.
Time trial national champion Amber Neben making her way to the front row now for the Cohias Metler team. This is a rider that if she gets away off the front, that field better be panicking.
Which she did 2 years ago. Everybody was watching one another and let Amber just go up the road. And yeah, she came away with the win. You don't want to let her up the road. She's the one of the best time trialists in the world.
Yeah, Neben knows her plan today, and it's probably not trying to sprint it out at the end of the day.
I don't think so.
Katie Hall making her way up to the front for the Bulls Dolman cycling team. Now, they've only got 2 here. We'll talk about Skylar Schneider a little bit today. Kind of weird for the World Tour teams not to have a full squad, but Katie Hall is certainly a rider who knows how to ride on her own, so we're expecting to see Hall at the front of this race today.
Yeah, I saw Katie yesterday in person, got to talk to her a little bit. She's really fit right now, ready for the Giro. She's going to be one of the ones pushing the pace today.
Taylor Wiles for the Trek Segafredo team off to the right-hand side. That'll be an interesting rider to watch.
Yeah, I think Taylor was a little disappointed in the time trial. I talked to her this morning. She had given it everything in the TT and came up a little short on the podium. But, yeah, she's definitely ready for today.
All right, they're getting ready for the national anthem down on course, so let's pause for the Star Spangled Banner.
Knoxville look forward to singing of our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets
It's the 2019 USA Cycling Professional Road National Championships in downtown Knoxville, Tennessee, where today we'll crown 2 new national champions that will wear the stars and stripes into the next season. Brad Stoner here with Lauren Hall as we get ready for our pro women. First up out there today for one of the hardest national championship courses that we've seen in a Knoxville is ready to go, welcoming the best in the country.
One of the words I have for today is attrition. This race, it just adds up. This climb, it's a 3-minute, at least 300-watt effort every time up the climb. The couple of first times will be nervous energy going up there, so it should be one long race.
The Sherrod Road climb paired with the heat out there today. Temperatures expected to get into the mid-90s. Add a little bit of humidity. Pair that with the best American cyclists that we have to offer. It's going to be a tough day of bike racing, but it's going to be a great one. They're underway and rolling for the Professional Women's National Championships here in Knoxville, Tennessee. Well, we're in a field of All-Americans gathered here. They come from all over the world to race back in the United States. A lot of these riders, we only see them in the U.S. a few times a year. They live, train, and race in Europe, and they only return for a few of the big races in the national championships.
Yeah, I talked to a couple of the riders yesterday, one of them being Leah Thomas with Bigla, and she said that she won't be home again until November 3rd.
Yeah. 76 degrees out there right now. It's going to get a whole lot hotter than that today. We'll talk about how the riders deal with the heat throughout the day a lot today. There's a few strategies that they'll use, but let's get right into the racing action with Julie Kaliza taking a solo flyer off the front here for the Hagens Berman Superman team.
Superman is ready to go and going. This is definitely going to be their MO for the day. It has been all year. It's always fun to watch them race because they definitely take it to the race.
So this is a team that is really trying to punch above their weight here at the National Championships. We talked about the riders returning from Europe. Most of those riders are on what we call World Tour teams. It's the top level teams of racing. Hagens Berman Superman is a step below that, a couple steps below actually, but not one of those international teams. They're a domestic U.S. team. They do race internationally some, but for them to be riding off the front on a field like this, going up against World Tour riders is huge. So they're trying to be really aggressive today. They're trying to take it to the big names, and Julie Kaliza is going to be the first of many of these teammates that we'll see off the front today.
Yeah, I was looking at results from last year. We had Lily Williams in the top 10, so I can definitely see her sitting in and relaxing and letting Julie get up there and kind of set the pace and go ahead and put that pressure under those riders that maybe be the 1s and 2s and just can't let everything or anything up the road.
A lot of new cycling fans joining us this weekend as we're live on WATE 6 here in Knoxville. So I want to welcome everybody. There's a lot to learn in cycling. We've got one of the best in the world here in Lauren Hall to take us through and teach us everything we need to know about bike racing.
I'll do my best.
So let's talk about the strategy. First off, solo rider away off the front in a long road race ahead of her. What's the thinking here getting off early on? There's a couple strategies in play with getting riders into the breakaway, but talk about the early break. What's the thinking?
Well, as a sprinter, and being Julie right now off the front, this way you can get to the climb and set your pace on how you want to go up this climb, and nobody else is dictating how hard or slow you're going. Julie gets to say, I'm going to go exactly this speed, but I'm going to keep this gap and put others under pressure, make them come to me, and yeah, hopefully your rider can sit behind those that are having to chase her down, and that's part of the team tactics that we'll see a lot of today.
Seeing some of the brutal climbing early on here, and remember they're going around the circuit here, so they're going to see this climb multiple times throughout the day today. It's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger every lap.
9 times. I think it was maybe 5 times too many for me last year.
So 9 times around. That's 9 times up Sherrod Road. Now, the finish line is a little different, a little wider, let's say, and certainly a little easier once they get in. They get that last little climb up. They start in downtown Knoxville, and then over the bridge. It's not long before the climbing starts after that first lap. Just a couple quick turns, and then up the Sherrod Road climb. I can't wait to see the crowds on Sherrod Road today as well. They did a great job last year up there at the parties and the fans. Then it's on the way down. Any thought on the descent? Obviously, what goes up must come down. Coming off of Sherrod Road, is that difficult at all?
Not really difficult. It's a little tricky when you're out there on the roads when it was open and not closed for the race. There's a stop sign at the bottom that you had to wait for, and when you're descending it in the race full speed, it's a little tricky because it's a blind corner kind of going around it. but you can fly through there. The first couple of times they'll probably touch their brakes, just not quite sure, not remembering from last year. But once they get through it the first couple of times, it's full gas.
Then there's the out and back on the Parkway, sort of a wide open 4-lane freeway there. They go down and come back. That's where we're really going to be watching the breakaway, the solo rider. The wind could be a big factor there. It's wide open, and the field will be able to see any riders up the road. So a little different than the windy parts early on in the circuit. As they get out onto the Parkway, it opens up a little bit more out there.
Yeah, that's a spot last year, again, where we could monitor a break or kind of see what people are looking like and what they're doing in the break, because it's kind of a hot dog and you can look across the road and see what they're doing. There's also a climb right after you come across Davenport on in the street and through the feed zone, and that's also another pretty hard climb because you think you've done Sherrod, it's over, okay, oh my God, I can recover now, but there's a couple more kickers leading in back into town that just really zap your legs even more.
Julie Kaliza turning over a massive gear up there. One rider with a foot down here off to the side. That's going to be one of the Colavita Bialetti riders.
I'm going to guess she's having shifting problems already.
That's Heather Nielsen having a little issue here at the back in the bright green jersey. Again, of Colavita Bialetti.
That's not a good start.
That's tough to shift on the climb. You got to get the gearing just right on the way up, but there's a right way and a wrong way to shift. When you're climbing and you have a load on the chain, you're climbing under pressure, you have to shift just the right way.
Yeah, and hopefully you've already set yourself up in the small chain ring and you've already gone through your shifting before you started the race to know that everything is working just fine. So maybe she's having some difficulties already.
It's kind of like shifting in a car. You can't really shift while you have the gas pedal down. You have to take it off real quick, hit the clutch, and then shift. There's no clutch, obviously, on the bike, but you can't be pedaling full gas up a climb. If you put too much load on the drivetrain and try to shift, you could drop a chain.
Exactly. It's just like stalling a car.
Right, exactly. Well, Julie Kaliza had it dialed in up on the front. Nice smooth shifting on her way up Sherrod Road, and now working her way down. The other advantage of being the first to the top is you get to choose your line on the way down.
Yeah, I was going to say that sometimes pre-race you can look at the teams and who's warming up actively or who's maybe kind of relaxed. It tells you a lot about how the first part of the race is going to play out. I imagine that Julie was maybe warming up on a trainer or out on the road pretty aggressively, knowing that she was going to be the early worker, spending that time out on the front. She'll do her work, and then honestly she'll probably be done for the day.
You called her a worker. Tell me about the different roles on the team. Every one of these teams has a plan coming into the day today. Julie Kaliza probably knows that she's not going to win this race, but she's sacrificing herself for the team. This is a very common misconception in cycling, that this is an individual sport, but these riders are absolutely riding for a team, and they've got a team plan.
Yeah, as a director, when you start to hire riders, you're going to want your climber, you're going to want a sprinter, and then you start to fill in with these workers, these domestiques as they're called, to help those climbers and sprinters and time trialists in whatever capacity they may need. Say you may have to go back and get bottles for them, bring them to the front, keep them protected out of the wind. Whatever they need, you're basically there to help them and look after them. And for Julie today, it's to obviously be off the front and go in for an attack and hopefully let Lily just sit in and relax, I'm guessing, and Leanne Ganser.
Kaliza is sort of a rabbit here, trying to draw other riders out. It's win-win for Hagens Berman Superman. If the other teams don't chase her, well, they've got a rider way up the road. But more than likely what they're trying to do is force the other big teams to have to use some energy to chase her down. The conservation of energy is huge out there today. That's really the name of the game in winning a bike race.
Especially today, my gosh, it's just going to be so hot. And I imagine some riders probably already started with some ice packs. What we'll do is put ice in pantyhose, and you can put it in the back of your sports bra and the back of your jersey just to kind of keep you as cool as possible for as long as possible. So all the stores, there's kind of a run on pantyhose.
I was in the pharmacy last night. There were 3 gentlemen in front of me buying pantyhose and crushed ice. I'm sure the attendant was very confused as to what was going on here. But
what's the latest convention in town?
That's what happens when a bike race rolls into town.
Yeah, go for the pantyhose.
So good look at the open section of the course that we were talking about here as they go over the overpass. They'll drop back down. This will be the first chance that they get to look backwards at Julie Kaliza. They're going to pass her as it is an out and back. They go out one side, back the other. So it's 68 miles to go here. They'll get a chance to see Kaliza just dangling off the front. We'll get a time gap here, but I'm going to guess it can't be more than 30 seconds here.
Yeah, and they'll let her go. They'll, the one rider, first part of the race, they're not too worried about her. What I do like, I just love that Superman is aggressive. It's good for the sponsors to get out there. It's good for your team morale to have somebody you're already working according to plan. Tad's probably in her ear right now saying this is exactly what we wanted to do.
Yeah, you see that radio in her right ear. They have two-way communications with the directors, which is like the coach, sort of the shot caller on the road, and then all of the other riders on the team will also have those radios so they can communicate. They have a microphone clipped inside the jersey, so you may see the riders reaching towards their chest and kind of pulling the jersey up. They're trying to talk to their teammates or the directors out on course. Mm-hmm. So that is her teammate up on the front right there. Believe that's Starla Tettergreen in the black jersey with blue and green sleeves. Field not looking real worried up on the front. This is a pretty relaxed group. You see them taking on some nutrition, trying to get some calories in, as they're not real worried about a solo rider away with 67 miles to go.
I was going to say that's Beth Ann Orton just sitting there. She had a difficult time in the time trial. And so I can imagine she'll be wanting to get into a break and really put her name out there for today.
Gabrielle Russell wants to go up the road now. This is the Orion Racing rider on your screen. Blue shorts with the pink jersey. Trying to go up to join the breakaway. So Gabrielle saw the rider up the road, Julie Kaliza, and realized that she wasn't getting any help. Gabrielle wants to go up and work with Julie. Even though they're on different teams, they're going to try to link up here up the road and take turns riding together. It really comes down to drafting in a breakaway here.
Yeah, for sure. And this may be a rider that we may be new to the pro field or, not very well known or a particular favorite for the day. And she'll take her chances by getting into that break early. And, you never know if it's going to stick. And maybe she wants to sign a contract next year for a team. So this is a great way to get out there, get your name out there. Yeah, let's see if she can link up, if she can make it to Julie. That'd be a great asset to have for Julie as well.
Now this is a big ask for Gabrielle Russell to go across the gap. We call it bridging the gap. When you leave the large group, we'll call it the field or the peloton throughout the day today, the largest group on the road, and then trying to go up to join that lead group, which we call the breakaway, because you have to obviously be going faster than the breakaway to make up that time. So this is about a 20-second gap that she has to go across. That's doable, but not ideal. You're going to burn some energy getting up there.
Yeah, 100%. And sometimes you kind of like shyly look at the peloton to see if they see you. It's almost like maybe they didn't see me attack. At this point, you're just hoping to get across to Julie for sure. You don't want to not make it.
Tell me what Kaliza is thinking right now, solo off the front. She doesn't want to be alone. She wants some help here. So I'm sure you've been in this situation trying to start a breakaway. Nobody wants to come with you. What do you do here?
You can see her face. She's already a little bit in the pain cave. She's like, please, for the love of God, please somebody come across and just give me one bit of reprieve. So what will happen is Gabby will go up to her, and usually they'll have a quick chat of, will you work with me? Yes. And she'll pull through. Gabby will pull through and give Julie just ever so slightly of a break by letting Julie sit on her wheel, and she can take a couple of minute break or a couple seconds break. Big deep breath, and then start working again together with Gabby.
Moto Time Board, the officials will stay with that group for most of the day today. That's how they get their information as to what's happening on the road. They have the radios, but that Time Board usually has the information before the director gets it in the car that's following the race. That's how they keep an eye on things. So that Time Board will be really important today. They communicate the time gaps up to those motorcycle drivers, and then they'll get that information up to the leaders.
Yeah, the time gap will be really important all day today, because you just want to know as a rider that may be a favorite for the day exactly, if you let something go up front, exactly what that time gap is. And you can talk to your teammates and ask them to go a little bit harder or ease up a little bit. You may want to manage a gap. Yeah, so that time board is going to be very important today.
Russell needs to close this gap quickly. You don't want to be stuck in the middle for too long. Ideally, she needs to get up to Kaliza ASAP. That's easier said than done. It's easy to say from the comfort of our shaded tent, but
we call this no man's land
Yeah.
for her. And yeah, I have been in her shoes, and the only thing that is going through my head is make it to that wheel, make it to that wheel, make it to that wheel. Everything else will be okay if I can just make it to that wheel.
Beautiful shots over the bridge here. No time to stop and take a dip in the river, though. I'm sure they'd love to today. It's only going to get hotter throughout the day. It started cooler, obviously. We're in the mid-70s at the start, but it will be 90 degrees by the time these riders finish. A big change in the temperature from morning to afternoon.
And the humidity.
Yeah.
I think I woke up this morning and walked outside and I was swimming through the air is what it felt like.
Is there anything you do to prepare for heat and humidity in the days leading up to the race? I mean, is there anything you can do in the few days before prepping beforehand? Is there anything more than just drinking a bunch of water?
Yeah, actually, I have seen some studies as far as getting into a sauna or a steam room after training. And it just helps acclimate your body a bit more to the heat and humidity. And it's not such a shock because a lot of these riders obviously aren't from Knoxville or from the South. They're from all over the country, and you fly in for the race. So there are ways to, while you're at home, to kind of help get your body ready physically for not only just the training and the eating and hydrating, but yeah, also you can do some sauna training, heat training.
And then race day, I imagine it's drinking as much water as you can. I saw a rider this morning arrive with a giant jar of pickles.
Yeah, I think that'll be crucial later in the race. Why not? Some good salt. A lot of these riders also have a hydration drink mix sponsor, so they'll have electrolytes in their bottles as well. So, maybe a combination of water and mix. It's usually rider preference.
Cramping could be a big issue today, especially with the long races in the heat. So that's why they like those electrolytes. They try to minimize the cramping if you can. Once you get a cramp in a race like this, that's pretty much the end of the day for you.
Exactly. There's no going back. Once you cramp, you're done. There's no recovery, really.
It's been one of the untamable problems in, all sports, is trying to figure out how to conquer cramping. Pickle juice is a common remedy. The salt and electrolytes in it, some people think that it helps prevent cramping or stop cramping.
Or like a preload. You can have a drink mix that is full of way more sodium and kind of prep your system and for all this loss that you're going to have throughout today. And it also helps alleviate cramps. You can see Julie's already kind of has a heavy pedal stroke going up off the off ramp right there. And I know she's waiting for Gabrielle, or she would really like Gabrielle to be there any minute now for some help. So yeah, Julie's already obviously pushing the pace pretty hard.
Kaliza is going to be burning through some of her reserves right now early on. I hope she preloaded before the race today.
Yeah, she's the consummate teammate. She's always been there for her team. I've seen a lot of her posts these last couple of days regarding the team. They are folding at the end of the year, and Julie's always been there for the riders and just one of the biggest cheerleaders for this team.
One thing that I respect about the Hagens-Berman-Superman team so much is that they are one of the best team units. They work together better than any other team out there in the world. We'll talk about Lindsey Goldman out there, Julie Kaliza taking the early break, but they're not afraid to make some moves off the front and sacrifice their own ride for the team.
Yeah, and having Tad in the car, he's been a pro himself, so he's always wanted to bring the race out to the race. He's never afraid to just attack and be aggressive, and it's always fun to watch them race.
I want to welcome everybody back to Knoxville. Brad Stoner here with Lauren Hall. We are very excited to be back in Knoxville for another day of racing. One of the things that makes Knoxville so great, not just the course, but the atmosphere out there. Awesome parties. The fans here in Knoxville are amazing. We've got a couple reporters out on course today. They're going to be checking in with us throughout the day on what's going on outside of the racing, including Elizabeth Kubel out there on course. Looks like she is near the start-finish line.
Good morning to you. We have got a great spot right now. We've got a front row view of all the action happening here. We just watched the women hit the course about 15 minutes ago. We are expecting them to soar by really any minute here now. When we did watch them kick off, there was lots of emotions running through the streets of Knoxville. Nerves as they were counting down from 15 to 10 to 1. And then when those women set off, it was incredible, really electric. You heard lots of clapping, lots of emotion here in downtown Knoxville, people cheering them on. And some of those people who are cheering them on are some fans that we met here. I want to introduce you guys here. You guys were there at the start line watching these women take off. What was that like?
Oh, it was super exciting. The women race really fast, they're really aggressive, and I just can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, we're expecting them to come flying by us any minute right now. You guys are no strangers to cycling races, big fans. What is it like when these athletes come soaring by?
It goes by so fast. It's a blur of motion, and it's incredible. Paul, do you have anything?
Yeah, it really is incredible. We are counting down. We are waiting for that. Can't wait to watch them come by. We will be standing by, and we'll check back in with you in a bit.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. As we go back to live pictures on the start-finish line, getting some information from out on the road. We'll update the situation there, but sounds like we may have some riders with bike problems. We're going to talk about that here in just a bit. Before we do that, I want to go back and look at this breakaway that formed off the front. Now, it was Julie Kaliza going early on. As soon as they left the start line, Kaliza took off. This is an interesting strategy to go early on for the Hagens-Berman Superman team, but she did it right. Got the quick, clean jump away from the field. You see her teammate back there slowing things up a little bit back in the field. They didn't wait around this morning to get the party started.
No, knowing that the hill climb is coming super early in this lap, yeah, Julie just went ahead and set herself up to, and the team up just to go ahead and establish what their plan is for the day.
So Kaliza went up to a gap of 30 seconds at our last check. We'll see if that's going up or down the next time we get a time check, but 30 seconds is our benchmark for the solo Julie Kaliza. She did have Gabrielle Russell trying to come across the gap, so we'll check in with Russell here in a bit, but so far Kaliza getting no love from the field.
Yeah, and coming back into town, this stretch I think will be extremely important towards the end of the race. This one last kicker up through the start finish, and yeah, I think Julie's definitely feeling the love right now.
So we were getting some information from out on course that some riders already have mechanicals. We saw some shifting problems for one of the Colavita Vialetti riders on the climb, and now it sounds like Skylar Schneider may be having a bike problem out there.
Yeah, already having a bike change with SRAM neutral support that is following the race. When you get on another bike that's not yours, it's already not a good situation because it's a different fit that you were completely used to from all year. You've been training on this bike in this specific setup, so for her to be on another bike already is not a good indicator, but hopefully she can put that past her and race on.
Now, a lot of these teams will have cars that follow the race with spare team bikes on top of the car. Skylar rides for a European team called Boels Dolmans. They only have two American riders in this race, Skylar Schneider and Katie Hall. So Boels Dolmans doesn't send the team infrastructure over to support those two riders here at the National Championship. So you're kind of on your own if you're a European rider coming over. They don't give you a whole lot of support, the European teams. You kind of have to put together your own program.
Yeah, and I can't imagine that she flew back and forth from Europe with multiple bikes. So just having the one bike here, probably with maybe a couple of spare sets of wheels. Yeah, so who knows? Maybe she can get back on her original bike. That is an option. You can just, if you're in the peloton or in the group, you can maybe stop again and get back on your bike, whatever the situation was. I don't know. And usually you can make it back into the group. So we'll see if that is the case or if she stays on the spare neutral bike.
How about Gabrielle Russell refusing to throw in the towel here, trying to go across the gap? A lot of other riders would have said, look, I'm not going to make it. I'm done with this, and go back into the big group, but Russell refuses to give up. Take a look at the Hagens-Berman Superman team up on the front of the field here. The two jerseys up there with the green and blue sleeves. Those are teammates of the rider in the breakaway. Talk about the strategy here. Why are they riding at the front when they've got a teammate up the road?
Well, what they're doing, they're really not riding hard. They're just up there, and they're just going to say, hey, anybody that wants to try and get across to Julie, we're going to get on the back of your wheel, and we're going to follow you up there, and maybe we can get another rider into the break. But at the moment, they're just monitoring the front is what they're doing.
Another great example of teamwork here with a rider up the road. They say, hey, if you're going to go join here, you're going to take one of us with you, and that'll discourage a lot of riders and teams from trying to send riders across the gap. So they don't want to have another Gabrielle Russell try to go away. If they do, they're going to make sure that they send a teammate with them.
Exactly. They're going to let somebody else do all of that work and help them get another rider up into the break.
If the field lets them, we may see them set a little slower tempo. There's a great example right there. Starla Teddergreen tacked right on the back of, we missed the rider rolling off the front, but
looks like Beth Ann Orton.
Oh, there you go. Look at Teddergreen tucked right onto the back of Beth Ann Orton. Now, this is another great example of where we're going to talk about how riders work together. It really comes down to drafting, but here they're not going to be working together because Starla Teddergreen does not want to help Beth Ann Orton chase down her teammate. So Teddergreen is an anchor in this group. She's going to sit at the very back. She's going to take the draft of Beth Ann Orton, the rider in the blue jersey there, but she won't give Beth Ann Orton any draft. You'll never see her in front of Beth Ann Orton unless they get far enough away that Starla Teddergreen sort of changes the plot and says, all right, this is going to go across anyway. I might as well help out.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and Beth Ann, she knows that. She's aware of those team tactics. She's been around the block enough times to understand that that's exactly what Starla's doing. And yeah, like you said, Brad, maybe there's a chance that it gets far enough up there that Starla's like, you know what, I want to get up to my teammate as well and help her out.
All right, so the field's starting to figure out what to do about Julie Kaliza up the road. She's holding on to a 30-second gap with 63 miles to go. We're going to take a short break. We'll keep our eye on Kaliza up the road and be right back after this.
Is a family-run business that tackles the country's toughest civil construction jobs, and we've been doing it for more than 60 years. It started simple with a 17-year-old boy and a small land clearing project. Since then, we've built dams, delivered turnkey site development packages, and cleared thousands of miles of pipeline to bring power to communities. We care about our country. That's why we've supported response and recovery efforts for nearly every major federally declared disaster over the past 3 decades. Our pioneering spirit and core values make us a proven solution. We are Phillips & Jordan.
Harper Auto Square's next Cars and Coffee is Sunday, July 14th from 8 to 11 a.m. at Westtown Mall. See the new models from Harper, Jeep, Ram, Chrysler, Dodge, and take a free test drive. We'll also have a wide variety of everything from tuners to exotics, and if your vehicle has 4 wheels, it's welcome. Everything is free, including dash plaques while they last and free coffee and water, compliments of pilots. Bring the family and bring your daily driver, fun car, or exotic. Harper Auto Square's Cars and Coffee, Sunday, July 14th at Westtown Mall, rain or shine.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns around. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Looking to up your grill game? Presenting Just Bare boneless and skinless chicken thighs. A delicious cut that stays juicy and tender, even on the dry heat of a barbecue. Already skinless, deboned, and trimmed of excess fat, they're easy to cook. With Just Bare, you never have to compromise, because our farmers ensure that every chicken meets their personal high standards. Learn more at justbarechicken.com.
Julie Kaliza on the Sherrod Road climb just outside of downtown Knoxville for the 2nd time as she works her way up to the top, still holding on to a 30-second gap back to the chasers. The gap is growing back to the field, though. They're reporting a minute 45 back to the big group, so Kaliza is getting some time here, making some progress on her way up the Sherrod Road climb.
Yeah, when they came through the start-finish, I actually saw Emma White on her mic probably talking to Joe Kiesanowski, their director, and just maybe going over the plan and making sure that this gap is okay, this group of riders up the road is okay. So yeah, maybe and Show Air as well will just kind of let this roll out a little bit.
I want to take a look at the Sherrod Road climb. It's not a long one, but it is a tough one. You can see as they make their way up, it goes up pretty quickly in the elevation gain here. So it's really about maintaining your position in the group. It's not long enough that we're going to see any big time gaps on the climb, but you can certainly get dropped out of the group on the way up Sherrod Road.
towards the top of it, just when you think it's over, it comes around a bend and it pitches again. It is brutal, and it just punches twice.
You can see the percentages there of the elevation gradient going up over 10% a couple times, so it's a steep one out there.
And this is exactly where it is where Gabriel is it comes around this corner and it kicks up again, and you just wish it was over 5 minutes ago.
So this is Gabrielle Russell again in the gap, second place on course. She's not far away from Julie Kaliza. I think probably a little less than 30 seconds now to get up to Kaliza, and then a little over a minute ahead of the field. So it's a minute 45 total in the front of the main group.
And you can see on this descent, it's kind of tight, which is not normal in the U.S. Usually we like the big open roads like Julie's on right now. That descent off of Sherrod is tight and technical. So the first, like I said, the first couple of times seeing it, you're not quite used. Here's the stop sign that you take this right-hand turn, and you're not quite sure what it's going to look like around the corner. But once they get 2 or 3 laps into it, it becomes more comfortable.
Russell trying to stay calm as she is stuck in a very difficult place, just like Julie Kaliza here. Now, these two riders want to link up. Julie Kaliza and Gabrielle Russell both want to ride together. It'll be advantageous for both of those riders to link up here because they can draft off of each other. They'll take turns riding on the front. You save about 30% of your energy by drafting off a rider in front of you. So that lower air pressure pocket created behind them, if you can sit in it, you can save a significant amount of energy, and that's how riders work together. You'll hear us talking about doing work, working at the front, or working together throughout the day today. It's really about who's riding on the front and creating the draft for the riders behind them.
Yeah, at this point, if I was Tad, I would definitely tell Julie, hey, sit up for a couple pedal strokes and let Gabby come up to you and meet together and link up. And instead of these ones just doing this work that they're doing, sit up, let her catch you, take a second, and you two work together. You're going to be faster together than each of you working solo.
It's counterintuitive, or you would think counterintuitive when the director says slow down,
yeah.
You're leading the race, but he's saying link up with this rider. You don't, it's not like you just slam your brakes, stop the bike, and wait for this rider to come by. Just take the pace off a little bit, knock off a mile or 2 an hour, give Gabrielle Russell a chance to catch up, and then you two can lift the pace again and rebuild that gap.
Exactly, and it would, yeah, again, and maybe the 4 of them can meet up and work together. Beth Ann Orton is a great time trialist. She's such a great workhorse. She would be one of the, really somebody you would want in the break.
Now Starla Tedder-Green taking some pulls on the front, so Tedder-Green realizing that this is inevitable, that this one's going to come across the gap, so she's doing a little bit of work up on the front. Another great example here, 2 riders, 2 different teams, technically opponents, but they're working together until they get up into that breakaway. They formed a temporary alliance here between Starla Tedder-Green and Beth Ann Orton.
Yeah, and you can see Starla look back just to see if they can see the peloton behind them and kind of gauge how far they are and how much work she's going to need to do to get up to her teammate. Maybe it's worth it, maybe it's not, and right now it is worth it for her to go ahead and do some work with Beth Ann.
Julie Kaliza pushing a big gear here. A little bit of a climb up and over the overpass.
You can kind of see the hump on her back right there. That's going to be an ice pack that she probably has already picked up through the feed zone. I think they open feeding on the first lap because it's going to be so hot today. And what I mean by feeding is there's somebody standing on the side of the road with bottles, with ice, sometimes with small packets of food, and they're there specifically for your team to give you whatever you may need from the side of the road. So you don't stop, you ride by them, and you literally get a handoff from this individual.
And we're going to have some reporters in the feed zone throughout the day today, so we'll have a chance to take a look at it. It is one of the hardest skills to learn as a professional bike racer, trying to take a wet water bottle at 25, 30 miles an hour. It's an acquired skill.
100%. Sometimes I just get as close to that person as I can and just grab it with my whole chest and arms like a football.
So they're going to go through a lot of bottles out there today. Day like today, I know it's hard to gauge how many bottles you'll drink, but at least 10 out there, I would think.
Maybe not 10, but I'm going to pour probably 2 on me. 2 nice cold ice water bottles would be great, and then I'm probably going to consume 3 to 4.
They can get bottles a few different ways. They'll be able to go back to the cars behind them to get bottles, obviously in the feed zone as well. Another great example of teamwork there, where a lot of times you'll see the teammates give their bottles to the team leader. For a lot of riders, that's going to be their job today. Just make sure that your team leader is hydrated, fed, and cool all day.
Yeah, as I was talking about the domestique, or, you know, that worker bee earlier, which Julie is and sometimes Starla is as well, that's exactly what they'll do. It's kind of like that. However you can assist that GC rider or that rider that's going to go for the win, you just, however you can, and sometimes that is going back and getting bottles, because every bit of energy that rider that you want to win can save is going to be very important.
All right, so here we go. They have made it up to Julie Kaliza. So call it 3 with 2 Hagens-Berman Supermint riders in the breakaway here in Kaliza and Tedder Green, and then Beth Ann Orton in the blue and black jersey there in the middle. This is what they were waiting for. They got 3 together, and now it's time to link up and get to work.
That's a great setup for Hagen Supermint. And, yeah, Starla's not going to push the pace any harder. She's just going to continue that work and give Julie a nice break. And, yeah, Beth Ann should probably also roll through. And I would think all 3 of these will work together, maybe give Julie a break for half a lap or so and kind of let her gather herself, since she was out there so long solo.
One of the unique parts of this course, the field getting a chance to take a look at the breakaway. And a great shot from our drone up above, keeping an eye on the field from high above Knoxville, Tennessee. They did a great job getting this drone in the air.
Do you think they kind of mean mug each other as they're passing?
You tell me. I've never been out there in a race like this.
Yeah, if I'm not in the break, I'm definitely going to look over there. If I'm at the front doing the work, I'm definitely going to look over there like, why did you do this to me?
Yep. Well, there are a lot of riders in this field wondering when this is going to get easier, and it's not, because this field is going to have to keep a constant eye on those, what are now 3 riders up the road. So another Orion Racing rider on the front. That is the team of Gabrielle Russell we saw trying to go across earlier. That's Charlotte Backus sitting on the front. And now goes one of the Show Air 2020 riders trying to take a look. Is this Chloe Dygert-Owen? Margot Klein rolling off the front here. All right, so as Margot Klein tries to close this gap, we're going to keep an eye on her trying to join our 3 leaders. We're going to take a break here on WATE. When we come back, we'll see if Margot Klein can bring any time back up to the breakaway. All right, so back with our breakaway here, as we're going to be taking a couple breaks like that throughout the day. If you're watching on the web stream right now, we're also live on our local television stations around Knoxville and really throughout Tennessee. So we'll be taking some breaks for them throughout the day. You are going to stay with us on the stream, so we'll have a couple different breaks throughout the day. So thanks for hanging with us, and we're doing our best to get this out to as many people as possible.
Yeah, it's great. You guys please follow along, tweet at us, and have any questions or any comments. We'd love to hear them.
See Julie Kaliza reaching into her back pocket, grabbing some gels here. Going to be a constant battle today to try to stay fed and hydrated. Got a couple of questions on Twitter about, you were talking about preloading earlier, the preparation for the race today. How early do you start preloading on a race like this? I mean, does it start 24 hours, 48 hours before? When does that preload start?
Yeah, usually 24 hours. If you've ever tasted preload, it's not the best thing that you've ever consumed, but you just know it's going to be worth it the following day. But you've definitely done all the work up until this point, months and months of work in training, and your nutrition definitely starts a couple of days before. So yeah, these riders have definitely been preparing for a long time, mentally, physically, yeah, and nutritionally.
So Hawkins Berman Superman with 2 up into the breakaway. Julie Kaliza, the early antagonist, out there today, joined by her teammate Starla Teta-Green and Beth Ann Orton up on the front right there in the blue and black jersey, number 199. So these 3 riders working together with 59 miles to go. They're going to try and stay away from the front of this field for another 59 miles, but that is a big ask. This may be the first breakaway of the day, but it certainly won't be the last. We're going to see a few more attacks off the front before the end of the day.
Oh, for sure. I really hope these gals had a good dinner last night and a good breakfast, because they're definitely putting in the work today.
It'll be interesting to watch the order here. Teta-Green is number 22. Kaliza number 24. We'll see who does most of the work up on the front. A lot of times you try to keep one of your riders a little fresher than the other, but these 2 are probably pretty equally matched.
Yeah, I think today, just this early break, they'll all 3 work equally, knowing that what they really want to do is put Show Air under pressure, put Rally under pressure, to kind of help set up, I'm guessing, Lily Williams and Leanne Ganser. So they'll know they'll be getting caught, so I would imagine they'll all do equal share of work.
I'll go back and take a look at the peloton here. More chasing happening on the front, so they are starting to get worried about this breakaway. More and more riders are saying, hey, I want to join the party going on up the road. 3 riders is tough. When you get up to 4 or 5 riders, it gets a little better. This is where they are right now on James White Parkway. This is the wide open section of the course. They're about to make that right-hand turn onto East Hill Avenue and make their way back into downtown Knoxville.
Yeah, it looks like Christina Goki-Smith on the front, kind of leading the charge.
And she's got a little split off the front with a few riders with her, including another Hawkins Berman Superman rider. The orange jersey is Rally. Olavita Bialetti up there at the front. And, wow, they got a good gap back to the front of the field.
Yeah, that exit off of James White Parkway, again, another little kicker that just zaps your legs. You know, everybody worries about Sherrod Hill, but, you know, all this backside of the course, also these little kickers, they just add up over time, making Sherrod even that much harder.
A little bit of disorganization up here in the chase effort. These riders need to link up and get together, sort of work out their plan as to how they're going to make it across. Regina Legg is the Grey Goat Bullseye Total Media rider, joining this breakaway as well. As we go back up to the leaders on the fast downhill section now. Wide open. They should be able to pick up as much speed as they need. Lauren, what are the average speeds out there today?
Yeah, I think it could vary, probably, I'm guessing, around 26K, 25 miles an hour, excuse me. On the descent, it's as fast as you can go. Don't touch your brakes. On the climb, honestly, just to get up over it. But, yeah, with the 3 of these riders right now, it should be a pretty steady pace. I'm going to guess an average of 20, 23 miles an hour.
That's a good look into the run into the finish here. They're inside the final 2 kilometers on the run up to the line. Now, it doesn't matter now, but it could be important later on in the race. These last few turns, there's going to be some strategy involved if they are all together. So they'll be taking a look at this, doing a little bit of recon each time through, thinking about how they may play this based on varying situations in the final lap.
Yeah, if you're a GC rider or if you're going to go for the win today, you're looking at that last final K, what it looks like, what it feels like, how the turns, what the quickest part of the course is going to be. Also, if you're going to go do a lead out for a rider, you're kind of looking at that as well, of where you want to drop said rider. I'm thinking Corinne, Ruth, they're probably going to be looking and wanting to know where they're going to try and plan their attack if the group is all together.
I love this riding by Hawkins Berman Superman. This is, we can't talk about this enough, how this has become a trademark of this team. But Julie Kaliza and Starla Teta-Green specifically have been incredible teammates, not just this year, over the last 3 years. And it's nice to see them getting some, even if it's just time on TV in the breakaway. Riders like this never get enough credit in the sport of cycling. So really good to see Teta-Green and Beth Ann Orton, too, another underrated rider in this breakaway.
Yeah, all these riders have basically been workers for other teammates for years, and so having them up there is such a good representation. for their team and just who they are. These gals have such great personalities and just, you know, are not afraid to just lay it all out there.
Yeah, there is a 99% chance that both of these riders don't even finish the race today because they're going to empty their tank in this breakaway. It's an all-in move when you get into a breakaway like this. So there's no half-hearted riding in a situation here. You go all in on the move. Hagens-Berman Superman has other riders back in the field if this move doesn't work out. But they're committed to their role on the team today.
Yeah, and I'm sure they probably know that something's going to try and come across. Maybe they have a teammate and talking to them on the radio. Taz probably talking to them on the radio, letting them know what's going on behind them. And they're just going to stick out there and give it 100% and not really look back.
Good look at the gap there. You can see the field behind them spread out across the road. They'll get a look at the back of the group. And this is the run into the finish. Again, couple really steep climbs in the last kilometer here in downtown Knoxville.
That climb into the finish is brutal. In the crit, it's 1 block shorter. You know, in the road race, they open it up down to the bottom. And in the crit, you think, okay, this is a very manageable efforts. And then you get into the road race, and it's not very nice to have this right before Sherrod. I see Aisha McGowan back towards the back. I talked to her yesterday. She was eager to get out there today and give it 100%, and it's always been fun to follow her progression in the sport. I hope to see her do well today.
Nationals could be a breakout ride for a lot of riders. We've seen a ton of careers made at a national championship. Sometimes it's getting in the breakaway. Sometimes it's a top 10 result. For a lot of riders out here, it's not about winning the race. It's about surviving. It's about making it on that final lap. I know we were talking in the men's race. I had a chance to talk to Alex Hone last night. He was the 17th place rider last year, but only 18 riders finished. He was incredibly excited with that result. Everyone else had to drop out of the race. Only 18 guys made it in. You usually don't celebrate a 17th place finish, but when you're one of the only riders that finished the race, that's pretty impressive.
That's attrition when you have that many starters and only 18 finishers. See Taylor Wiles and Ruth Winder together. They'll be together the entire race. Ruth is probably talking to Taylor and just having that communication of what's going on in the front and how both of them are feeling.
Saw a couple riders just on the right-hand side of the group putting their hand in the air. What is the thinking there? It wasn't a flat tire. I think maybe alerting them to something in the road?
Yeah, it must have been a sandbag or something in the road, or a grate. Just being polite in the peloton goes a long way. You know, you're kind of looking after each other no matter what, even though you're racing. You want to definitely be there for each other and just point out things that others may not see.
All right, 25 seconds, the time gap for Julie Calizza, Starlet Teddergreen, and Beth Ann Orton trying to hold off the field with 55 miles to go. Breakaway's working well together. They got a good rhythm worked out. Everyone seems to be doing work. I don't think there's any passengers in this break of 3. We've seen all 3 riders doing work up on the front. So, yeah, they just about settling in now. Could be a long day out there in the breakaway. They could very easily be out here for upwards of a couple hours as we go back to the peloton speeding along here. Expect to see a lot of Hagens-Berman Superman jerseys up at the front of the field throughout the day, doing their best to try to slow things down a little bit for their riders up the road.
Yeah, they're easy to point out. Basically, looking at their shoes, it's a good indicator. Those bright yellow shoes definitely helps if you're not used to seeing this pack or what their clothing or their kit looks like. That's an easy way to pick them out for sure.
Working their way through some of the neighborhoods now on Mimosa Avenue, sort of the back streets, if you will, before they get back onto the main roads at 40 seconds, the time gap. We are GPS tracking our 2 moto groups out there, a couple motos. We got the best in the world out there bringing us their wireless camera images.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the Peloton's keeping it so close, really, that when you kind of keep it within sight and within a minute, I would say, that you're kind of allowing anybody that feels spunky to kind of try and jump across. But another thinking is to not let the car in, their team car, the Hagen Superman car. If the time gap gets to 1 minute or a minute and a half, the car can get in there and and help their riders and talk to their riders.
Back onto the Sherrod Road climb, looking at the peloton here, trying to chase down that group of 3 up the road at the 2019 Professional Road National Championships here in Knoxville. The race is going to be won and lost on Sherrod Road on this climb. 100%. This is where the selection is going to be made. This is where you win and lose the race. And it looks like some separation up in the breakaway now. I think they may have lost
Julie already.
Julie Kaliza. Oh, Kaliza, the early rider. She did her job, got this breakaway started. First rider to attack of the race, but now it looks like that may have been a bridge too far for her. So now Beth Ann Orton and Starlet Teddergreen, the 2 riders off the front. We'll see if we can find Kaliza. She's probably drifting back into the group now. Yeah, and I've already been told that a couple of riders are already out the back, and it's not necessarily that the pace is that hard, but it's definitely that this hill, Sherrod Hill, is just a beast. You see Katie Hall near the front, probably setting a little bit of a faster pace. I imagine throughout the race she'll probably just keep ramping it up a little bit more. If you're one of the top fitness riders in this race, you just want to make it as hard as possible. That's how you're going to win. You make it a race of attrition by going to the front. Every time you hit the climb, you ride as hard as you can. If you believe that you have better fitness than everyone else out here, that's how you play it. But if not, you're trying to sit in the group, you're trying to sprint it out. If you're a good sprinter in this race, maybe not a great climber, you want this to be as calm as possible. Exactly. And if Katie has lost her teammate Skylar Schneider, or Skylar has had a bike change, and maybe that changes their dynamics or their race plan, now Katie may just want to make this race as hard as possible for herself. There's a good look at the ice sock down the back of the jersey for Beth Ann Orton. You see it just poking out of the top of her jersey. As Lauren was explaining earlier, it's basically pantyhose stuffed with crushed ice that melts throughout the day, and you have this sort of evaporative cooling effect up top, and then obviously the icy water dripping down your back. Feels pretty good. It does. Looks pretty hot out there on the Sherrod Road climb, where they have already started the party out there. They're going to continue all day. We'll have our reporters out on course, and we've got Elizabeth out there right now. Looks like she's got some good fans behind her.
Hey, we are on Sherrod Hill right now, Sherrod Road, and this is where the fun starts along this track. We actually just watched the women come by. They just came by within the last few seconds here, powering up this really steep hill right here. This is arguably one of the hardest parts of the track, of the course, because of this steep hill that you see here. This is certainly not easy to power through and to power up, but these women just did it, and as they did, all of the people that you see lined up right here, they were cheering them on. You can tell that it's a party here. You can hear that music playing right here. These guys that are lined up here, they have cowbells in their hand. So as these women come by them, they're ringing those cowbells. They're cheering them on. It is certainly a party up here. So we're going to stay here for a little bit and send it back to you.
It certainly gets crazy up there on Sherrod Hill. I saw that guy with the face painting out there on Friday in the Criterium. I hope he showered between now and then. I hope that's not the same face paint that we saw on Friday.
Yeah, it should be pretty exciting out there throughout the day. I can imagine it's just going to get louder and more people up there. I can't wait.
Back up to Starlet Teddergreen and Beth Ann Orton in the breakaway again. That is now 2 riders. It was 3. They have lost Julie Kaliza out of the break, and there is a small group trying to work their way up to this breakaway. Is 2 riders enough in this situation? Are they now worried that they don't have enough riders to be able to make it all the way to the finish?
Yeah, this isn't enough to get to the finish, but now again it kind of resets, and you kind of hope that again somebody kind of comes across and can join you and help you and assist you in the break. This is the feed zone that they're going through right now, and you can see people are holding up those bottles, and as the riders kind of inch over to them to pick up those feeds. And I think it would be nice if there's neutral feed, which will help anybody that's in the road. And you'll get some of that nice cold water to either drink or kind of pour over yourself. It feels really nice.
It will get chaotic in there in the peloton. A lot of times you'll see the teams wearing their team vest or something to help identify the, we call them soigneurs, the team helpers. It gets kind of confusing when you get into the feed zone. You have to know where to look for your staff member out there.
Yeah, I've had Swannies before wear goofy hats. Any indication that, because you're going pretty hard, it's hard enough, and it's a little chaotic. It can be a little dangerous. Bottles get dropped on the ground, roll into wheels, and yeah, you just want to get in and out as safe as possible. So you just locate your person, go right to them, and then get out of the way.
Look at the back pockets of Beth Ann Orton. Looks like she raided the nutrition aisle at the local grocery store here.
Anything you can get back there, you just go ahead and put in there, and a couple of things for extra just in case.
Don't forget, you can find us on Twitter. I am Brad Soner with Lauren Hall here. Be sure to send us in your questions, anything you see out there that you're curious about or unsure about. We'll do our best to get those answered either on Twitter or over the air here. Gap is at 15 seconds now for these two back to the field, so not a whole lot of time. In bike racing terms, 15 seconds is basically nothing.
Yeah, I imagine they'll maybe have a reset and see if Superman, Hagens Berman can't get another rider up the road.
So that moto would have showed them the 15-second time gap on the board there. And at that point, when you've had 30 seconds and they've brought back 15, is it discouraging?
A little bit, but I mean, you see Starla still head down, going forward, not looking back. I think it's great just to keep riding, because we've seen it before. They get super close to that break, and then it goes back out again, so you never know.
Yeah, see how Starla Tedder-Green is very low when she was riding on the front. She's trying to minimize her frontal profile again because of that drafting. Now she gets to sit in the draft of Beth Ann Orton up on the front. Orton has a little more upright riding position, a little bigger rider, so she's going to create a slightly larger draft for Starla Tedder-Green.
I was going to say, Beth Ann doesn't get much of a draft from Starla. No. It looks to me a little bit more than 15 seconds.
I'm sure you've been there, too, getting into a break with one of those tiny little climbers out there, and you're like, great, this is going to do me a whole lot of good.
I always loved it. I was always told a lot of times that I was not a very good draft, so I would get even smaller if I could in the break just to make it as hard as possible for whoever is with me. But usually it was me having the struggle.
Starla Tedder-Green's determination paid off there. They got another 10 seconds up on the field. Gap going back up to 25. So it seems like the field is maybe feathering this gap a little bit, sort of putting these riders on a leash. You let them go out a little bit, and then when it gets too big, you start to bring them back. The big teams just keeping an eye on these two.
Yeah, maybe they were unaware exactly who was in the break once Julie came back, just to reconfirm who it was. So sometimes you can kind of push the pace and reconfirm who it is. And then, yeah, back off. The team directors may say, you know what, we can let this go a little bit. And now, especially on this road, to see them and see who's riding and how they're riding and what they look like will tell you a lot as a team and how hard you need to work.
This is a great shot from the drone leaders up on the top of the picture and the peloton at the bottom, working their way along James White Parkway here.
That corner was always pretty tricky. They usually had a little bit of sand in it, or, you know, since it's not driven or ridden much at all, it was... If you came in a little hot, that was always a tricky corner, I felt like, for the last couple of years. So it's good to navigate through that safe.
Interesting. The U-turn could cause some problems for the riders out there. Yeah. You know, a lot of times mistakes in this race come when you just get too comfortable on the bike. It's just little things that can catch you up. A pothole that you forget about, you start drifting over, maybe catch your wheel in a crack. It's easy to go down in a situation like this when you get too comfortable, especially on a long road race like this.
Yeah, and the fatigue, and we saw Friday night in the crit, Kendall Run had a flat tire, and she was trying to move to the left just to go into neutral, and the Orion rider behind her just had her head down, probably, like I said, fatigue and tired, and just ran into Kendall and ended up crashing herself.
Well, these two made it through the turnaround one more time. They got 51 miles to go, nursing a 25-second lead over the front of the field. We're going to take one more short break from Knoxville, and we'll be back right after this from the USA Cycling Professional Road National Championships. All right, so taking a break as we toss to our local TV here. I'm looking at the moto in the gap between these two. If the gap goes over a minute, they'll bring the team cars in for these two. I'm not sure if Beth Ann Orton will have a team car in this race. I know that Tad Hamilton is driving the car for Hawkins Berman Superman team.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see. If I would, you know, as Starla, I would definitely want Tad to come up, talk to me, give me a fresh bottle, and just reconfirm that this is what we want to do. And you look that they probably just had a quick conversation on rolling through together, and yeah, that's usually a normal thing to happen in a breakaway. They're going to work together, you know, as a unit, and yeah.
Do you just keep reconfirming here? Are you saying, like, hey, how you feeling? You still doing all right? Can you keep taking polls? I mean, what would have been exchanged there? I can't imagine there's a whole lot of new information to talk about.
Pace, I would say, mostly. Hey, yeah, are you good with this pace? And yeah, how are you feeling? And if this is going to continue and you're good with this, the team is still good with this.
Lauren, are you surprised to see the breakaway of two early on? They've been out there for what seems like a long time for a break of two. Again, it's a tough situation to say I'm going to pull the plug on a breakaway that you've already gotten into. But I imagine at this point you just sit in, hope that riders come up to join you. It's a tough place out there for Starla Teddy-Green and Beth Ann Orton.
It is. I'm not surprised to see it. That's what they do, the early work, and they'll continue to do that.
They've been working well together so far, certainly communicating and cooperating up in the breakaway, which is exactly what they need. I'm a little surprised that no one else has come up to join them. When that gap came down to 10 seconds, they probably thought that it was coming back and they didn't want to join a losing breakaway. But I would think that even at 25 seconds, they might be able to get some time up to the front. So these two about to rejoin on James White Parkway here as we pick back up to the front of our 2019 National Championships here.
You know, I think we actually had some riders try and get up to the break when we saw Christina Goki-Smith and those 5 or 6 riders, and that was obviously too big of a group. That some of the bigger teams probably shut that down immediately, or, you know, they covered and killed. And what I mean by that is that I saw Heidi Franz up there, and they probably weren't happy with that mix, and so she gets established into the break and then sits on, which usually deters others from continuing to ride forward.
Wow, Race Radio reporting a 1 minute and 15-second gap for these two now. So at one point it came down under 20, and they took it back out. Great riding here from Teddy-Green and Beth Ann Orton.
Yeah, that's why you don't sit up, even though you see them that close. You just keep riding, reestablish that gap, and maybe there's going to be somebody you're going to try and come across in the next lap. You just never know. You don't want to race backwards. So you put in all this work to get into the break. You definitely don't want to just sit up and let it come back together.
Just tapping out the tempo here. I'm watching the cadence of the two riders, pretty evenly matched on gearing choice. You'll have some discrepancy of maybe 1 or 2 gears in the back, but for the most part, they'll find pretty similar gearing combinations in the breakaway.
Yeah, I was actually looking at the wheel set choices for both riders. Beth Ann's on a bit of a deeper dish wheel than Starla. Maybe Starla would like a lighter wheel set getting up over the climbs, but that deeper dish will be a faster rolling wheel on these flats. So it's fun to see the differences in team tactics or, you know, decisions on what the riders prefer.
Yeah, it's really weight versus aerodynamics when you talk about which wheels to choose for the day. Luckily, there's not a whole lot of wind out here, and we're not expecting a ton throughout the day, so you can get away with deep wheels. If you had those in a crosswind, that would cause some problems as they kind of act like a sail. It's good if you're going directly into the wind or directly behind the wind, but if you've ever ridden your bike, you know that it never seems to be, the wind never seems to be exactly where you want it to be coming from.
All of a sudden you're doing a lot of upper body work, trying to pay attention to which way the wind's blowing.
All cyclists know the feeling of the double headwind day where you were sure that the wind was coming from the other way on the way out. It seems like you got a headwind on the way back.
Could have sworn it was a tailwind. And you turn around and it's right back into the headwind.
We were talking earlier about the pockets of Beth Ann Orton with the nutrition products poking out. I saw the radio poking out of Starla Teddy-Green's back pocket and her rear left jersey pocket. She'll have some nutrition in there as well. But they still haven't let a car up into the gap. We haven't seen a car feed either of these two riders. The only chance, I think, to get a car through the peloton is going to be on that parkway. The other parts of the course are pretty narrow here, so there's really no safe place to get a car through the group there.
Yeah, it is interesting. Maybe they're going to wait for a 1.5-minute gap, or, you know, maybe Tad's perfectly fine not being up there. Maybe he wants to stay back behind the peloton, behind the riders he's expecting to be at the end of the race. You never know. You know, it wouldn't hurt to just go up there, have a quick chat, and go back. I don't think you're going to lose any time or effort doing that from Todd. And every once in a while, if you have a car that comes up and say that Beth Ann doesn't have a vehicle, Tad would definitely give her a bottle as well, since they are working together and she's essentially part of the team at this moment, right? They're both working together to keep this break established. He would definitely, you know, offer up something to her, I would think.
Yeah, that's a great point, because he has just as much interest in keeping her with his rider. So, yeah, if he's got bottles to spare, he'll certainly give one to Beth Ann Orton. Don't be surprised to hear her drinking from a Hagens Berman Supermint team bottle.
Yeah. And there you go.
Beth Ann Orton was actually a formerly rode for the Hagens Berman Supermint team, so she spent some time with this squad. So that is Tad Hamilton, the team director for the Hagens Berman Supermint team. They finally got the car up into the gap, and he's explaining a little bit of strategy here, giving Starla Tedegren a little bit of insight, maybe as to what's happening behind here. But this is a long conversation for Tad and Starla.
Yeah, I mean, he can be yelling loud enough that Beth Ann can hear as well, and just have that quick conversation with both of them, saying you guys are doing great. Be a bit of a cheerleader. Keep this going. You guys are working well together. You know, do you need anything? They're this far behind you. This is who's on the front. This is who's maybe trying to bring it back or not. Yeah, usually just things are going according to plan for him, I would imagine. Is it nice to see your director for the first time? What's that like when the car finally comes up? Is there a sense of relief, like, okay, he's here, at least I've got water if I need it? Yeah, it's like just putting those eyes together. It just, for whatever reason, just reconfirms, like, yeah, this is exactly what we were supposed to be doing, and I'm doing it. I'm sure these riders could use a little bit of positive reinforcement now. They've been out there a while. It's going to start to get tough here. This is where you start to, they're starting to get into a rhythm. I'm not going to say it gets boring out there, but we were talking about some of the riders earlier this week in the long breakaways. You have a lot of time to think when you get up into these breaks. Yeah, you think about how hard it is and what it feels like, and how much longer am I going to be out here? Will it stay away? Did I eat enough? Am I fueled enough? Yeah, those questions, you know, I'm joking a little bit, but you also talk about how can I win from this break? How is this the best situation for my team? It's a constant chess match out there. It never stops, the strategy in bike racing. It's just as much about positioning and conservation of energy and riding smart as it is being the strongest rider. This is not a test of strength or test of fitness out here. You have to be at a certain level in order to be in the group, but tactics play a huge part in winning a bike race like this. 100%. And I think Beth Ann's basically has herself in the best position possible for her today for getting on the podium. Beth Ann Orton knew that she had to take a gamble today. She'd have to take a risk if she wanted to find a result, and saw this opportunity early on, thought this was her best chance to get up the road here. So she seized the opportunity as she saw it, and now she's up the road 1:25 with Starla Tedegren. Crowd always gets behind the breakaway here in Knoxville. They like a good underdog story. Why not? I do too, and it's always good. Also, another reason to be out in the front is to give your sponsor a little love. We're talking a lot about Hagens Supermint. Also, the InstaFund sponsor for Beth Ann. You know, that's they've picked her up and they're helping her out this year and supporting her in her endeavors and racing endeavors, not just road racing, gravel, mountain bike, and it's, you know, spreading it around, and that's always nice to give back to that sponsor by being up there and representing. Back over the bridge with the Sherrod Road Hill looming in the background. And I'm getting word that Skylar Schneider is back on her bike, her spare bike, and through the feed zone and back in the group, so that's good to hear.
We were reporting earlier Schneider was taking a spare bike. She was with SRAM Neutral Support, had some sort of issue with her bike, but she is back on a regular Boels-Dollmann's team bike now, so it'll be certainly more comfortable for her for the rest of the day. You never want to finish the day on a neutral bike. When we talk about neutral bikes, we're talking about SRAM Neutral Support here at the National Championships. Every bike race has neutral mechanics in the race. They have cars and motorcycles that will follow the field. If your team car can't get to you or you don't have a team car available, those mechanics will service any rider in the race. They've got spare bikes and spare wheels out there. The wheels are obviously more common to use than the bike. You have to have a pretty big problem to get a spare bike. It's not as common to see riders switching the bikes out. Obviously not ideal either in terms of the sizing. You have to change the pedals. Every team or most of the teams have unique pedal systems, but where the cleats on the shoe have to line up with the pedal on the bike. It's just like ski bindings. So there's a little bit of change that happens when you take a spare bike.
Yeah, and the fit, like I said, is a little bit different, so it could tweak your back a little bit, or your quads, or your legs, whatever. So you never really want to be on a spare bike. It's good to have to keep you in the race, and then to get back on your bike is like coming home.
It rattles you a little bit too, knowing that you're on a spare bike, especially so early on. You're starting to think, boy, am I going to have to spend the rest of my day on this ill-fitting spare bike? Yeah, they're not doing a precision fit when they switch the bike out. Peloton rolling through nice and easy here. No real sense of urgency in the group. You see them spread out across the road. Hagens, Berman, Supermint looking across. That is Julie Kaliza back in the group. The early breakaway, first rider out of the field as they left the start line. But this breakaway seems content to let these two stay up the front for a little while longer.
Yeah, you see Rally just kind of monitoring the front. Maybe they'll kind of keep the gap established at a certain point. But yeah, I think they're mostly just letting this roll. So Tad stopped and going back into the caravan and get back in order. You can see his car number 4.
Yeah, so that is the director getting into the car right there that we just saw up with the breakaway. He went up through the peloton. They're allowed to pass the group if the officials think that it's safe, but he obviously just wanted to spend a little bit of time with Tedder Green because now he's going to go to the back of the peloton.
And the cars are in order. They get a car selection and car order, and they at the manager's meeting, and you can see it was like his car was number 4, and you would always love to be car number 1 or number 2 because you can still see the race. And then you kind of start fading back to the back, and it's also, if you're further back in the peloton or in the caravan, car 5, 6, it's harder to get up to your riders. It takes a little bit more time, and every second counts if you ever need to get up there for a mechanical or a flat tire or anything, which does happen. So being car number 4 is pretty advantageous for Tad.
Happy to report that Twitter has identified the Stars and Stripes guy on the climb that we talked about from Friday. He's a local rider named Jimmy Dean. So we've got to give a shout out to Jimmy, doing a great job as one of our super fans here at the National Championships. Tedder Green grinding up the climb here.
It is not fun, and I imagine she's in her smallest gear just trying to get up there as best as possible right now.
Yeah, will they be maxed out on the gearing here on Sherrod Road?
100%, and I would imagine they're even a smaller gear than normal because it is so steep. So that just shows you how steep this road really is.
For the bike geeks out there, what cassette would you run today?
Last year I ran a compact on the front, which is a 50-34, and in the rear I was running 1128. So normally 1125, 1128, 30-32 even in the back.
And your wheel choice last year, we were talking about the deep dish wheels versus a little shallower.
As light as possible.
Yeah. Heard some riders talking yesterday at Number Pickup about helmet choice as well, whether they're going to go with the Aero helmet or not. They were talking about the airflow and trying to stay cool. Little difference in trying to stay cool, but
every little bit, marginal gains. All
right, up to the top of Sherrod Road, and now the break descends. Gap is going up over 2 minutes now, so this breakaway is going to be away for a while. This will be a move of the day for sure. We're going to be spending a lot of time with this break of 2, and as the gap goes over 2 minutes, it's going to be tough to get up to them. So we'll be hearing a lot about Starla Teta Green and Beth Ann Orton here for the rest of the day.
Yeah, for sure, and I think that's great.
All right, 47 miles to go. They're on the way down Sherrod Road as we continue racing here at the USA Cycling Professional Road National Championships.
Right on time.
Far out adventure in the heart of it all. Knoxville will surprise you. Visit Knoxville.com.
We put a lot of love into our award-winning ribs to ensure you'll love them too. Calhoun's, over 30 years of love and ribs. Put a lot of love into our award-winning locally handcrafted beer to ensure you'll love it too. Smoky Mountain Brewery. Love local beer.
Did you know with Vanishing Deductible, you can earn $100 off your deductible for every year of safe driving? Sing that.
Vanishing Deductible. You can
earn $100
off
your deductible.
Deductible.
For every year of safe driving.
For every year of safe driving.
What key are you in?
E.
No, go G.
G will be too high.
Not for me.
Vanishing Deductible.
Oh, okay. Sweet, sweet.
Welcome back. Taking a look at our 2 riders up the road. The gap has now gone over 2 minutes and 15 seconds as they continue to put time into this peloton. That is Starla Teta Green, number 22, and Beth Ann Orton, number 199, the 2 breakaway riders of the day.
Yeah, obviously the peloton and the bigger teams are quite comfortable with these 2 out there, so they'll just let that leash out a little bit more and, yeah, let them wear down. There's no need to bring them back. The course is going to wear them out, to be honest.
Yeah, this field has made a pointed decision that they're not worried about these 2 staying or catching them off guard. The field believes that they'll be able to bring them back before the end of the day. They're saying we got 47 miles to go. Surely we'll be able to catch them before the finish. And the breakaway is saying, we think we can do this. Maybe we can catch the field off guard today. Maybe it's that 1 in a million shot, but just like playing the lottery, you can't win if you don't play. So they bought their ticket this morning.
Now you just pick a song and start singing it, and I've just got rolling in my head. Just whatever that is, whatever that song's going to be, I'm just going to start singing that.
We were talking earlier about the time you spend, plenty of time to think out there. Getting a song stuck in your head, I would imagine, could be pretty terrible, depending on the song.
Well, you just kind of start... Well, I would anyway. Maybe they don't, but my thoughts start just meandering, and you can also take in the sights and check out the fans and enjoy the cheers going up the climb.
Let's hope nobody heard Old Town Road on the radio this morning, have that stuck in their head all day. That's a reference that won't make any sense when we rewatch this in 5 years. We'll be wondering what we're talking about. Nice smooth pavement here on the Parkway as well. They have this repaved, I think, this year. So even though it's the widest open section of the course, it will be one of the smoothest sections here on the fresh blacktop.
That's always welcome as a rider. You enjoy the smoothest road possible.
Cool opportunity to race on a freeway, too. You don't get a race on a wide open multi-lane freeway a whole lot.
Yeah, it was interesting racing this last year. You, when you go up Sherrod, descend the nice tight technical road, and then you come out on this big parkway, kind of the road to nowhere, and then you do the U-turn. It was interesting. I enjoyed being able, like you said, the hot dog kind of coming back on itself to see the riders in the break, see what they look like. You can also kind of make the quick eye contact with your team car as well, and your director, just see if they're panicking or they have a look in their face of like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Or
they're like, yep, cool, keep doing what you're doing.
And a chance to get a look at the peloton as well, see what the response is, see how hard they're riding, kind of looking at the shape of the field, see which teams are on the front, where your teammates are. So, yeah, good chance to take some inventory.
Exactly.
A lot of the directors will be watching our live stream in the team car. They'll be streaming it on a phone or tablet. If they're streaming it over the internet, it's a little behind, though. There's a little lag from live to the time it gets up to the internet and back down to viewers on their devices. So
I hope they're driving safely, and I hope it's the mechanic
well,
that's
it's
watching.
the mechanic watching,
Right,
of course.
right.
Mechanic usually posted up in the back seat, surrounded by wheels and coolers and tools and extra parts. If the rider has any problem, they will jump out of that back seat immediately to service the rider's bike.
Another interesting job for the mechanic. Most mechanics is not only are they worried about the bikes and maybe having the cooler close by to help feed these riders, but they'll also have the start grid with all the riders and their numbers, and so they will also help the director monitor the gap and who is in the break just by giving numbers, because they have what's called race radio, and over the radio they talk about the riders that are up the road and they give those numbers. And so if, as the director, you may not be able to write that down as you're driving up Sherrod or descending down Sherrod, you know, in the caravan, because you're very, very close to the car in front of you. So that is another job of the mechanic, is to help out the director in that capacity.
Peloton is chasing again. We saw them single file on the other side of the road, so they're picking up the pace. They were dropping some riders off the back, starting to see some gaps forming. So when we get a new time check here, I have a feeling it might be a little bigger than before, because it seems like the field is starting to get worried about these two up the road.
You can kind of start seeing the attrition take place. Some of these, you can see some riders already tailing off the back, gapped off, and yeah, this is not an easy course. It's not like they're just rolling around casually on a Sunday ride.
See some riders moving up the outside of the group as well. The washing machine effect that you talked about during the criterium. As we go back to the back of the peloton, these riders coasting through. I thought that they were falling off, but I think they're just letting a little bit of letting a little gap open up, giving themselves a little room to work with.
Yeah, sometimes if you're kind of shaking things out, maybe been in a crash recently, you'll kind of get to the back to just kind of be comfortable. You don't have to fight for position at the front at this moment. What for? I see Lori Nadescu back here. Just maybe that's where they're most comfortable at the moment. I can't imagine Lori's going to be that comfortable that far off the back.
Take a look at the jerseys up on the front. Rally leading the way with the chase. Colavita Bialetti up there as well, and Huygens Berman Superman. Just keeping an eye on things.
Yeah, Jess Sarah's up there just going to be monitoring, and it looks like Erica Carney as well. Just kind of waiting for their time to have to work, or maybe just making sure the peloton is doing a certain pace, not totally sitting up and up there. Talk to your teammates. They'll come up to you, confirm everything's going according to plan, or when do we need to start bringing it back. Nervous talk, get a little food, make sure you talk to your teammates, make sure you're eating and drinking. Give a little love to the camera.
Yeah, a little wave to friends and family at home. Say hello back to Summer Moak.
Yep.
Summer had a good year this year, some criterium wins. She went on a criterium tear early on in the season. Her and Erica Carney were the dynamic duo out there. Summer Moak, also one of the U23 riders in the field. You saw the asterisk on her name. That will denote U23 riders. Anytime you see a graphic today with an asterisk, that means it's a rider under 23. So we're actually going to be crowning our U23 champions here as well. They race together, but the U23s are scored separately. So just like in the criterium on Friday night, We'll have 2 podiums at the finish today, one for our elites and one for our U23s. And yes, there's a chance that it's the same rider on top of both podiums. Back up to the leaders. Beth Van Orton down to 1 bottle. She is missing the bottle on her seat tube. Already went through 1. She'll have to wait to get to the feed zone to get another one.
Yeah, sometimes if I had a semi-empty bottle, I would definitely hold it until I knew I went through the feed zone and had a fresh bottle, because sometimes you'll go through the feed zone and miss the bottle and drop it, and you definitely don't want to not be without water. So you'd always kind of hold on to that bottle just in case, and you know, maybe she got rid of one and has already picked up a feed and just happy with the one.
Teddy Green looking calm, cool, and collected here.
I don't know about cool, but she's definitely calm.
And here's the back of the group. Rally off to the side, taking a look as some more riders roll up to the front. That was Danielle Clark of the Unknown Women's Racing Team, using the opportunity to gain some position here. A lot of riders are more than happy to be sitting at the back right now. There's no reason that they should be at the front. They're saving themselves for the end of this race. They're saving their energy, biding their time. In fact, a lot of these riders left very strict instructions. Do not do any work. Do not get too aggressive early on.
Yeah, see, Margot Klein has just put her hand up. She'll probably go back for bottles for her team, and it looks like that may be Julie as well, doing the exact same thing, or just handing off a bottle to the commissary. You don't want to litter on the road, so just hand that off into the car.
Gap up to 3:10 for the breakaway now, so they are gaining significant time over the field now. This is the biggest gap of the day that we've seen, going up and over 3 minutes.
Yeah, I wonder how big of a time gap they'll let them get. I don't know. I wouldn't do much more than 5 minutes.
Take a look at Starla Teddy Green's stem right here. You see that piece of paper taped to the stem. Tell me what's on the stems here. What do you write on your stem on a day like today?
How many laps you have to go.
Yeah.
You get out there and you're like, was it 9, 8? That we've had 8 laps here before. They increased it to 9. You know, you'll have anything from the finish, if there was ever a sprint point, but there's not in the race.
It's really just a condensed roadmap, sort of. It just shows you the important distances, I guess, of the day.
Yeah, you just highlight those key moments maybe, and it can be specific for different riders. You know, whatever the team tactic is, maybe it's going to be different for another Hagens-Berman Supermint rider than it is for Starla.
I guess it doesn't really matter on a circuit race. They'll see this circuit plenty, so they always kind of know where they are. They know good and well when that shared road climb is coming.
Yeah, it's usually more important when you have a road stage that doesn't have laps that you come back on.
Watching these two working together, they seem really smooth. See just a nice little elbow flick there from Starla Teddy Green. Just a very subtle move. They've got the rhythm worked out at this point. It almost becomes robotic. You get to know the other rider pretty well. At least you get to know their style of riding pretty well.
Yeah, eventually you don't really have to do that anymore, because you get into a rhythm. You've raced against each other long enough, and you kind of know what to expect from each other. So maybe Starla's fatiguing a bit sooner than she normally does on and starting to pull a little bit shorter, or maybe you start kind of asking Beth Ann to do a little bit more.
She's going to use the opportunity at the back here to grab some nutrition. Gap up to 3:45 now, so they're still putting time in, partially because the field seems to not be real interested in chasing early on here. Both riders taking on gels here. What is the mix of food out there today? I mean, is it all gels? Are you eating bars? On a day like today, do you need to eat solid food in the race?
I would say when it's this hot today, or going to be this hot today, and it's already obviously taking a toll on some of these riders, mostly in the race, I would just do a goo sort or some gels, energy gels, and some calories in my drink mix as well. But other than that, not much food. Maybe a bar for when the time is done or when my job is done, because I'm not going to be there for the finish line.
Two leaders rolling back into downtown Knoxville. Starlet Tedegrein and Beth Ann Orton, as Tedegrein has a little chat with her team car there for the Hagens-Berman Superman team. Her director driving the car. Basically the coach out there on the road letting those riders know that their gap has gone up to 4 minutes. That'll be some good news for the riders in the breakaway.
Yeah, and Tad's raced many years, and so he knows exactly what's going on and what that sensations are like, and just going up there and have that communication with Starla is always nice, and he'll probably make that contact with her, talk to her a little bit more, talk about the gap, talk about who's chasing, and then go back to the peloton.
All right, so back on to the start-finish stretch here for our two leaders. Now the field will see the time gap here. They start the clock as these riders go across the line. Again, you can see 5 laps to go on the counter. 5 more times up the Sherrod Road climb.
The announcers here are saying a 4-minute gap. That is just growing. I can imagine, I would think soon that you're going to have some chaser or some teams now getting to the front to work.
Let's take a look at the distance between the two groups. Moto 2 is the group that's with the peloton that you're seeing right now, so they haven't even come up and over those last few climbs yet. 4 minutes is a big gap on this course. I mean, it's a pretty technical course for about 3/4 of the race, and then that parkway, as they get further out, is really the widest open section of the course. So don't expect the peloton to see the breakaway anytime soon. I think 4 minutes will probably be enough that they won't see the back of them. They will probably still pass on that parkway, though, going the other way.
Yeah, I can imagine maybe next lap through, things are going to start heating up, I would guess, on the climb, and start trying to shed some of these riders.
Good observation on Twitter about that Hagens-Berman Superman team car. No bikes on top of the car that Tad Hamilton was driving. So maybe they have a second car back there with mechanic. Not sure why they wouldn't bring team bikes with them here.
Well, you know, this is a one-day race. Usually if you're going to have a crash or a mechanical, I guess that's it. You know, a lot of these one-day races, it is dependent on luck and position into the, you know, into these finishes. And yeah, so maybe he's just, that's what they're thinking. You know, maybe we have some wheels and that's all we get. Yeah, I do find that interesting. I mean, as we've just seen, Skylar's had a bike change and then gone back to her spare bike. So yeah, I don't know why they don't have bikes.
Definitely going to have wheels in the car for sure. For those new to the sport, when you get a flat tire in a race like this, they don't change the tire or tube like you would at home. They just give the riders a brand new wheel. It's fully inflated, ready to go. It takes about 10 seconds to do a change, maybe a little longer if you're on disc brakes and have a through axle. That's technical stuff. It doesn't really matter, but speed is important when you're changing, when you get a flat tire, which is pretty common in the sport. So they just take the entire wheel off and give you a new wheel ready to go.
Yeah, and these days now with the disc brakes, it's almost harder to do a wheel change, and it would be almost faster just to do a whole bike change. So again, it's, you know, maybe Hagens, we should go back and look at that if we have a chance to see if they're on disc or rim brakes. I wasn't paying attention.
braking choice probably not going to make a huge difference today. The descent, not that technical. You really shouldn't be using your brakes a whole lot on today's course. Look at the difference in style of riding here. Beth Ann Orton staying seated. Starlet Tedegren out of the saddle, standing up here. This is just a difference in style. Tell me about the choice here of whether you climb sitting or climb standing.
Yeah, whatever makes you feel most comfortable. I would think that Starlet maybe is hurting a little bit. I can see Beth Ann kind of being out there a little bit longer than Starla, but Starla's definitely not going to give in 1 inch, and she's going to take it as far as she possibly can. But when you stand up, you want to anything that can help you get over that climb, and you can actually kind of pull and push on the bars a little bit and help move the bike underneath you, and it kind of counters with your leg movement. Every little bit helps.
All right, so as they hit the top of the climb, the peloton now hitting the bottom of the climb, or bottom of the course, I guess I should say, lowest part here as they roll through the start-finish area. And then, again, they just got to go over that bridge, and then the Sherrod Road climb starts. Gap continuing to grow. Rays Radio saying going up to 4:30 as they come through the line. Yeah, they're stopping the clock at 4:27 across the line here.
Do you think this is a little bit of poker between Rally Showair, saying, hey, who's going to do the work today, or, some of the World Tour riders?
Yeah, we talked about this with a lot of the bigger names at the national championships. When you come over, Katie Hall would be a great example, a World Tour rider, Bulls Dolmans. We know that she's strong. All the other teams look at Katie Hall and say, hey, you're the World Tour rider. We expect you to do the work. You're the biggest dog in this fight here. But Katie Hall is looking around saying, we have 2 riders on our team. What do you expect us to do? It's me and Skylar Schneider. I'm not going to make our team leader do any work. So the World Tour riders with smaller teams are at a little bit of a disadvantage here.
Yeah, and you had Corinne looking very fresh in the crit the other night, and so when does that pressure start falling on her as well? And somebody else we haven't talked about is Alexis Run here solo as well, and I think she's probably on really good form. Kind of, again, she's going to be somebody going to the Giro as well in a day. So, when did they start kind of colluding together and thinking about what to do?
Alexis Ryan riding for the Canyon SRAM team, and as you said, she's going to be heading over to the Giro Rosa after this. This is an interesting part of the season with the national championships. We're kind of midway through the year. A lot of these riders would have done an early year campaign, a spring campaign, if you will, and then sort of getting into the second block of racing where you start to get into the big, long stage races later on in the year.
Yeah, racing starts in Australia in January, so it's a really long season all the way until October at World Championships. So, yeah, you have to time that break properly. But Nationals is such an important race. It definitely sets the tone for, who is trying to get to World Championships, who's on that trajectory for the final bit of the season or leading into the fall.
Remember, we're looking at Tokyo 2020 as well, so these riders certainly want to make an impression on the coaches here at USA Cycling looking at that Olympic selection. There are a couple automatic selections to get you into the program or onto the national team, so they'll certainly be looking to impress at the national championships this year. Long line of talent have worn the Stars and Stripes jersey in the past few years. With Corinne Rivera, the Stars and Stripes in 2018, it was so nice to see Corinne flying the American flag over in Europe. Sometimes you see this jersey and the riders don't get a chance to race a lot. Maybe they have an injury or they just don't have a heavy race schedule, but Corinne certainly spent plenty of time in the jersey this year.
Yeah, and one example of that is Neben. We didn't see her a whole lot over in Europe much in 2017 when she won. Because she's more time trial specific. So she just hit a couple of those key time trials for the year. And I was teammates with Megan multiple times in 2012 when she won her first national title. And Jade Wilcoxon, that was in Chattanooga, Tennessee. So it's been fun to see this progression of this peloton.
Christina Gogi-Smith in the Colavia Bialetti jersey just off to the right-hand side of the screen. We saw her riding at the front early on. Starting to get to that point now where the riders that did work early are going to start to drop towards the back, start to fade a little bit, although we really haven't seen a whole lot of chasing from this field. They've been taking it pretty easy as...
just the nature of Sherrod is such a beast, and obviously it's taking its toll.
Look at this guy. What a way to watch the race rolling by, resting up against the fire hydrant there. Don't do any more work than you need to.
Get halfway up the hill and just stop.
Yeah, it's about where I'd be. It's about how far up I'd make it. Heads bobbing side to side on the way up here. Just trying to get up and over the top one more time. Try to survive one more lap.
Yeah, when do you start paperboying up?
Now, riders try to minimize the steepness of the climb by going side to side. You sort of ride perpendicular to the side of the road instead of riding parallel.
See Aisha towards the back struggling a little bit. I'd like to see her get up and over this climb. She's putting in a good fight today. Erica Carney up there as well. It is just so hard to get up and over. This is not, it's a 3-minute effort, and it's about 2.5 minutes too much for any sprinter.
Hanging in there, though, hanging tough, refusing to give up. That's how you stay in a race like this. Erica Carney working her way up to the front as well. Again, we saw Erica on the front for 3/4 of the lap, but once they get onto the climb, Carney starts to drop back. And again, that is to be expected. There's no expectation for Erica Carney to climb at the front of this group.
Yeah, 100%. You know, she probably would just be representative at the front early. And yeah, it's just basically, you know, however long you can hang on, and then, yeah, she'll probably pull the pin pretty soon. I can't imagine her just rolling around for the next couple of laps just to roll around. Last year, or 2 years ago, excuse me, I was able to be in the team car up and over the climb, and you get caught behind some of these riders, and then you get to pass them on the descent, and it is very hairy. So that's why I said I hope the directors aren't looking at their at the live stream while they're driving, because you are literally a foot away from these riders descending this this road, you know, at speeds of 40 miles an hour.
Yeah, driving the car is a skill within itself. There's actually a special license you have to get. Not anyone can drive in the peloton. You have to pass a few classes and courses on safe driving in the race, but you really have to trust your director driving the car, don't you? They get real close up there. There's a lot of trust involved in cycling between the riders around you, the motos, and the team cars as well.
100%. I was always very comfortable going back to the caravan and grabbing a bottle from the team car. And then when I had the opportunity to drive a team car for a Joe Martin stage race, I realized the responsibility that you have driving this vehicle. But the good thing is the cyclists kind of know what to expect. You know what to expect as a driver. So you have this like unwritten rule that you know exactly how you should flow back there. So and they can move they're way more agile than you are in the car. So as long as you're predictable, they can work around you.
Ex-riders always make the best drivers. They know what you want. They know what you're looking for. They know where to expect the riders up there in the group. So break going to be looking at the peloton as they roll by. They're going to see them off to the left-hand side on the James White Parkway here, as the gap has now gone up and over 4 minutes. These two riders doing great with 37 miles to go. We'll keep an eye on them here at the 2019 USA Cycling Professional Road National Championships. We've got a quick break, and we'll be right back. All right, thanks for hanging with us on the live stream here as we go back up to our break of 2. Again, gap is continuing to grow. These two refusing to give up. At one point, this breakaway was down under 20 seconds. They had gone up to about 35, and now it sounds like the peloton may be starting to chase. We'll see if we can get a look at the front of the group, but Race Radio is reporting that the pace is picking up. Oh, wow, and now they're saying 3:10 the time gap, so starting to bring back some time here.
Yeah, that's what I figured. You know, you start getting in 5 laps to go, you know, at some point, Katie, the likes of Katie, are going to have to go harder on the climb to try and wear down some of these sprinters and start seeing what shakes out.
Yeah, this race has been, I'm not going to call it easy, but I'll say relatively easy compared to how hard it could have been if the big teams had hit the front early and really started driving. But we haven't really seen that. We haven't seen the rallies or the show airs going up to the front. We haven't seen Katie Hall driving the pace up there yet.
No, not yet, for sure. And I talked to Leah and Katie yesterday, Leah Thomas, and both of them had discussed the need and desire to kind of make this race a little bit harder on the climb, to put Corinne, Ruth, Alexis under pressure. You know, what is the best way for you to win this race?
"36 miles to go, getting down to it here, but still should be plenty of time. The field obviously believes that it's plenty of time. But this is how it starts with two riders away here. Starlet Teta Green's trying to stay cool in the Tennessee heat. Gap maintaining over 3 minutes here for our two leaders as we welcome back everyone to Knoxville, Tennessee. Elite women putting on a show out here in the front. I love seeing rides like this, these gamble rides in the breakaway. We were talking earlier in the day about this being all in for these two, and this race is going to end one of two ways for Beth Ann Orton and Starlet Teta Green. They're going to be on the podium or probably well off the back of this race at the end of the day.
The great thing about being in this break for so long is you kind of settle down and you get into a rhythm, and you can almost get like a second wind and second effort, and you know, actually put those that think that they can manage this break under a little bit more pressure, and you know, you never know.
At this point in the race, the riders in the breakaway, are they even thinking about the finish? I mean, do you have time to I mean, does the thought creep into your head at any point of like, hey, this may work?
Not yet. I would say definitely not until the last lap up and over, Sharon. But at this point, they're definitely still thinking about managing their efforts and knowing what it feels like to be in this break, and yeah, hopefully talk to Tad again and continue eating and drinking and just seeing how long they can stay out there.
But 35 miles to go. They are now halfway through the race, a little over 70 miles of racing, so another half of this race to go. A lot of folks at home, if they're new to the sport of cycling, are going to be looking at these two and saying, oh, two leaders off the front. Why wouldn't you go in a breakaway? This seems like a good way to win a bike race going up the road. But talk about the strategy. Tell me about why you go into a breakaway, the advantages and disadvantages of a breakaway early on.
You definitely want to go into a break if you can, if that's the team plan, to put other teams under pressure, to make them try and chase you down, and hopefully your teammate is behind those teams, taking full advantage of their work that they're doing while you're sitting there not doing any work. And you know, hopefully if these riders are caught, maybe you have a counterattack, maybe they don't have any more energy to work for their rider. Or you're Beth Ann Orton, and this is your best chance at a win, is to get up the road and separate from those riders that may be a little bit faster than you, and this is her best way, her best chance for a win.
So there's a few different motivations for getting into a breakaway. Each rider, each team will have their own group of reasons for wanting to get into this move, and as you said, for some it's for the team, and some it's for individual glory.
Exactly.
Well, it is continuing to heat up out there on course. The rider's going to be looking for that feed zone more and more. I want to go back out to Elizabeth Kubel on course, who's hanging out in the feed zone where the riders are going to be rolling through very shortly.
Well, a complete atmosphere shift since we last checked in with you. For our last hit, you probably remember we were up on Sherrod Hill. That was the party zone. Lots of fans cheering, waving their cowbells. Well, here it is all about business. We're at the feed zone right now, and I'm going to turn the camera around and show you guys what we're seeing here. A little bit of a different scene than just a few minutes ago as these women were lapping by us. There are men and women lined up along the street here, passing out some very important essentials for these these women to refuel and re-energize. We saw them holding out bags of ice that these women could use, water bottles, protein bars, things that are really important to keep them on track. So again, that's where we are right now. This is what we're seeing here at the feed zone. It is very quiet here, very focused. You can feel that energy, feel that in the atmosphere here. I'll send it back to you.
It is all business in the feed zone. The soigneurs down there have a very important job to do. You've got to make sure that you're ready when those riders come through, and you've got to make sure that you're ready for the feed. If you miss that feed, if they're not able to get that bottle or the musette bag that they're looking for, you got to wait another lap until you get it.
Well, or you can also go back to the back of the peloton and put your hand up in the air with a bottle, which indicates to the race director to say, hey, maybe this rider needs to talk to their car. So what they'll do is they'll call that car out of the line, out of order. The car will come up behind the race director's car, and the rider can fade back just to that vehicle and pick up bottles for their riders and for their team or for themselves.
83 degrees at the last check-in. The forecast high, I think, today was 92 in Knoxville. At this point, they're starting to feel the heat. This is where it starts to get really hot. 75, not so bad. You start to get to 80, it starts to get a little hotter, but the humidity is the big thing. What do you do in the race to try to maintain that heat? We talked about the ice socks. We talked about the water, trying to dump it over your head, and then obviously taking on nutrition. Is there a best practice here in terms of trying to stay cool? I mean, is there a standard operating procedure here?
That's about it. You nailed it. I mean, what else can you do with just have like a slushy drink also?
Interesting. And in the bottle, they'll give you a slightly iced drink?
Yeah, just a little bit slushy just so you can digest it and get that in and just try and cool the temperature internally as well. But other than that, that's about it. Then it's just like managing your mental capacity of dealing with the heat, and it's just like, you know what, everybody else is out here dealing with the exact same thing, and just hopefully talking to your teammates and saying, hey, we're all in this together. It's fun. It's no big deal. You start playing little games and just talk about, man, it's wonderful out here. What a beautiful day. It's so cool.
It's one of my favorite answers from riders when we ask about the weather, which is a standard question. It's kind of like, how's your form before the race? They're tired of answering the question, and I like when they say, we all race in the same conditions. So it doesn't really matter for me because we're all racing in the same weather out there. Good look at where our moto is. They're about to head into Old City, the Old City part of downtown Knoxville.
Beth Ann looking really great out there. You know, just a nice pedal stroke, no head movement, just nice and steady in the upper body. Same thing with Starla, just pedaling along, tapping along. They look very comfortable.
They do look really good in the breakaway. For as far into the race as we are here with 33 miles to go, a little over halfway in, both of these riders still looking really fresh on the front.
Yeah, I don't know if that's their poker face, but they look great.
What do you look for when we talk about a rider looking fresh? What makes you look fresh or not fresh?
Usually when you start getting fatigued, you'll see your head drop, head bobble, shoulders going side to side. Your body gets fatigued, and the pedal stroke may start to get a little messy, and just starting to look around, and that's kind of a telltale sign of all right, you know, maybe they're not as focused anymore or driven, and kind of waiting for the group to catch them or anything to get them out of the situation at the moment.
And your back should be basically still as possible. You don't want to see a whole lot of movement in the upper and lower back there.
Yeah, there's a lot of difference between road racing and mountain biking, where you definitely separate yourself from the bike, where in the road race or road racing or riding, you definitely want to be as still as possible and put all your energy into your legs.
It's not as important on the climb when they stand up. They're actually using the handlebars to their advantage to try to torque a little bit more power out of each pedal stroke. But when they're on the flat sections, if you see a lot of moving around up on top, that's usually a bad sign for the riders. It shows they're starting to fatigue.
It's like a duck in water.
All right, back through the line one more time. Up that tiny little kicker to get up onto the finishing stretch. They're going to roll through the line here with a 3-minute and 40-second time gap. Well, at some point, this gap is going to have to start trending down. The big teams, big riders will get up to the front. If there's anybody left back in the group, I guess there's some riders, maybe some of the big riders starting to drop out towards the back, but I would think the big teams should still have trains they can put up on the front.
Yeah, I think we're definitely at this point now. As we saw in the last time on James White Parkway, there was a pretty big group off the back. So to me, that is the pace is starting to pick up on Sherrod for sure. So I would think every lap now you're just going to have big groups starting to pop off the back and weeding down to the front riders. And that will also bring down the gap to Starla and Beth Ann Orton.
Well, it's been a great weekend of racing here in Knoxville. We had our Criterium and Time Trial National Championships early. We also have our Para Time Trial and Road National Championships this weekend as well. I want to start with the Time Trial on Thursday of this week. Seems like such a long time ago. They spread it out between the Time Trial, the Crit, and the Road Race so that riders will have a chance to race all three if they want to recover from the Time Trial. As we take a look here at Chloe Dygert-Owen in our U23 women's podium, earning the Stars and Stripes jersey there. Amber Neben wins the Elite Women's Time Trial with Chloe Dygert in second in Elite Women's. Men had a tough day out there as well. It was also hot on Time Trial day on Thursday with a long out and back Time Trial course. We had worthy winners out there. Also had some amateurs get a chance to get out and try the course. It's a tough course for amateur riders. And Ian Garrison on our U23 podium, doubling up from riding in Hagerstown last weekend and then back into the Stars and Stripes jersey here in Knoxville. Criterium last night won by Emma White of the Rally Cycling team in the orange jersey here, jumping off the front. Now, this was the circuit race in downtown Knoxville. A little different style of racing. This was one for the sprinters, where Emma White gets the win, not only in the elites, but also U23 champion Lily Williams in second, and Kendall Ryan ended up third on a Friday night here in downtown Knoxville.
She's just old enough to drink that beer.
Yeah, not a few months ago, she would have been unable to take that. And then the men, we saw Travis McCabe sprinting to victory for the Floyd's Pro Cycling team as he outkicked the bunch to the line, a repeat Criterium champion after winning this in 2017. He zips up the Stars and Stripes jersey one more time. Eric Young in second place, and Miguel Bryan taking third on the night in the Criterium.
And you can see what that win was on his face, you know, how much it meant to him.
A big win for McCabe. This is an important year for him as he looks ahead to the 2020 season, trying to figure out what he's going to be doing in his professional career on the bike. So McCabe wins for the men. Emma White wins for the women. A great ride for Emma White. This is huge for her. As you said, a young rider for the Rally Pro Cycling team. Great ride for Lily Williams and Kendall Ryan as well on the podium. Back out to live images on course, your women's peloton rolling back through downtown Knoxville. Still no sense of urgency up here, although we are seeing the big teams starting to come forward. I see Trek Segafredo up there and Rally up on the front of the field.
And it looks like we have a bit of a break off the front, about 4 or 5 riders. I didn't quite get to see who they were. Here they come. Yeah, it's good to see things are starting to shake up.
All right, so some riders leaving the peloton behind here, saying you guys are not getting the job done, trying to chase those 2 riders up the road. And now we have a bridge group, so 3 groups on the road: the breakaway, the chase, and the peloton, which you're looking at right here.
We just have Rally and Supermint just kind of maintaining the front right there, and I see Taylor now up there shepherding Ruth around a little bit. Yeah, I think now these last couple of laps, it's game on now.
Back up to the leaders. The familiar dichotomy of style between these two. Beth Ann Orton in the blue jersey and Starla Teta-Green standing up in the black and green jersey as they are just about to the top of that Sherrod Road climb.
Yeah, maybe Beth Ann Orton, more of a time trial, is more comfortable sitting down like that, putting out the effort in a more of a time trial feeling sense for her, where Starla is kind of a sprinter standing up, feels more normal and casual to her.
All right, so these 2 riders at 31 miles to go, just about to the top of Sherrod Road. They're going to work their way back down into downtown Knoxville as we continue our live coverage of the 2019 USA Cycling Professional Road National Championships. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back. All right, thanks for hanging with us. For our web viewers here, as we break for our television audience, we're going to get another time check when they get up to the top, but we do think that the chasing is sort of restarting back in the field. We saw a group of 5 riders rolling way off the front. We're going to get a moto with them, get a camera with them, and identify those 5 riders, because now it's starting back in the field. 5 riders have said, all right, enough is enough. Maybe sensing that these riders may be starting to get fatigued up the road and saying, now's my time to go. We'll see if they go over the top of these 2, if they do make it, or if they are able to join these 2 and they sit in. Been getting some good insights on Twitter from cycling fans around the world. Keep sending those thoughts. Let us know where you're watching from. I am at Brad Soner, and she is Lauren1717, which I had to remind her of. Believe it or not,
Thanks,
Lauren
Brad.
Hall doesn't know her own Twitter handle. I want the world to know that. Let's get Lauren some more followers here so she has to be on Twitter more. And although the kids are telling me now that Twitter may be on the way out.
Is it Instagram now?
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm just trying to keep up.
Couple old dogs like us, we're still on the tweeter.
You can see Beth Ann's not near as comfortable on the descent as Starla. More conservative rider. Beth Ann had a bit of a gap off the back and giving herself a little break, putting her hand behind her back like that. Just kind of shake it out a little bit, keep the shoulders relaxed. You kind of get stuck when you're out in the break. You don't get much chance to move around. So, yeah, just kind of shake it out on the descent.
Well, the action and temperature starting to heat up here in Knoxville as the field beginning to chase these 2 down, and the temperature continuing to climb as we get closer and closer to that 90-degree mark, which we are expected to break today. Meanwhile, 5 riders have left the big group behind these 2. They're trying to join them to make it 7 up the road. It was only a matter of time before we saw the attack start happening back into the field, and last time through the line we saw a small group separating off the front.
Yeah, it'd be a lot of fun to see that group and just see what we're working with and see who's trying to shake things up, you know, off the front.
83 degrees out there right now. The good news for the riders, hardly any wind, just a light breeze coming out of the south-southwest. So that will make things a little easier out there. If it was hot and windy, that'd be 2 tough conditions on top of each other.
Riding in an oven.
Riders rolling through the feed zone here again, looking at Beth Ann Orton grabbing a bottle there. Nice smooth pickup. Starla Teddergreen alerting her staff member here what she's looking for. So she gets rid of the bottle, and a nice smooth pickup there as well. That was pro for both riders.
Yeah, and you just drop a bottle real quick at their feet, pick up something else. And I saw Beth Ann, I think, had a gel or a goo or something of that nature attached to her bottle, and you just pull that off real fast, get that in the system, and then, yeah, pick up the bottle.
Go back and take a look at the feed here. Watch how they give the feed. You got to give a little bit with the bottle. You don't hold it steady. You can see how the arm goes with the rider. You want to just give a little bit. If you hold it really tight, it runs the chance of sort of bouncing that bottle out of your hand.
Yep.
Is it tough to take on it when they condense? I would imagine they're kind of wet. Do the soigneurs try to wipe them off before they hand them to you?
They'll try, but like I said earlier, I'll get as close as possible to the swanning to where almost they're handing it to me in my shoulder to I have basically my body to catch it. Because otherwise, I mean, you're wearing your gloves, and you know, the chances of missing the bottle are pretty good. So yeah, they'll try and wipe it down, but you know, when you have 5 or 6 riders you're trying to get bottles to as quick as possible, or even you know, it gets slippery again in the humidity. He said Beth Ann just again stretching it out a little bit. Just they've been up here, they've been doing a lot of work out here for most of the race. Just kind of stretch it out, and again, she's just settled in.
All the credit in the world to these two riders today. No matter how this ends for Beth Ann Orton and Starla Teddergreen, I think they can call this a successful day. They got into the break of the day. In a situation like this, in these road races, you usually have one major break of the day that spends a majority of the day off the front. And we really didn't see a whole lot of back and forth early on. It was the early break that stayed away today.
Yeah, I think they're definitely going to earn their hamburgers tonight.
Yeah, there will be some celebration at the end of the race here in Knoxville, that's for sure. As you said, a lot of riders going to have a little gap after this in their schedule if you're not getting ready for the Giro Rosa, heading back over to Europe. A lot of the American riders will get a little block off of racing here before they go back to racing for the end of the season.
Do they go to BC Super Week next?
Yep, a lot of riders will be heading up to Canada for a little block of racing up there.
Boise Criterium, Salt Lake City Criterium. And then I think Colorado Classic is coming up. So, yeah, these riders are kind of kicking off the second part of their season now. They've raced this spring in California, Joe Martin Stage Race in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Tour of America's Dairyland is going on right now, where you came from, Brad. And now starting up probably their second half of their season.
A lot of racing here in the United States. Plenty of opportunities to race your bike. Even if you're not a professional, if you want to get into racing, usacycling.org has all the resources you need. You don't have to be a pro to race your bike. There's a great calendar on there that'll show races near you. There's a race going on within probably an hour of you just about every weekend. You can find a race there. Very catering to amateurs, so if you want to start racing, get into the sport, be sure to check out usacycling.org. There's a great page on there to start racing.
Yeah, I've had the opportunity this year to do some women's clinics, road clinics, gravel clinics, and it's been a lot of fun to see how many people love to ride bikes no matter what they are. And it just starts in small communities. Go to your local bike shop, start there, whatever bike you want to ride, and there's usually a group ride that you can join in. And like Brad said, there's races all over the country, usually in your community. And then just as far as you want to travel, you can race your bike all over the U.S.
Getting a look at Starla Teddergreen taking on some nutrition there. It's really about calories, electrolytes, maybe a little caffeine at this point. What's in those gel packs?
Yeah, I was going to say towards the end of their efforts or towards the end of their race, caffeine will be a nice little boost. Again, that second bit of energy that you can get. Yeah, at this point they've got calories in their bottles. They're starting to empty their pockets on the back of their jerseys, and yeah, usually those last couple of gels are going to have a significant amount of caffeine to kind of push you through the end.
Getting some updates from out on course. I think we've ID'd the riders in that chase effort. There you go. Heidi Franz is one of them for the Rally Pro Cycling team. Lindsay Goldman in there as well, and Erica Clevenger. So making their way up. These are three major teams represented in Rally, Hagens Berman Supermint, and Show Air 2020. Franz with Rally, Goldman with Hagens Berman Supermint, and Clevenger with the Show Air team.
Again, Hagens Berman, you know, sitting in the great spot in racing by putting Lindsay up there as well. They're being very smart today.
Gap is down to 2:30, so they are bringing back time. The field, though, has responded to those riders rolling away as they should, because now we're starting to get into the team tactics being played. So it's down right around 2.5 minutes now from these leaders back to the chase, and then only 15 or 20 seconds from the chase back to the field. So they're not that far off the front of the field. And they'll see, again, they'll get a better look at the gap here on James White Parkway, one of the more unique parts of this course with the out and back. Got to give credit to the local organizers here. Closing down a parkway like that for the entire day is not an easy thing to do. They do a great job with the road closures here in downtown Knoxville, and well, all over Knoxville, not just downtown.
Yeah, thanks to the local community working around that, and yeah, come on out to the bike race and go stand on Sherrod Hill and with the guy that's painted his face and cheer everybody on.
If you're watching at home here in Knoxville or anywhere near Knoxville, we encourage you to come down and watch. It's a whole different experience watching in person, watching a bike race. You see things that you just can't quite see on TV. The feeling of the riders flying by, you get a feel for the speed, and you can see how hard they're working if they're on that Sherrod Road climb.
I always enjoyed watching the caravan go by to see how close the cars are and all the bikes on the car, and the staff in the car. It just, it's not something you see every day. And to be that close and to watch them go by the speeds that they go by, it's something unique.
Talking about interesting ways to stay cool. Adam Meyerson just tweeting in, talking about the Armed Forces Cycling Classic, where he would shower in his kit, just take a cold shower right before the race, and then just walk right down and start racing. The hotel is right on the course in D.C. at the Armed Forces Cycling Classic. We were talking about interesting ways to stay cool.
I have seen a kiddie pool full of ice water at Tulsa Tough that I did partake in, but it was post-race, not pre-race. I don't know how I'd want to race for this long in a wet chamois, to be honest with you.
Probably not as humid when you decide to shower in your kit beforehand.
I mean, it's 100% humidity.
Want to make sure that that water can evaporate up into the atmosphere. I thought it was easy just wearing a short sleeve jersey. I thought you just unzip the jersey a little bit and then you're good, but some riders would put the jersey in a cooler of ice before the start, have a nice cool jersey to start with.
Yeah, and some of the teams will have a ice vest pre-race as well, or and this is essentially to do the same thing to keep that core temperature as cool as possible for as long as possible up until the very, last minute on the start line. So there's all kinds of ways to do the best cooling way possible. But, I mean, once you're out there, you're kind of in the elements, and there's not much more you can do besides the ice socks.
So that break of 3 at 2 minutes and 50 seconds behind these two. It was a break of 5. We had Debbie Milne and Kendall Ryan in that breakaway. Milne and Ryan dropped out of the break, and that left those 3 up there.
Debbie Milne was my very first teammate back in Mississippi. So it's good to see her still racing, and she is here with her daughter, Caitlin. They raced the crit Friday night, and I think that's pretty amazing to have a mother-daughter duo. And she's basically trying to teach Caitlin, bike racing at the highest level, and to be at national championships. Must be a pretty special feeling.
I have to do some thinking to go back and find the last mother-daughter duo we had racing in a national championship. We've had sisters plenty of times. We've had brother-sisters racing in the men's race and the women's race. We're going to have Nielsen and Shayna Palace racing this year. But not sure the last time we had a parent-child racing team out there.
Beth Ann still looking just nice and calm out there, just riding along. Sunday stroll for her. Good poker face for her. Good ride for her. Good to see her on good form and just riding out there in the break.
So that time gap being updated to 2 minutes and 15 seconds for the chasers. They're coming up here. They are starting to get time on this break at 2. As remember, this gap had gone up and over 4 minutes at one point. And they're starting to get more time over the peloton here. They were just dangling off the front 10 or 15 seconds before. But this chase of 3 riders doing a pretty good job. We're trying to get a moto with them. We're going to have it there ASAP. But right now we'll do our best to just bring you time gaps.
Yeah, and I can't imagine if Lindsay's in that break, she's probably not doing any work, so just sitting on, letting Heidi bring them up to her teammate up here to Starla. It's going to be, if they catch, that would, and here's Tad probably telling Starla this exact information of who's in the break and what's happening, and, see what they think about this coming up to them.
Car back up with our 2 leaders at 26 miles to go, giving them a little bit of encouragement here, letting them know about the gap. So it is coming down. There are just a little over 2 minutes ahead of the peloton. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back after this from the 2019 USA Cycling Professional Road National Championships.
I'm coming home, baby, now. coming home now right away. I'm coming home, baby, now. I'm sorry now I ever went away. Every night and day I go and stay. I'm coming home, baby.
Come on home.
Coming home, baby, now.
You know I'm waiting here for you.
Coming home, baby, now.
Phillips & Jordan is a family-run business that tackles the country's toughest civil construction jobs, and we've been doing it for more than 60 years. It started simple with a 17-year-old boy and a small land clearing project. Since then, we've built dams, delivered turnkey site development packages, and cleared thousands of miles of pipeline to bring power to communities. We care about our country. That's why we've supported response and recovery efforts for nearly every major federally declared disaster over the past 3 decades. Our pioneering spirit and core values make us a proven solution. We are Phillips & Jordan.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Looking to up your grill game? Presenting Just Bare boneless and skinless chicken thighs. A delicious cut that stays juicy and tender, even on the dry heat of a barbecue. Already skinless, deboned, and trimmed of excess fat, they're easy to cook. With Just Bare, you never have to compromise, because our farmers ensure that every chicken meets their personal high standards. Learn more at justbarechicken.com.
Welcome back. Leaders rolling back through the finish line here with 25 miles to go. It is about to get real here in Knoxville as the chasers have started coming out of the field. The gap is coming down, so pretty soon these riders are going to have the field in their rear view mirror as the peloton starts to chase them down. But so far, Starla Tedegrein and Beth Ann Orton here off the front have been doing a great job of keeping that gap up. It went up in over 4 minutes at one point, about halfway through the race, and just recently the field started chasing. Our last check was 2 minutes and 15 seconds. We'll get a more accurate time gap as they roll through the line here to head out on another lap. Crowd starting to get behind the riders in the breakaway here. The announcers on site really getting behind these two, trying to do the impossible, telling the story of the breakaway against all odds, trying to make it happen. And they've got 3 more laps of the circuit here, 3 more times up the Sherrod Road climb. As Beth Ann Orton takes on a little sip of water here, trying to stay cool. Some water down the back of the jersey.
Every little bit helps.
I don't know how cool that bottle is at this point, how fresh it is.
Well, maybe that was the one she just picked up in the feed zone. Yeah, maybe straight from the cooler, hopefully.
And great look at the peloton from up above. Can't wait to see this drone flying over the riders as we'll see that gap start to come down and down and down. And then we get that aerial shot showing the gap between the leaders and the peloton. It's going to be a good look at what's happening in the race. Again, not a lot of urgency up here at the front. Just looking at the shape of the field, they're all spread out across the road. No team is taking charge up here. So looks pretty calm back in the group, even though they now have 2 groups away. Again, there's 3 riders in the gap and then 2 riders up the road. This peloton seems pretty comfortable that they'll come back in the next 3 laps.
Yeah, I think so. And we actually just saw Julie Kaliza walk by. So she is done, job done, out of the race, now cheering on her teammate Starla in the break. Had a little bumping right there. 2 riders going up the hill. People are starting to get fatigued and, you know, starting to just kind of get more comfortable or a little uncomfortable being that close in the peloton.
Saw Julie Kaliza off the front of this race in the first mile. She attacked out of downtown and really established this breakaway. Starla Tedegrein and Beth Ann Orton came up to Julie Kaliza. She did the work early on and was dropped out of the breakaway after Starla and Beth Ann got up there. But a great ride from Julie Kaliza today. She did her job early on.
Exactly, and definitely setting the tone for the team of, hey, this is exactly what we're doing today.
Gap now under 2 minutes, 1 minute and 55 seconds. First time we've seen this gap go under 2 in about an hour and a half. So this is a big turning point in the race now, because now the gap is trending down. All day the gap has been trending up. They were adding time. Every time we'd get a time check, it'd be just another few seconds. But now we're getting major chunks of time being taken out of this breakaway.
Yep, each lap going up, Sherrod is definitely going to just start sewing that gap back together. Just the course is going to do its work for most of the teams anyway. They don't have to do much work to bring back the break. The course is going to do it for them.
Here's where our leaders are. They have just gone over that bridge, and now they're going to start the Sherrod Road climb. You can see that little bend in the road. That is basically the top of the climb, and then the straight descent down until they make that little left-hand bend back out into the city. Beth Ann Orton back out of the saddle here. She was climbing in the saddle for the first half of this race, but it seems like she's spending more time out of the saddle on the climb today.
This is fatigue for sure. That's a telltale sign of things are starting to really weigh on you. And you can see Starla really over the front of the handlebars, just any bit of effort that she can get, any help she can give her legs right now, just doing whatever she can.
Just got to survive up and over the climb. Rest of the course is not too bad. I mean, the rest of the course around here is relatively easy. There's a couple ups and downs once they get into downtown, but for the most part, it's flat riding aside from the Sherrod Road climb.
Yeah, there's a couple of little kickers that just add insult to injury to Sherrod. The feed zone's one of them. The overpass exiting back into town is one of them. Through the start, before the start finish is another one. There's our super fan.
Love to see the signs up there as well. And the party's starting to build throughout the day.
So as the race goes on, the more and more riders we see walking in front of us is just spitting them out left and right out of the back. And it's just, you know, that just says so much about this course of how hard it is.
All right, field is starting to climb now, and look at this. All the big teams starting to come to the front. The Trek Segafredo duo making their way up here. Here comes Rally up the outside as well. We see the Bulls Dolman's jersey as well. So this is going to be one of the biggest climbs of the day as Taylor Wiles lights the afterburners here at 3 laps to go.
That's an effort right there. She's definitely putting the pressure on. You see Neben is really close to her. Katie Hall is right back there. They're definitely giving it right now. This is going to spit out so many people. This is going to start to be decisive people at the front, really making the move. Liza Raquetto just sitting on as best she can. This is a very long hill. This is not an effort that you can just sit down and get through. You can see Taylor's already just really pushing it over the hill for sure. Everything she's got.
This is the moment that we are waiting for. The big names come to the front and hit the gas. If you weren't in the first 20 spots on this climb, you made a huge mistake here, because now Taylor Wiles is going to try to split this group. She wants to get this down to the competitors. Only the tough need apply here at the front of the race.
Yeah, this is the second part of the climb, the second kicker over the top, just when you think you're going to have a little bit of break and just when your legs are really screaming at you, she's going again.
Still trying to get a look at the Bulls duel. That's Katie Hall right behind her.
Yeah, see Chloe Dygart near the back, Leah Thomas right there.
And leaders descending their way down, so they've already made it up and over the top of the climb. The other thing that this is going to do is cause a smaller selection of the front. They'll descend a little faster, not being in the big group. This is going to come down to probably 10 or 15 riders that can survive with this Taylor Wiles move, as they are now making the selection in the national championships. This race is being won and lost in front of our eyes for a lot of riders right now. This is a crucial moment in the race. You have to go with this group, because this gap is just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. If you're off the back of this group, you're waving your national championships goodbye.
100%, and you can already see those gaps. I mean, there's not but maybe 10 riders right there at the front. Yeah, now this descent is your one chance at maybe catching back on if you've only got like a 10-second gap to the back of this group, and hopefully nobody's pushing the pace.
And this is a good reminder of how deep the talent field is of American cycling right now. Seeing our big pros starting to come to the front really goes to show you how many great riders we have in the national championships here.
It's beautiful to see that depth for sure.
Meanwhile, Tetta Green and Beth Van Orton up on the front. This is Starla Tetta Green, number 22 for the Hagens-Berman Supermint team. And gap is still coming down. GPS showing 2:10, but I'm going to guess that's a little smaller next time we get a check here.
Yeah, I wonder if Taylor will kind of sit up, or that front group will sit up and see what damage is done and see what they're left with, or if she's just going to keep riding hard all the way and catch this group, or do you give it all the way back into the start-finish and hit it again on the climb before the start-finish?
Back to the peloton. Taylor Wiles descending like a mad woman here off the front. And look at that. That's the group right there. That is your race for the Stars and Stripes jersey. We said you needed to make the selection, and they made the split with 3 laps to go up and over the Sherrod Road climb. We knew the race would be decided there. We just didn't know which lap they would start attacking.
Exactly.
So maybe more important than who's in this group is who's not in this group. We're doing our best to get a full inventory of who's up there, identifying some riders on the front. I see Alexis Ryan in there from the Canyon SRAM team, her black jersey making an appearance. I don't think Skylar Schneider's in here. I only see one Bulls Dolman's jersey. There is Corinne Rivera off to the right-hand side, and I think she's behind the second Trek Segafredo rider. So Trek Segafredo getting 2 in here. Huge advantage to have a teammate in this situation.
And here we go. Is this Ruth putting in a digger?
Oh, man.
That's Taylor, sorry.
I was going to say the old 1-2 from Trek Segafredo.
Everybody's kind of looking around, taking inventory like you're saying. And, yeah, we don't have time for that. We're going to put in an attack. Let's go. We're racing now. Racing forward. Look
at this. New time gap, 1:15. They're bringing this one back real quick. And Corinne Rivera says, let's get to it. Let's start rotating here. Let's get this done. So that is Taylor Wiles up on the front, Katie Hall second wheel, and Corinne Rivera. If you've got those 3 riders at the front of the group, you know something's about to happen. Oh, Alexis Ryan missed her feed.
That's got to be tough. Hopefully, at this point, I don't know when they'll let the cars through, how big the gap is to the next group behind. But if they don't let the car through for Alexis to go back and feed, that's going to be pretty problematic for her.
Ruth Winder on the attack.
Nice. Gave a quick talk, quick chat. You want to go? Yep, okay, and here she goes.
Well, you don't attack in the feed zone, but it's fair game once you're through. So if you thought you were going to enjoy your fresh bottle, Ruth Winder's got other thoughts about that as Trek Segafredo launches Winder. Now, remember, it was Taylor Wiles that caused the initial split to set up this Ruth Winder attack. This is excellent team racing from Trek Segafredo with only 2 riders in this race. Go back and take a look here as you see Taylor Wiles take a look over. Ruth says, hey, have a good time. I'm going up the road. Great attack from Ruth Winder as well. Quick jump off the front. That's how you do it. Don't wait around. Don't wait for anyone else. Try to catch the field off guard. So now Ruth Winder trying to go across the gap here. She is 3rd on the road. Those 2 still up there with the Starla Tetta Green and Beth Van Orton, but they're going to be seeing Ruth Winder here real soon.
Yeah, and Ruth had done so much work last year for Corinne and helping her getting her win. So it's going to be interesting to see, you know, with Ruth basically taking the fate in her own hands this year. Bridge up to that group, maybe rotate 1 or 2, take a quick breath, and go again. And see, it'll be interesting to see who's going to work together and try and chase this down.
This is some awesome, aggressive racing out here. I love this style of racing. Trek Segafredo not afraid to get their hands dirty, not afraid to take some gambles out there today. We saw the early breaks from Hagens-Berman Supermint, but Trek Segafredo definitely had a plan. Taylor Wiles and Ruth Winder have executed this one perfectly. Now we just have to see if Winder has the legs to finish the job at 21 miles to go.
I think if anybody does, she does.
Oh, there's a lot of riders trying to make a decision back in that selection right now, saying, do I try to chase Winder down? She's definitely a threat if she gets the room that she needs. Ruth Winder could be on her way to trying to ride away solo here, but we still got a lot of racing to go at 21 miles left in the 2019 USA Cycling Pro Road National Championship. So it's heating up once more here in Knoxville with these 2 riders getting off the front. They're about to be joined by a 3rd, and Ruth Winder, there she is from the Trek Segafredo team. they just saw Winder going by. There is the peloton off to the left-hand side, an abbreviated peloton. That can't be more than 25, maybe 30 riders left in that group, probably less.
Yeah, 100%. All that work that Taylor did over that climb and just definitely decimated the peloton of whatever was left. If you were hanging on, you were done after that effort.
Yeah, Taylor Wiles just got rid of anyone that was hanging on. She said, all right, look, if you're a heavy hitter at the national championships, come to the front now, raise your hand, because she was looking for the best of the best with that attack. Good look from some cyclists getting a view from the overpass there. It's a cool perspective on a race.
Yeah.
A couple riders in a group off the back there. Off to the left-hand side as Winder gets down to business here. So there is a little bridge attempt coming up behind her. We'll get an idea on those riders. Looks like 7, 8, 9, we'll call it 10, or about 10 in the gap trying to go up to Winder.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if the bigger group behind that group catches on. Then whatever teammate you have in that group, you're going to send them right to the front and definitely chase this down. You do not want Ruth to have any time on you at all. You don't want to give her any leash.
Yeah, Winder is a dangerous rider for a ride like this. Is exactly where she shines. She's not a sprinter. She's not the fast closer for the team, but she is a power rider. Ruth Winder trying to make her way across the gap here to the two leaders in Knoxville, the 2019 USA Cycling Pro Road National Championships. The Trek Segafredo team, the team of Ruth Winder and Taylor Wiles, has blown this race apart. They became the aggressors the last time up the Sherrod Road Hill as Taylor Wiles set up this Ruth Winder attack. And there are the two women that Winder is chasing. She can see them up the road now. Lauren, it's a lot easier to chase a group that you can see. Tell me about the psychology of a chase effort out here. Although Winder probably isn't real worried about those two riders up the road. What is Winder's thought process right now?
No, she's not worried about them at all, but she would love to connect with them. It just gives you a little bit of carrot, a little bit of more motivation, something to focus on up the road. What looks like what happened to her, honestly, from behind with these riders. And she should probably take a look over her shoulder and see that. But I love that Ruth is not afraid to take it to the race like this and just race forward. We raced together over at UHC a couple years ago over in Czech Republic, and she struck out of the peloton and soloed at 50 miles to go and won the race. So this is definitely a good effort for Ruth and not a bad move.
Even if she does get caught by these riders behind her, which will probably happen, we'll probably see some riders join her here. But more importantly, she has succeeded in forcing those riders to chase her. Meanwhile, her teammate, Taylor Wiles, sitting back in the group, letting the other teams chase Ruth Winder down. So just back and forth for Trek Segafredo. For only having two riders in this race, they're playing this one about as well as they could.
Agreed.
Back up to the leaders with 19 miles to go. They will be swallowed up eventually. Let's be very clear here. A breakaway like this, they knew when they went off the front over 2 hours ago that they had a very small chance of making this work all the way to the line. It's not always about winning the race. Sometimes it's about setting the team up, like we talked about with Julie Kaliza early on. But for these two riders, their job is done. They did what they needed to do today. They got away. They tried to draw some riders out. They're not going to have enough distance to make it to the finish line off the front, but they have had a good ride away off the front of the field today.
Yeah, and kudos for them for being out there that long. And here's, they kind of set up their teammate just perfectly. I'm guessing this is Lily Williams, or maybe, I'm not quite sure who this is. But, putting in that effort and setting her up really well into making it across the break. So, they're doing exactly what they're supposed to do today, is draw people out and, try and establish a break. And this is really good for Ruth to have a little bit of break. She'll really enjoy that.
That is Lily Williams, the Hagens-Berman Supermint rider. Shayna Powless is the Show Air 2020 rider there, number 56. And there are the two leaders up the road that they're about to swallow up. Great ride for Lily Williams here. Second place in the Criterium on Friday night, and now Williams up in the front group in the road race.
Yeah, she was in the top 10 last year, so she definitely knows what this race feels like at the pointy end of things. She's one of my picks for today. She's had a good year this year. Shayna Palace is another good rider, super strong individual. I don't know if Chloe sent her up there just to kind of monitor things, or if they get too big of a gap to kind of just sit on and see what shakes out. But again, Ruth is going to be appreciative of any little bit of break that she can take and a little bit of help. And, now at this point, Lily may just sit on and make Ruth try and bridge that gap to Starla and do all the work possible and kind of set Lily up. This is really great racing.
Another great example of team tactics. We talked about Trek Segafredo setting up Ruth Winder with the Taylor Wiles attack, and that's exactly what Hagens Berman Superman is doing here. It was a little longer game for them, setting Starla Teddergreen and Julie Kaliza up early on, setting them up the road. But now when Lily Williams gets up here, they're going to launch her.
Look pretty good.
Williams, a former collegiate runner. She was a mile runner at Vanderbilt University.
I did not know that.
Comes from a family of bike racers. Her mother was Sarah Doctor, famous cyclist here in the United States, so has some good genes in her family. This is a little longer than a mile, though.
Yeah.
What do you think happens with this group of two when those three join them? Do they try to hang on here? I mean, is there a chance that Teddergreen and Beth Ann Orton can stay in the group?
Yeah, if Starla has anything left, she'll just kind of bury herself for as little bit what left she has possible for Lily, and us not knowing really the gap between Lily and this group and the next group. She'll just push that pace as hard as possible for Lily, and then she'll just explode, or if she has anything left. And so she just looked back now, sees Lily's there, and probably just ride the front right now, and everybody else is gonna should probably let her ride. I would think Beth Ann's probably just gonna hang on at this point. Maybe Ruth pulls through, maybe Shayna, probably not Shayna, but yeah.
This is a tough situation for Ruth Winder. A lot of the World Tour pros that I talked to yesterday talked about this exact situation where you get into a breakaway and everybody looks to the World Tour rider. But these riders are kind of giving it back to them and saying, look, we don't have the full team here. You've got 6, 7 riders on a Continental or an American domestic elite team racing here. But for the World Tour riders like Bulls Dolmans with 2, Trek Segafredo with 2, you're not a World Tour team because you don't have the World Tour squad. So it's not like you can look to these riders and say, hey, Trek Segafredo, you should be bringing this back, or you should be doing the work. Ruth Winder hardly has any support at this point. Taylor Wiles did what she could.
Yeah, Taylor's just going to be sitting in. I bet Taylor's probably going to go again on the climb.
Yep.
And Ruth would just pull it off just to see if anybody's going to work with her. And see what happens if people have it in the legs or want to give it a go, or if they're just like, nah, we don't want to take you up the road.
Back to the remainder of the peloton.
It looks like that bigger group caught on to what Taylor had pulled over the top of the climb with her.
Nice to see Emma Langley in there for the Unknown Women's Racing Team. We're 112 there at the back. A lot of riders are going to be happy they just made this selection, happy they survived that Taylor Wiles attack up the climb. That's a successful day for a lot of riders in this field.
Yeah, for sure, and then they'll basically be preparing for it again on this part of the course, basically.
Shayna Palace letting a little gap open up here.
You play little games.
Yeah, is she trying to take Lily Williams off the back?
You can do that for sure, just to make them stay up at the front, put them in front of you. Yeah, just some tactics.
Trying to get into the head of Lily Williams. They're certainly outnumbered. Obviously, Hagens Berman Superman with 2 in Starla Teddergreen and Lily Williams. So Palace just gaps Williams off a little bit off the back. Are they starting to pick favorites in here?
Or maybe just a little lack of concentration. I just saw Shayna just bring it back. So, there's no telling. If I don't think they would start playing those games quite yet. That's more towards the last mile or two. Yeah.
Shayna's brother Nielsen, I'm sure, is watching this race. He'll be racing later on today.
I just think Shayna just doesn't have it right now. Getting dropped off the back right there.
Yeah, Palace having some trouble here.
And you see who's not in there is Rally, so it'll be interesting to see if they try and bring this back or send somebody across.
Yeah, you can expect to see a whole lot of orange jerseys up at the front, or at least the orange jerseys that are left up at the front. All right, 2 laps to go on the counter. Just 16 more miles of racing. 2 more times around the 8-mile circuit. And here's Ogdensburg Superman up on the radio. Not a whole lot of Rally jerseys left in this group. I'm looking for the orange kits. There's one up at the front. I'm sure Emma White is in here.
Heidi Franz is still in there. Emma, maybe Summer.
But not really seeing a sense of urgency from them. There's Corinne Rivera off to the right-hand side. I think Amber Neben, maybe that Cohias rider tacked on the back, the red jersey at the very back. Yeah, that is Neben. But Heidi Franz doing the work up at the front. There's Alexis Ryan from the Canyon SRAM team up to the left-hand side. She's made the selection. How about the Milligan College rider? Not sure if that's Maddie Bemis or Crystal Burnham.
That's a great ride.
But yeah, to get into this group, to make the selection, way to go. All right, so great look at our peloton leaving town as we go back up to the leaders with Teddergreen, Orton, Williams, and Winder. Your 4 riders that have separated themselves from the field. Remember, it was Teddergreen and Orton, the original breakaway riders. And then 2 more joining them up the road. Well, there's a special race for a lot of the American riders returning home. There's a lot of pride in racing the national championships. Your friends and family get the chance to cheer you on, a chance that they don't get a whole lot because you're traveling all over the world. So it's always special when friends and family can come out to watch. We sent Elizabeth Kubel out into the field, who's got some of those family members with her.
Hey, we are back in downtown Knoxville. We're on the corner right now of Gay Street where there is a group of fans here. They've got a pretty sweet spot too, cheering on the women as they come zipping around this corner here. They of course have their cowbells, their loud voices cheering for them. A big group of fans here. But there is arguably no bigger fan than your mom, right? So I want to introduce you guys to Miss Gretchen Shortle. Tell me, who are you cheering on?
Team 2020, my daughter Chloe Dygert Owen. We're wait to see how we can do here today. 2 to go, I guess. 2 laps to go.
Yeah, and we just watched her. She was in the pack that just came zipping by.
Right.
We heard you cheering for her.
Right.
What is that like as her mom watching her?
I can't begin to tell you the excitement. And just for her, knowing just how nervous and how bad she wants this, and she's a warrior. And that whole team is good. They all work together, and it's such a beautiful place here. Knoxville is just gorgeous. Everybody's been so nice. What a great race day. What a great place to be right here and now.
Absolutely, certainly cheering loud and proud, as well as many other people who are here on Gay Street. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Bike racing parents are a special breed. Takes a lot to be a bike racing mom or dad. The travel, watching your kids out there racing sometimes can be a tough thing to watch.
It's really special when they show up.
Back up to the front of the race, you are looking at Lily Williams and Ruth Winder, who it looks like have dropped the other riders in their group. So now our 2 leaders on the road. Williams in 2nd position here, and Ruth Winder up on the front in the blue jersey, the Trek Segafredo team.
And I don't think this is an attack. This is just the effort that she's going up the hill, up Sherrod at her pace. And her Ruth Winder's pace is very hard to follow.
Winder continuing to drive here as Williams gets gapped off the back here. Unfortunately, we got to take a short break, but we're going to keep our eye on the 2 riders up the road, Ruth Winder and Lily Williams, trying to get away. Winder is on the attack here. We'll be right back after this. 15 miles to go at the National Championships. Thanks for hanging with us. Lily Williams here, getting dropped on the climb up Sherrod Road, and no shame in getting dropped by Ruth Winder on a climb like this.
No way. She, Ruth was actually in the pink jersey last year at the Giro Rosa, so she definitely knows how to go uphill. She's fit. She's getting ready for the Giro Rosa for this year. So Lily, is just trying to hang on. If she can just manage that gap, maybe she can catch back on the descent, maybe through the feed zone.
I guess that opens the question of, has Ruth Winder gone too early? Does she want to be alone here with what's going to be about a lap and a half of racing?
It's a long ways out, but yeah, if anybody can do it, it'll be Ruth. And it'll be interesting when you don't have that many riders left as a team. You need to now start talking to the rest of your competitors, and this is the one time that you may be able to work together and try and bring her back. But, do you want to work with your competitor to bring back Ruth and maybe give your competitor a chance at winning as well? It's a hard call, and you definitely have to know exactly how you're feeling on the day and what you want to do and how much effort you want to put out.
It's also important for Lily Williams to just stay calm here. Don't panic. You don't have to scramble to get up to Ruth Winder. You need to get there sooner rather than later, but don't burn all your matches just to get to Winder, because it's not going to do you much good if you get up there and you're out of matches.
Well, yeah, you want to get there as soon as possible. There is some anxiety. If I'm Lily,
you're not feeling great right now.
No, you're not. She's a little bit far up the road. You definitely want to shut that down as soon as possible.
And we're going to welcome our television viewers back here as we bring local broadcast coverage here in the United States. Ruth Winder on the solo attack off the front here for the Trek Segafredo team as she looks for a Stars and Stripes jersey here in Knoxville. Made the attack with her teammate Taylor Wiles on the Sherrod Road Hill, and that may have been the move of the day.
If so, that was a great move. That's a long ways out and maybe unexpected for most of these riders. They're going to look pretty smart if this sticks.
So now Ruth Winder basically just goes into time trial mode. This is a one-rider race for her. She doesn't care about what's behind her. She only cares about what's in front of her, and that's the finish line. She's going to get one lap to go next time she comes through. One more time around that 8-mile circuit when she hits the line. But Winder obviously believes that she can do this.
I believe she can do it as well. Ruth is one of the strongest riders. She's not afraid to put herself in the pain cave and just hang out. She definitely knows how to suffer. That's the reason she's on Trek. And yeah, honestly, if anybody's going to be able to do it, it's going to be Ruth.
She'll be rolling through the feed zone here, only a few seconds off the front. In fact, there is Lily Williams about to rejoin her. Remember, Williams got dropped on the climb. Mentally, that's going to be tough for Williams the last time up, because now Winder knows that she can drop Lily Williams up Sherrod Road. Will that stick in their minds? I mean, do you start thinking about the last few laps? Are you sizing up your competitors on that last lap?
100%, but also Lily understands that she may have a little bit more weight on Ruth, and so on these descents, Ruth has to do more work to stay away from Lily if that's the case. And you see what a gap Lily made back to Ruth. So I'd imagine Ruth will let her connect, and they'll probably have a quick truce. I would imagine they would like to work together for sure, probably through to the last lap.
And we saw Ruth Winder looking back over her left shoulder there, looking for Lily Williams. So you're saying that she's going to slow up a little bit here, let Williams get up there, and then they're going to work together. We talked about the drafting early on, trying to save energy by drafting off the rider in front of you. It's about 30% energy savings if you can sit right behind that rider in front of you. So once they link up, they'll take turns being that lead rider, even though technically they're opponents in this race. Two riders working together just like teammates once they get up into that breakaway.
I think so, depending on where the gap is behind Lily to the group and how many people are in that group. All this you kind of assess with a quick look over your shoulder. That's a pretty good gap to that group.
35 seconds, the new time gap here. So these two are rolling it. Ruth Winder and Lily Williams looking great here off the front.
I am literally on the edge of my seat.
Wind also starting to pick up a little bit here in downtown. It's been almost completely calm for most of the day today, but we are feeling a slight breeze coming through. It's going to be a head crosswind for the riders as they hit the finish line, although it's not only protected by buildings, but relatively short, too, after they make that quick left-hand turn up at the top of the hill.
Yeah, so that means there's not much reprieve on any of the downhill sections that you usually would like that wind's in your face and you're still having to push on the pedals.
Winder's looking really calm up here on the front. Certainly looks fresh.
She does.
I'm sure she doesn't feel fresh. A very efficient pedal stroke so far.
They have Olivia Dillon in the car driving behind them. I don't really think that they probably have any radio communication, but you know, Olivia is a crafty individual as well, and it's good to have somebody in the car behind, which, you know, some of these other riders have to share a car with some of their competitors, and Taylor and Ruth have their own car, which is not an advantage, but it's a nice comfort to have.
Almost matching pedal stroke for pedal stroke here.
Yeah, and I wonder when Ruth will ask Lily to pull through.
Yeah, now the deal here is that Williams gets a little bit of a break because she had to do a lot of work to get up to Ruth Winder. She had to chase up there. So
No break at this point. I mean, it's all no sitting on.
So Winder's saying, hey, get right to work.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
This is the end of the race. There's no more sitting on and relaxing and me helping you.
Williams is going to need to get to the front here pretty soon. I imagine Winder is probably already pretty frustrated then.
Maybe not frustrated, but, you know, she'll see somebody trying to come across and, you know, hey, look, you gotta do your fair share of the work, too. I'm not going to tell you to the line.
There's some understanding here, too. You got to do what you got to do, right? You kind of got to put yourself in the other rider's shoes.
Yeah.
And I wonder if Williams is just going to sit on here.
Yeah,
see, Winder's
like,
moving over to the side, trying to get Williams to take over, and she's not super enthusiastic about doing so.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get riders up here apologizing, saying, hey, sorry, I've got directions from my director not to do any work, and that's all that I can do here. All right, so we're going to take one more short break here on our local broadcast as we keep an eye on these two riders up the road, Ruth Winder and Lily Williams, trying to stay away from the field. They got 12 miles to go to the finish line in downtown Knoxville. So an interesting dynamic forming between these two here in Ruth Winder and Lily Williams. Certainly no love lost between these two at this point. There was an element of trying to survive early on, but now it's about winning this race. 35 seconds is the time gap.
Yeah, and I wonder if that was her teammate, Lindsay Goldman, trying to come across when we were kind of looking across to the peloton. We saw somebody striking out. It was definitely a Hagens-Berman rider, and just curious if it's Lindsay Goldman or, yeah, what we got.
Yep, that's Goldman trying to come across the gap here.
That's a good ride for her as well. If she makes contact with them, I would imagine I'm gonna put her to work and let Lily sit on. So they're definitely, that's been their MO all day, is to have two in the break and make the break. It doesn't look like she's going to make it, though.
She's going to crack here. Lindsay Goldman put in the effort off the front, but not going to have the legs to go across. Great story with Lindsay Goldman this year. One of the owner-operator riders on the Hagens-Berman team. She is an owner of the team, but also a rider, pretty much a full schedule. I think just about every time we see the team, we see Lindsay Goldman out there racing.
Yeah, mother. She spends a lot of time on the trainer. I think that's her happy place. And then gets out here and is able to race very competitively against this bunch.
Show 2020 up the front of the field now. Group's getting a little bigger. I think they let some riders came back in. I shouldn't say let them came in, but they made their way back up. Welcome back. 55 seconds is the new time gap for our leaders up the road, being chased down by this group right here. Showair 2020 with 3 riders inside the top 4. Rally has 1 up in the mix at the front of the field. And that's what they're looking at. A whole lot of open road up ahead of them as they try to get just a glimpse of the back of this group of 2.
Yeah, Erica Clevenger is up there working for her Showair team. She's had a great year this year. She's become a very strong rider. Krista is sitting on her wheel, a really good climber. It'll be interesting to see if they are able to bring this back for their GC riders or for their riders that they're picking for the win.
So this is a situation where having a big team really comes into play and becomes a huge advantage. One, that team has to make the selection, but at this point, if you've got 3 or 4 riders back in that field that can work together, ride on the front to try to bring this back, a huge advantage, because obviously then you can protect your star rider. Whoever you've picked to be your leader today, whoever the strongest rider on the team is, everybody else will sacrifice their ride for that one rider. They all had a pre-race meeting. They all had a plan coming into this one. Sometimes that gets thrown out the window in a race like this, but for the most part, they know who the leader is today.
Yeah, there's no sitting back, just sitting in the peloton, following everything around. You get right to the front and work, and that's exactly what Showair is doing for Chloe, I imagine. And Rally is just tentatively putting that rider up there, but they don't have near the numbers left that maybe Showair does. So they'll stick a rider in there and say, hey, yeah, we want to help as much as possible with what we've got, and see what we can bring back.
We talked about the directors earlier in the race as kind of the coaches in pro cycling, giving the team a plan and then sometimes calling the shots over the radios on the road. But talk about how much goes into the dynamic nature of racing like this. You have the autonomy to make calls by yourself out there. If you're feeling like something needs to happen, you don't have to wait for the director to tell you what to do.
Now, 100%, usually you'll have a captain on the road. So you have the plan A, plan B, and then you have the captain on the road that can, if it all goes south, you can just say, hey, this rider is going to make the call on the road, and hopefully you'll back that rider. And worst case scenario, you can go back to your team car very quickly and have a quick chat with your director if you don't have a radio for whatever reason. And talk it out. If you do have a radio, you don't want to have too much talk on the radio. You just kind of want maybe that one person communicating back and forth, and keep it as simple as possible, because it's hard enough just to ride your bike in this race at the moment.
I guess the most important thing is that everyone stays on the same page, that you make the call and everyone follows the call. So if you do change the plan, it only works if the plan changes for everyone on the squad.
Yeah, national championships can maybe change your mind a little bit about working for the team, but you would really hope not. That's why you're a professional, and that's why you're racing with this team.
Yeah, tell me about that. Is it hard to ride for the team? I mean, everybody, this is probably the one race out of any that you want the individual glory in the national championships, right? Because you get to wear that jersey for a year. Is there an element of wanting to win individually?
If you're a professional and you're a team player, it may enter your mind, but then it quickly goes out, because this is what you do. You work for your rider. You were signed on for this role. You know exactly what you're supposed to be doing. You've been doing this all year. So, yeah, you don't want to try and mess that up anytime, now by being greedy. You don't want to be greedy.
Having a jersey is nice, but having a job is better.
Exactly.
Doesn't do you much good if you're sitting at home on the couch watching the races on the live stream. Right. So that's certainly a good way to find yourself without a contract if you start racing against the team for personal glory. How about Showair 2020 up on the front of the field? They are starting to amass their riders, obviously feeling threatened by this group of 2 up the road.
Oh, as they should. These are 2 potential winners. So, yeah, they definitely want to manage that gap, bring it down, and I imagine they'll get it pretty close and then send whatever their top rider is across the top of the climb, because, yeah, that's going to be about it. Once you get to that climb, that's it. Unless I can't imagine they're definitely not going to try and keep it together over the climb and slowly bring it back.
Saw them getting the time check from the moto there with the whiteboard, 55 seconds. Which in bike racing is usually not a whole lot of time, but with only 9 miles of racing to go, it's a pretty good gap. At what point do you start getting nervous here if you're in the peloton? At what point is it a point of no return at, let's say, 5 miles to go? What is your do-or-die time gap for the breakaway there?
I'm going to say when they get on James White Parkway, that's when you're going to want it really close. That's what, if you have any teammates left, that's when you have a chance to work together, bring it back. After that, you'll start having riders, the one-offs, the Amber Nevens trying to go solo, the Leah Thomas go solo. So all bets are off after then for me and for my team.
Well, the crowd is starting to build here in downtown Knoxville along the start-finish line. The atmosphere is starting to get a little more energetic as the fans start to arrive to welcome the peloton into downtown. I want to go down on course to take a look at the atmosphere here along the start-finish stretch.
As the field is passing, I'm looking to see if I see any more rally riders.
Checking back in with you from downtown Knoxville right now, because this is where the women will come soaring by us as they complete the last lap of this race. We are counting down to the end of the race, counting down to when it is all over, as well as some of the other fans who are gathered out here. Fans lined up here around the corner of Gay Street, waiting for these women to make their way around this corner. Some of them have lined up here since the very start of this race, others kind of coming in and joining in on the action, and it looks like they may be coming around the corner here very shortly. I know we're waiting for them to come around here. We'll stick with it for a minute to see if they come around, and here they come. People are cheering. Listen to those screams. Knoxville is certainly getting loud for these women. They have their cowbells out, and they are cheering. 1 lap to go. We'll send it back to you.
As they head out one more time on the circuit, Ruth Winder, Lily Williams. Winder trying to flick the elbow to get Williams up to the front here, but she's not in any big hurry to move up there. I love racing here in Knoxville. We're going to be back here for another 2 years, and one of my favorite parts about Knoxville are the non-cycling fans, which are quickly becoming cycling fans here in downtown.
Yeah, nothing like a little bit of energy boost for Ruth and Lily than coming through the start finish and hearing all the cheers. It definitely puts chills on your body and definitely propels you out to share it.
If you're watching at home in Knoxville, there's still time to get down here and enjoy the race. Nice to see Laura Rathbun getting to ring the bell for this field at 1 to go. And they are strung out front to back here as Show Air 2020 continues driving on the front. Goldman is back in the mix here with Huggins Berman, Superman's second wheel.
This is Jen Lupke, definitely going to be pushing the pace. They're going to send it as hard as they can into the climb, I can imagine, and just send whatever's left of whoever those riders can be to go over the top, you know, try and launch Chloe, I can imagine, over the top of Sherrod.
This is perfect for Show Air 2020. They're going to have a great setup for Diger Owen here, but first they've got to bring back that Ruth Winder, Lily Williams group up the road. It doesn't do much good to have one of the best time trialists in the world if she starts a minute down when she goes away off the front.
Exactly. It'll also be interesting to see if Ruth has much left to push it over the climb. And does she want to separate from Lily, or does she kind of float it a little bit and stay with Lily and try and use her as much as possible?
We're going to see as they're about to start that Sherrod Road climb for the final time of the race. Next time they hit the line, they're in and done. Remember, Ruth Winder dropped Lily Williams last time on the climb here, so the goal for Williams is just survive, just stay in contact with Ruth Winder. Ruth Winder has to make a decision now. Does she want to keep Lily Williams, or does she get rid of her for good?
And if Lily does get dropped, is she going to be able to make that contact again and spend that energy again to bridge back up to Ruth before the feed zone?
Williams descends a little faster than Winder on the way down. It's a pretty short downhill. It's a pretty short climb, but the steepness is what gets you.
And once you go onto Davenport Road, it opens up a little bit. It's not near as technical as the first descent on Sherrod, first part on Sherrod. So, yeah, I think Lily can just tuck in and try and basically bridge back that gap to Ruth, if that is the case.
Is there anything that Lily Williams can do or change here when you're chasing? I mean, there's no free watts anywhere.
No.
But is there anything you can do to try to hold on, or it's pretty much just a mental game of trying to bury that pain as deep inside of you as you can?
This is it. This is the last lap. I mean, there's just
and here goes Winder.
nothing.
When you see Ruth Winder get out of the saddle, that's got to be tough mentally for Lily Williams, knowing that acceleration is coming. You kind of see it before you feel it.
And then you see Ruth just sit right back down, too, so you know that, they're going so hard, and Lily's just almost off the road looking back, just seeing what's left and what's happening.
Even Winder is paperboying a little bit here, going across the road. So Peloton should be starting the climb here pretty soon, as Winder will go up and over the top without Lily Williams, who is suffering on this climb. Meanwhile, Peloton on the left-hand side of your screen starting to break apart here at the back. Now, this is almost the exact same way that they went up and over this climb at 2 laps to go, and Williams got back to Ruth Winder last lap, so see if it happens this time. Seeing this broken field off to the left makes me think there's not going to be a real big concerted effort in the chase behind him, which is good news for Ruth Winder and Lily Williams.
You're just going to be left with 1s and 2s. You know, there's no more teams now. It's just you and your competitors and whatever's left to come over the top. And how well are y'all going to work together to bring back Ruth? What is that time gap to Ruth?
Green Line Velo driven by Zipcar rider Catherine Amon, hanging tough at the back. Number 151 there as we go back up to Ruth Winder for the Trek Segafredo team. Winder is up and over.
Not yet. There's this one kicker.
This is like riding with your friends and they say the summit's just over the next hill.
One more time.
I can only imagine how this climb feels the last time up. It's going to feel good to put this one behind them until they're back here next year.
100%.
364 days from now, they'll be right back racing on Sherritt Road for the Stars and Stripes jersey.
Ruth, also one of the best descenders, I would say, in the world. She can go uphill fast, and she definitely knows how to go downhill fast as well.
Winder going to take every opportunity she can to get some pedal strokes in here. There is a very little coasting in the last 7 miles of racing here. You're pretty much putting in effort anytime you can. She's going to be pretty close to maxing out the gearing here on the way down. She's starting to spin it out and go into the tuck here. So you're trying to get as arrow as possible on the way down. You want to use this hill to your advantage. Not quite going into the super tuck yet. You can see why. Those bumps on the road, not the place you want to be going downhill with such little control of the bike.
No, and this corner is kind of interesting because it's not, it's kind of off camera a little bit. She takes it just fine. A little kicker over into the feed zone. Try and look back, see what the gap is to the group.
Ruth Winder, an excellent time trial rider. She was part of that Olympic silver medal team back at the 2016 Olympics in the team pursuit there on the track. They picked up a gold medal at the 2016 World Championships, so we know that she's got a good, sustained effort here.
100%, yeah. And then she came over to the road and had a little bit of burnout just from all the work that goes into making the Olympic team and all the work that it takes to medal. And then she came over to the road and, you know, fell back in love with it and has obviously turned the corner and is doing very well.
It's a tough decision sometimes for riders to balance. You have the opportunity to be great in multiple disciplines racing on the track. You have the option to race the Olympics, obviously. There's a few different events you can race on the track there, but road cycling offers maybe a more stable income. You get to race year-round a little more. You have the option of a salary with a trade team, so it's a tough decision for a lot of riders. Everyone wants to go to the Olympics and win an Olympic medal, but it's a big commitment.
Yeah, and how do you say no to if you get that invite to go and try?
6 miles to go for Ruth Winder now.
Sometimes you look at the cameraman thinking he's the whiteboard time gap. Just let me know where they are, how close it is, what it look. You can look it back and see them, but that gap may be a little bit different than what you think it is.
Look at her shoulders starting to wag a little bit side to side. She's starting to feel the effort out here. And meanwhile, chase effort behind her. That is Lily Williams back into the groove, number 21. So Williams has come back into the fold here. You see the defending champion, Corinne Rivera, just in front of her, number 1. So Rivera's there. And then Taylor Wiles waiting at the back, number 41 there. Remember, Wiles started this break to set up Ruth Winder. If Winder comes back, Wiles is still in the mix. Corinne Rivera moving up to the front here as well. She's feeling that something may be coming. That's Katie Hall.
You have Emma White up there. She was on the podium last year. She definitely knows what this part of the race feels like and how to get to the finish and make the podium. Obviously, you see them all looking around, wanting to work, wanting to bring it back, but not wanting to do 100% work. Everybody asking each other, hey, are you going to pull through? We need equal effort here. There's no point in racing, if you're just racing for second. And now Chloe Dygert-Owen gets up to the front. This is perfect for Corinne Rivera, who doesn't want to do a whole lot of work. Remember, she wants to sprint this one out at the end, but Rivera wants to use the other riders to try to bring this back. So she's looking at Show Air 2020 saying, you better go get Ruth Winder, otherwise we're racing for second place. And Chloe Dygert-Owen, one of the best riders you could ask for to have up on the front of the field right now. Start to see it on Ruth's face a little bit of how deep she's going to have to go to get to the finish line first. Taylor's back in there. That's good for the team. See, she can kind of monitor things and cover anybody that's going to try and attack early. Alexis Run making it back. Leah Thomas, Lindsay Goldman, Emily Newsome, Christabel.
I see some riders taking a look out to the side, just trying to take inventory of what's going on up at the front.
If I were Christabel, I'd go straight to the front and work for Emma, 100%.
Yeah, not sure why Rally would keep a rider in reserve at the back.
Yeah, I think Emma's going to be their best chance, and here she is on the front working. That's when you call up to, if your teammate's there, you go right to the front and let them know that you're there.
Amber Neben is another big threat in this field for a breakaway, although they're getting down to it here with 5 miles of racing to go. That's not a whole lot of time for a rider like Amber Neben, not a whole lot of distance. Used to doing maybe a 10, 15-mile, 20-mile time trial effort, but 5 miles, not a whole lot of distance between here and the finish line.
Yeah, but you've been doing all this racing. I think they'll know, real quick what you have left in your legs. If you strike out, how far you can hold it, and the earlier she goes, the better. Versus like a Chloe who still has the power to be there and punch over the finish.
Remember, we were talking about the difference between Olympic and trade team ambitions, road and track. Remember, Chloe Dygert-Owen and Ruth Winder were on that pursuit squad together, so they spent a lot of time together. It's kind of like chasing down a teammate. They have that bond of being on the Olympic squad together, but all that goes out the window at the national championships.
That's exactly right.
Inside 4 miles to go now. Winder keeping her eyes up the road. And there's a good look at the gap as the camera pulls back. You can see the peloton, or what is left of the peloton, I guess we'll start calling it the chase, just barely keeping her in sight on James White Parkway with 4 miles to go. With each passing meter, this is looking better and better for Ruth Winder.
It really is. That they're back there kind of trying to figure out who's going to pull this back, and no one person is going to do all that effort. Again, I would put Christabel at the front immediately, but
This would be huge for this team as well, with an American sponsor in Trek Bikes based in Waterloo, Wisconsin. They made a big effort to build their women's team this year. They did a really good job of putting that squad together. So I'm sure they would like to be designing a Stars and Stripes jersey. They probably got one on deck in Waterloo right now.
Yeah, Trek has definitely stepped up and done so much, and kind of is starting to pave the way for women's cycling with their cyclocross program and their cyclocross race. Now with the women's team, they've hired on Catherine Bertine Yeah, it's been fun to see everything that they have stepped up and paving the way and asking the rest of the industry to do the same.
They've done one of the best jobs of integrating women's and men's teams together and really trying to make sure that they get that equal treatment across both teams.
Another team that has men and women's teams is Rally. It was fun to be a part of that program when it was Optum and the women race, and then they can go back and give feedback to the men on when to sprint, what the wind's doing, what it feels like out there. You're riding the same equipment. It was always like a brother-sister relationship when we had the men's and women's teams. It was a lot of fun to be a part of.
Well, the Trek Segafredo guys racing later today. We're going to see Kiel Reinen and Pete Stetina out there for the men here in just a bit. So I'm sure Ruth and Taylor will have some insights for those guys before they get out here to start. Here goes Corinne Rivera up the left side. Boy, Rivera on the attack now. The defending champion, #1, gets to the front and says, hey, we got to do something about these two up the road. 25 seconds at 4 miles to go. When you see riders like this starting to attack, you know that they're nervous.
And then Chloe just counters that and commits and keeps going. And you've got Alexis just sitting on both of them, just trying to figure out what's going to happen.
All right, so Chloe Dygert-Owen in the dark blue jersey for Show Air 2020. Alexis Ryan, number 31 there for the Canyon SRAM team, second in this line. And #1, defending champion Corinne Rivera in there as well. Here comes Lily Williams rejoining.
Yeah, and Chloe weaving back and forth saying, hey, you guys wanted to attack, let's go. You know, I'm not going to do all this work myself.
And then Leah Thomas, number 145, sorry, at the back there. So these are the heavy hitters of women's cycling in the United States. The best of the best have made the selection here at the front as they desperately try to chase down Ruth Winder.
But if they don't continue to work together, I mean, you can attack and you'll close the gap a little bit. But if you guys start sitting up and looking at each other, it's just going to go back out again. So it's just who's going to be the one to bring it back, or does it stay away?
Yeah, it's Ruth Winder versus the world, and the world needs to cooperate if they want to bring Ruth Winder back. So even though, again, those riders on different teams right now, Chloe Dygert-Owen, Alexis Ryan, Corinne Rivera, they all need to be working together. Take some pulls here, take some turns, because otherwise Ruth is going to ride away from this one and zip up the Stars and Stripes jersey. That is Winder up at the top of your screen right there. So they've got her in sight with right around 3 miles to go. Gap is down to 15. All of a sudden, this is looking a lot better for this field.
Yeah, it is. Who's going to strike out? And
nice
it looks
attack.
like Amber
That's
Neben.
Amber Neben up the right-hand side, attacking from the back of the group. Corinne Rivera, though, not caught off guard. She was able to respond. Rivera gets onto the wheel. And now they're at 2 miles to go. This is going to come right down to the wire for Ruth Winder. There's the 3K marker. You can only imagine the pain that she's going through right now.
Everyone she sees, she's just praying for the next one as soon as possible.
And Neben, the time trial champion. She's already got 1 Stars and Stripes jersey this weekend, and now she's trying to look at add another. Corinne Rivera sitting right on her wheel. Chloe Dygert-Owen, number 53 there. Then comes Taylor Wiles, number 41. Katie Hall, number 91. Leah Thomas, number 145 there. That's Emma White, number 11. And then we have just seen Emily Newsome rejoin for the Tibco SVB team. Good ride for Newsome getting into the selection here.
Lindsay Goldman probably going here. Chloe's just jumping on everything right now. She's definitely not going to let anything up the road. I don't know if she should probably let 1 or 2 get in front of her, calm down a little bit. But yeah, she's definitely covering and then countering.
Yeah, is this what they needed? I mean, did it take a rider to get to the front and start attacking here to lift the pace enough to bring back Ruth Winder?
100%, because everybody's just looking at each other, not wanting to be the one to bring it back. And, you know, every time they do that, it just kind of re-establishes the gap for Ruth. So Ruth is just staying steady, and they're back there kind of not playing games with each other.
What an awesome way to end the national championships here, watching Ruth Winder try to hold off a hard-charging field of some incredibly talented riders.
This is great racing.
If this pays off for Ruth Winder today, this will be
That was a good move, and it was awfully early.
Perfect for the Trek Segafredo team. Remember, this one started playing out about 25 minutes ago with Taylor Wiles attacking out of the group.
Yeah, over the climb, setting the pace, splitting it apart.
And it's only 15 seconds now. The gap from Winder back to the front of the chasers. That'll keep coming down. She will not win this race by 15 seconds. If she wins, it's going to be by just a few. It's going to be a close one on the line.
It's going to be like a bike throw.
Leanne Ganser tacked into the group as well for Hagens Berman Superman. Number 26 there. Just got to look at her on the back. She's inside the final mile. Gap is down to 10 seconds. It's going to be a tight one in Knoxville. Field has to stay focused here behind Ruth Winder. They can't throw in the towel yet and say we got her, because you don't.
Here goes Chloe. I can imagine this is probably going to be one of the last attacks Chloe does. She's going to look around, see who's following. Everybody is scrambling to be on her wheel, knowing how hard she can go.
And look who's moving up now. Taylor Wiles starting to move up to the front of the group. Just caught Madeline Bemis in there as well, the Milligan College rider. Hanging tough.
Ride.
Great ride for her today. They're inside 1K to go. Winder is still away. Well, remember, there's two big kickers up to the finish line. Two short little climbs with a left-hand turn just a little over 100 meters from the line. That's going to be tough for Winder. Rivera's there in position. Emma White there as well.
This looks like Leanne Ganser dragging her back.
Here comes Wiles up to the front, the second Trek Segafredo rider here.
She's going to try and slow it down a little bit.
Yep, Rivera gets right on top of that, says, I know exactly what you're trying to do here, Taylor. This is the mad dash to the finish line. It's the race to the penultimate corner. Two more left-handers.
This is everything Ruth has right now. She is just laying it all out there.
Here comes Rivera surging up. She's got Emma White on her wheel. Winder will have a gap into the final turn. She's got the finish line in sight.
What a ride by Ruth.
Rivera at 100 meters trying to get there. She's not going to do it. Ruth Winder is the new U.S. Professional Road National Champion.
Emma White is third again. What a great ride for her again.
An unbelievable ride for Trek Segafredo as Ruth Winder solos to victory, attacking off the front with an excellent setup from her teammate Taylor Wiles. Perfect teamwork for the two-rider Trek Segafredo squad. And Ruth Winder going to wear stars and stripes next year.
And a little bit of disbelief at this moment, I think. And that's so great to see Corinne, former winner, right there. Good friends.
I was going to say, remember, Ruth Winder was a big part of Corinne Rivera's win last year. There was a great clip of them at the finish line celebrating after Corinne won. So if Corinne had to lose to anyone, I would imagine Ruth Winder is a good rider to lose to, because Winder was a big part of helping Corinne win last year. Now, Corinne didn't help Ruth Winder this year, but if you have to lose to someone, it's certainly nice to lose to a rider that you like. So Ruth Winder with a great ride out of the final turn, had the gap. All the credit in the world to Corinne Rivera, at least trying to get up to the front, trying to put in an effort to bring Winder back, but she'll end up second place as Emma White ends up, I believe, third on the day. Close sprint there for the last spot on the podium, but it was all about Ruth Winder and the Trek Segafredo team today. But we're going to see them cooling down here in just a bit as we get ready for the men's race coming up next. We're going to take a short break here from Knoxville. When we come back, we'll talk about our women's race just wrapping up. Congratulations to Ruth Winder, our new national champion here in Knoxville, Tennessee. We'll be right back after.
Welcome to Pilot. Oh.
Hi, it's pretty bad.
We've got clean restrooms right over there. And showers, too. That's totally just an FYI.
Hey, I need...
Chips, drinks, ice, and hot dogs.
How'd you know that?
Is that pizza? Yeah, we make it fresh throughout the day. Coffee, cold fountain drink. Grab and go case. We've got great things for people on the go, like sandwiches and fruit cups and salads. We've got soups and chili.
With its sophisticated mix of culture, adventure, and cuisine, there's no doubt Knoxville will surprise you. And if you're in the business of planning sporting events, Knoxville will floor you. That's right. The Visit Knoxville Sports Commission has the sports courts you need to turn Knoxville's best venues into your next competition site. With events like USA Cycling and Bassmaster, you can trust the Visit Knoxville Sports Commission with your next sporting event. For details, go to visitknoxsports.com.
Welcome back. There are the two women of the hour. The Trek Segafredo team finding victory here in Knoxville as Ruth Winder solos to victory, thanks in big part to the work of Taylor Wiles.
Yeah, that was a great move by Taylor, going up the climb as hard as possible and really setting the pace and breaking the field apart there when it counted.
It was textbook bike racing out there. I mean, you couldn't have written a better plan for Trek Segafredo. They really played this one perfectly today.
Yeah, I think if anything, Ruth would have liked to have gone a little bit later.
It's got to be a great. It's got to be a great feeling when that plan comes together. I mean, when it works. You can think about it and plan for it all you want, but when you execute it perfectly on a day like today, what's that like?
What a great feeling. And I mean, you could see her come across the line and she was in a little bit of disbelief of, yeah, this just happened. So it's pretty spectacular.
It takes a while to hit you. It takes a while to set in that you're going to be wearing that Stars and Stripes jersey for, well, the rest of this season. She'll start wearing it immediately heading towards her next race, and she'll wear it into the remainder of next season until the next national championship. Corinne Rivera ends up second place. Emma White, our top U23 rider, there in third, so she's going to be our U23 champion with Chloe Diger in fourth place. Alexis Ryan in fifth. Leah Thomas finds sixth place, and Emma Langley, great ride for her to get up into seventh place for the unknown women's racing team.
Emma third again this year, same as last year.
Yep, we'll see if she can improve next year, sort of slowly working her way up, but she's already got a Criterium National Championship this weekend, and now we're going to see her on the podium in third. Some great celebrations out there.
Ruth seeing one of her best friends. I think Abby's crying for her. She's so excited.
All right, we're going to take a short break as our riders celebrate out on course. We're going to try and grab a word with our winner when we come back. Stick around for more coverage of the National Championships. All right, so for those of you watching on the web, just had to take a break for our television coverage here. But we're going to stay with our winners. Such an emotional day out there. This, of all races, I would imagine means a lot. Winning a silver medal at the Olympics is probably up there in terms of life experiences. A gold medal at the World Championships, but winning a national championship has its own little cachet to it.
Especially against this field. It's such a tough field, and then such great teamwork by Taylor, and you know, just having the two of you here, you know, there's a whole lot of underdog situations. So, you know, this is a great ride for Ruth. Good for her going into the Giro. She's obviously on good form. Our boyfriend's here, right there. He is definitely working on her bike and making sure it was ready to go. So this is a great win for Ruth. I think it's been a long time coming, doing all the work last year for Corinne. She's been the consummate teammate for so many others, and now today is her day.
I'm so excited that we're going to see the Stars and Stripes jersey in the Giro Rosa. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be really nice to see again, being on the start line. And I imagine, like you said, Trek probably already has that jersey made up.
Yeah, I hope so, and I'm sure they're going to do a great job with it. It's one of the best looking kits in the peloton, that's for sure.
It is, yeah.
No offense to the guys, but the women's kit way better than the men's kit, in my opinion. Well, you don't have to be a pro to enjoy riding bikes here in downtown Knoxville. Nice to see some folks coming down on their bikes. We always say the best kind of bike is the bike you got.
That's right.
Bike you're riding. The media rush around our new national champion, Ruth Winder, as she has just crossed the line moments ago here in Knoxville. And now the duties of a champion. The photos, the interviews, the questions. She's going to be a famous woman here in Knoxville
Gladly
for
accept
next few days.
all of that work that you have to do now, the photos and the interviews. You know, this is the fun part.
All right, let's go back down onto course. It was a great day here in Knoxville, and we're only halfway through with the pro men coming up next. If that's anything like what we saw in the women's race, it's going to be an exciting day out there. Elizabeth, how are things down on the start line?
Hi guys, we are standing in the press box right now. We just found out who was the champion, the winner of this race here, Ruth Winder. We're still waiting to talk to her right now, but I can tell you that we were really all feeling the excitement as she crossed that finish line and was crowned the champion here today. Lots of excitement, lots of cheers, and lots of energy here. You can hear them cheering again. Take a listen to Knoxville giving her a round of applause here tonight. Lots of cheers, guys. We'll send it back to you.
It's got to be an incredible feeling for Ruth Winder. An amazing day out there for the Trek Segafredo team. It really doesn't get much better than what we saw from that squad as Ruth Winder goes on the attack, set up by her teammate Taylor Wiles early on. It was a show of teamwork as Winder shocks the field. Not a shock to any American cycling fans, but she's going to be wearing the Stars and Stripes jersey into the next season. So for Lauren Hall, my name is Brad Soner saying thanks for watching live coverage of the 2019 USA Cycling National Championships here in Knoxville. Pro men will be coming up after this. We hope that you'll join us. Congratulations to Ruth Winder, our new champion.
Taylor Wiles, if you come on down here to the finish line, I'd love to have a word with you.
Championships storm into downtown Knoxville, Tennessee today as we crown new national champions for the Stars and Stripes jersey to wear the rest of this season and into the 2020 season. An incredible women's race just wrapping up as now we get ready for the men's competition. Brad Soner here with Lauren Hall for our second exciting race of the day. That women's race was exceptional. Textbook racing from the Trek Segafredo team and our winner, Ruth Winder.
Yeah, if that's any sign for what's to come for the men's race, I cannot wait to see the attrition and the suffering going to happen today in the men's race.
Oh, this is by far one of the hardest courses that we've had at a national championships in a long time. Let's go back and take a look at that women's race that just wrapped up. The early attacks came from the Huggins Berman Superman team. We saw Julie Kaliza getting away earlier. She was eventually joined by her teammate, Starla Teddergreen, along with Beth Ann Orton. Starla Teddergreen said, "Hop on my wheel, stay with us as long as you can." She eventually got dropped out of that group, leaving Teddergreen and Orton alone up on the front. Then this, the big move of the day. It's not the winning move, but it's setting up the winning move from the Trek Segafredo team. Taylor Wiles goes on the attack up and over that Sherrod Road climb before eventually she came back, and that allowed Ruth Winder to launch next.
Yeah, and then Ruth basically set her own pace in the last bit of the last couple of laps of the race. Dropped Lily from the climb, brought her back, and then, yeah, Ruth just basically ended up going solo, and yeah, what a day for her, sticking out in the win the entire time.
The two rode well together up the road with Lily Williams and Ruth Winder. They did the best that they could, but eventually Winder had to say goodbye to Williams because she had to go out on her own. So the final time up the Sherrod Road hill, she said, "This will be the last that I see of you," as she went on the attack, leaving Williams behind. She would eventually go back into the group, and then the chase was on back in the field. They all had to work together to bring back Ruth Winder.
And that was half of it, is that they would attack and then look at each other to see who was going to be the one to bring it back, and nobody really wanted to stick their nose out there and be the solo rider to bring all of that force back to Ruth.
This was a huge ride for Ruth Winder, a huge gamble to go off the front like this and attack from so far out. She didn't know how much she had left in the tank. She just had to believe that she would have enough to make it to the finish line. So the gamble paid off for Winder today. This was going to go one of two ways for her. Luckily, it went the good way as she had a good gap heading around that final turn. Corinne Rivera in second place put in a hard charge in the last 400 meters, but just didn't have enough real estate to catch up to Ruth Winder. So Winder crossed the line with Rivera just behind her. The defending champion ends up second place this year.
And Ruth, as she came across the finish, was a little bit in disbelief, and Corinne was right there to say, "Yeah, you did it, and congratulations to a good rider."
Emma White and Chloe Dygert-Owen going third and fourth, both under 23 riders. The asterisk there denoting our U23 riders on the results. Alexis Ryan ends up fifth place with Leah Thomas in sixth on the day, and then Emma Langley in seventh place for the unknown women's racing team. An impressive ride for everyone that survived in that group. Just to make it to the finish line was an impressive day today. We're getting ready for the pro men's race coming up next. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll meet some of the top competitors on the front row. Live from downtown Knoxville, we'll have more coverage of the national championships right after this.
Welcome to Pilot. Oh.
Hi, it's pretty bad.
We've got clean restrooms right over there. And showers, too. That's totally just an FYI.
Hey, I need...
Chips, drinks, ice, and hot dogs.
How'd you know that?
Is that pizza? Yeah, we make it fresh throughout the day. Coffee, cold fountain drink. Grab-and-go case. We've got great things for people on the go, like sandwiches and fruit cups and salads. We've got soups and chili.
We put a lot of love into our award-winning ribs to ensure you'll love them too. Calhoun's, over 30 years of love and ribs. We put a lot of love into our award-winning, locally handcrafted beer to ensure you'll love it too. Smoky Mountain Brewery. Love. Local. Beer.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Look Looking to up your grill game? Presenting Just Bare boneless and skinless chicken thighs. A delicious cut that stays juicy and tender, even on the dry heat of a barbecue. Already skinless, deboned, and trimmed of excess fat, they're easy to cook. With Just Bare, you never have to compromise, because our farmers ensure that every chicken meets their personal high standards. Learn more at justbarechicken.com.
Pro men gathering on the start line as they get ready to do battle here in Knoxville for the Stars and Stripes jersey. It's a special race today as they race for the national champions jersey. A unique part of cycling, when you win the national championships, you get to wear a special jersey for basically the next calendar year until the next national championship. So the winner today will have a fresh new jersey basically at their next race starting tomorrow morning if they go to race somewhere tomorrow, though most of these riders will be taking the day off tomorrow. But it's an honor to wear that Stars and Stripes jersey.
And if I was to win that jersey, I'm pretty sure I would sleep in it tonight as well.
It's a great feeling, certainly, as it can make or break a career. We've certainly seen plenty of careers made here at the national championships. This is where you earn your ride for next year. If you're looking for a contract for the 2020 season, a nationals podium would certainly go a long way into getting you signed.
Yeah, it just shows that you're on that trajectory, that you can race a one-day race, which is what the World Championships are. With the Olympic road races, it definitely sets you up, and you know, anybody that may not have been a pick as a favorite definitely puts you in the front runner to be signed for the following year as well.
I want to say welcome to everybody watching around the world and on our ABC affiliates across the state. We are thrilled to bring you this live coverage. We got people watching on pretty much every continent tuning in to the national championships here on our live stream, and great to get this in front of some new cycling fans on television here in Tennessee.
It's exciting to be a part of, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here alongside Brad, teaching me the ways of announcing.
Oh, you have been awesome today. I cannot wait to get into this pro men's race. You saw some of the heat coming off of the pavement. These guys have pretty much the hottest time of the day to roll out for the start. The women got the cooler slot this morning, so the men going to be in for a tough one out there this afternoon.
Yeah, usually if you do any yard work, you do it first thing in the morning or last thing in the afternoon, but not at 1 p.m. in the afternoon.
The people in the South know all about dealing with the heat. They know when to stay inside and when to go outside. But these guys got a race at the assigned time, so they're here for just past a 1 o'clock start local time here on the front row. All right, let's start talking about some of the big stars in this race, starting with Robin Carpenter. This is going to be a team and a rider to watch today, talking about the Rally United Healthcare team, one of the biggest squads in this race today.
Yeah, Robin was on the podium last year. He definitely knows how to be there for this entire race, so he'll be one of the favorites for sure. That's why he's getting a call up.
There's the defending champion, Johnny Brown, a shocker here in Knoxville last year. He's actually from Knoxville, Tennessee. A very special win for him last year. Johnny Brown riding for that Action Hagens-Berman team. It's a development team. A lot of young riders on that squad. So for him to get the win last year was huge.
Yeah, and his brother was there at the finish line, and you can see the embrace, how much that win meant to Johnny.
Former champion Larry Warbass on the left, and new crit champion Travis McCabe on the right. Warbass returns with his AG2R Le Mondial jersey, and over for Floyd's Pro Cycling, Travis McCabe, who has just come off of a Criterium National Championship win here in Knoxville on Friday. But he's got bigger fish to fry. He was happy to win the crit championships, but he was more looking forward to the road race. He really wants a win here in Knoxville.
And Larry won this race 2 years ago, so he definitely knows what this temperature and this effort feels like.
Gage Heck for the Evolo team rolling up to the front row now in the green and yellow jerseys. You're going to see a lot of them as well. Another young team, all the riders under the age of 25, but they're one of the most aggressive squads in this field, so expect to see a lot of Evolo attacks out there. We saw it in the crit, and I'm sure we're going to see it again in the road race.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Friday night, they spent all the time attacking on the front and off the front and really making that race quite entertaining, so I imagine today it'll be another version of that.
It's a huge opportunity for the young riders here to race against the best Americans in the world. Everybody comes back home for the national championships. The top tier riders will have spent a lot of their year in Europe. Guys like Nielsen Palace, based in Spain with his Jumbo-Visma team. So he only comes back to the United States a few times a year, and one of them is to race at the national championship. So to get a chance to race against those big name riders is huge for riders like the Evolo squad, or teams like like the A-Bowler squad, I should say.
Nielsen's girlfriend, Alexis Ryan, just finished the race. I'm sure she had a couple of insights and tips for him for today.
Keel Rodden for the Trek Segafredo team. We just saw his teammate Ruth Winder win the women's race for the Stars and Stripes jersey. They will also field 2 riders with Ryan and Pete Stetna, his teammate.
Keel was in the top 10 last year. Again, another rider to know how to be at the end of the race and conserve energy up until that point.
Alex Hone, the second Avolo rider, rolling up to the front row. Hone was, I think, 17th or 18th place last year, but he was the last finisher. Less than 20 guys finished this race last year, and he was able to get in. So Hone is hungry. He's looking for a good result here at the National Championships. Had a chance to catch up with him earlier this weekend, so we're going to be looking for a lot of those green and yellow jerseys. The kids going to have a great day out here at the National Championships. It's always an honor to get called up to the front row for the start here at the National Championships. We call this call-ups. It's kind of a unique part of the cycling culture, but we always recognize the top riders in the field. Any defending champions are called up to the front, and it's just a chance to sort of show off to the fans down there.
A quick who's who to watch out for today in the race.
Most of the riders in the field know who they're watching for. They've got their marks, but it's nice for us to get a look at who's here, who's showing up, and who's ready to race here at the National Championships. 102 riders on the start list from 23 teams represented on the line. Let's pause for the national anthem.
By the dawn's light, so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose stripes and bright stars through the bare perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streamed, and the rockets' red glare, the bomb bursting in air, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the
Brooklyn Johnson of Knoxville.
Time to go racing in Knoxville, Tennessee for our final race of the day. The pro men here. It's going to be a long one, and it's going to be a hot one. We'll talk about the distance, and we'll talk about the heat. Those are the two stories out there today, with temperatures expected to top 90 degrees. We may be there already. We'll check in with the weather here in just a bit. You can see the lap counter up at the top right side of the picture. 15 laps around the circuit today, and for most riders, that means 15 times up the epic Sherrod Road climb.
And it's 118 miles, if anybody's wondering how long 15 laps is going to be today. So they're going to be out there for a while.
Nielsen Palace looking nice and calm up on the front. Johnny Brown with all the pressure in the world on his shoulder, not only as the defending champion, but a native son of Tennessee. So certainly looking to repeat here this year.
Yeah, but he has a lot of family and friends here, which is always helpful and helps you get up Sherrod and through the start-finish line. So, you know, maybe he's nice and calm and relaxed and really just enjoying this moment and enjoyed his last day yesterday in the Stars and Stripes, and maybe he can repeat.
Had a tough season plagued by some injuries and illness throughout the year, so he'll be looking to improve on that, maybe looking for a redo in the Stars and Stripes jersey this year.
Or something, yeah, for sure. Propel him into the second part of the season.
We talked about his brother Nate also with the EF Education First team. We saw Nate on the finish line last year welcoming his brother back. When guys like Nate Brown don't finish the race, that tells you how difficult this course is and how difficult the conditions are here. But that brings us a worthy winner for the national championship. So great course here in Knoxville.
Like you said, when there's only 18 riders that finish this race, that is intense. That is attrition.
All right, they're getting the countdown on the line as we get underway here at the 2019 USA Cycling Professional Road Championships. It all comes down to this. They've thought about this race for months and months. They've thought about what it would be like to zip up that Stars and Stripes jersey, and now they get the chance to race for it. Well, we'll see who the first to come out of the group is. There's not going to be a big hurry for these riders to get off the front early on. They know they've got a lot of racing ahead of them, at least 4 hours in the saddle. So it'll be a long day at the office for these guys, but they're worth it. They're used to it, I should say. Most of these guys will train for 4 or 5 hours a day. The average road race, race like this, you'll easily spend 4 hours on the bike. But it's more than just a day of racing. There's a lot of prep that goes in before, and there's a lot of recovery that goes in after. Take me through the day of one of these riders. You wake up on national championship morning. What do you do?
Hey, even going into the night before, I don't think many of these guys probably slept very well at all last night. Just having that thought of wearing the jersey, it's almost like Christmas night. You just can't wait to see Santa Claus the next morning. Heck, I couldn't sleep well last night because I was excited to see what was going to play out today. So probably not a lot of sleep last night. Getting up this morning, trying to keep the nerves at bay as much as possible. Maybe not even think about the race until it's a couple hours before kitting up, and then you start to play in your mind the possibilities of today, what could happen. And yeah, you make sure you have a very good breakfast, because you're going to be out there for a long time today, and then you've already started the fueling process days ahead of time, and the hydration process. These guys are professionals. This is what they do. Usually they'll spend most of their training days, could be up to 6 hours, so they'll be used to this distance. Maybe not the heat so much, so yeah, I'm curious to see how this will play out today. If anything like last year, it's going to be a hard one.
What would breakfast be on a day like today? Is it bacon and eggs, some egg McMuffins? What's in the stomach this morning?
Nah, probably something simple, rice, eggs. You want to keep it as simple as possible, not too much fiber, maybe not oatmeal, because your nerves are already pretty keyed up. You don't need anything else in your stomach to upset your stomach. So we would just keep it super simple, rice and eggs with some nice soy sauce, maybe a little bit of vegetables, but very, very minimal food to upset your stomach at all.
It's really about timing that energy to have it release at just the right time. There's a little bit of art and a little bit of science to that.
And a lot of these guys will have some sort of rice product maybe today, even in their pocket, in the little rice packet that can be sweet or savory, have a little bit of peanut butter in it, a little coconut milk or something like that, or maybe like a little ham and scallions, a little savory towards the end of the race, since they're going so deep and so long today. Sometimes you get tired of the sweet gel, the strawberry, peanut butter, chocolatey stuff, and you want something a little bit more savory towards the end of the day.
First attack of the day from Team Mike's Bikes, presented by Equator Coffees here. They bring 5 riders, certainly one of the teams punching above their weight this week. No big expectations for this squad, so they're going to have a little bit more freedom to roll off the front here. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out. This is just like Julie Kaliza in the women's race, and it worked out pretty well for the Haggensperman Supermint team, getting Lily Williams up there in the finale.
Right, set that tone early.
He's got a good gap, but nobody going with him. This is sort of a tough situation for Ryder into a breakaway. Looks like one maybe starting to dangle off the front of the field. This rider wants some company up the road. Let's talk about the dynamics of a breakaway, how a breakaway works, and why you go into a breakaway right now. This guy getting off the front, is he the race leader? Is he going to win the race? Why do we see a solo breakaway like this?
Yeah, at the moment he is the race leader, but you know, like we're showing, he's got 118 miles, so we're probably not going to pick him to be out there all day and actually win the race. He's probably going to be out here to try and set up his teammates who are in the peloton, let them sit in as long as possible, recover, or just float around as possible, put the pressure on other teams to chase him back. Maybe these other 2 or 3 guys come across. You definitely don't want to be up there by yourself. You would love some assistance, and yeah, you just, whatever help you can get up there and kind of keep that break established, be up there and represent your sponsors. Yeah.
Well, mission accomplished, getting off the front early. Andrew Shimizu is the rider here for the Mike's Bikes Equator Coffees team out of California. And now he'll descend down into, we call this the super tuck. He's basically resting on the top tube of the bike and sort of putting his chest over the front of the handlebars, trying to get as aerodynamic as possible. Well, throughout the day today, we are going to have a live reporter out in the field. I want to go down now to Marshall Hughes. We'll figure out where he is along the course. Marshall.
Little toasty start time here around 1:15, and I think a few went to get some water breaks right after the women's race. The men now starting, though, and we're starting to see some more fans come out. We got Tina from Knoxville. How excited are you just to see this in person?
I am very excited to see this in person, and I've heard that they're going to be doing this for a couple more years now here in Knoxville.
Yeah, going through 2022 now, and just these guys whipping by is what made you want to come out and see it?
Just the excitement of being downtown and seeing them actually competing in the race here in Knoxville.
Is it cool to see a national championship on the line in your hometown?
Yes, it is. Very exciting. Yeah. I was born in Knoxville. I've grown up here, and just the changes and the growth has been amazing.
Yeah, everybody I've talked to that's from Knoxville loves that the national championships are right here, and especially in beautiful, historic downtown Knoxville. We'll send thanks back to you.
Well, they're putting Knoxville on the map here, that's for sure. We got people from all over the world watching this race today. 88 degrees out there. There's hardly any wind and just a few clouds in the sky. So it's going to be a hot one. Temperature's going to continue to climb just a little bit out there today, but they're pretty close to the high forecast for today.
Knoxville, home of the winningest NCAA coach, Pat Summitt. They've also had some Olympian track athletes come out of the University of Tennessee. So Knoxville is used to high caliber athletes coming to town.
This is a sports town for sure, home of the Women's Basketball Hall of Fame. Also the largest basketball in the world on top of that Hall of Fame museum. The Riders going to go right by it out there today.
Peyton Manning played at University of Tennessee, gone on to be who's a great professional football player, now retired.
Well, and now they're going to tell the story about Ruth Winder and somebody else out there today, the next great champion to come out of Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yeah, that was a great finish of that race. Such good team tactics played out. And then so close at the finish line for those trying to chase her down. It made for an exciting finish, and I expect the men's race to be just the same.
So Andrew Shimizu with a 20-second gap for Team Mike's Bikes, presented by Equator Coffees. Let's take a look at the circuit out there today. They start and finish in downtown Knoxville, but it's what happens when they get out of downtown where the race is really won and lost. There's two key parts, I think, on this course. The Sherrod Road climb and then the parkway that goes out and back. This wide open section where they double back. That's where riders will have a chance to see the breakaway, see the situation up the road on the course. But this is not an easy circuit.
No, for sure. Yeah, Sherrod is definitely going to be the most difficult climb of the day, but you get down to the James White Parkway, and then there's a couple of kickers on the back side of the course that just zap a little bit more out of your legs, and then the Clinch Avenue uphill finish leading into the left-hand turn downhill finish. So it's pretty dynamic and technical right there at the end after you've just slogged your way through most of this lap.
It's a really unique finish here, isn't it? That kicker up Clinch Avenue. It comes about 150 meters before the finish line. You make a left-hand turn and then a downhill run to the line. So a lot of the races that we've seen have been a race to that final corner, like the Criterium on Friday night. There's not a whole lot of space after you get out of that corner. So a technical finish here. It could come into play if there's a group that comes to the line together.
Yeah, quite a different quote-unquote sprint finish. You definitely have to be pretty savvy to position yourself. I think right now at the moment what we've seen is to be first out of that corner.
Well, they're 115 miles away from worrying about that final corner, although they will see it 14 more times as they complete the laps and circuits out there on the road. A lot of riders just going to be hanging at the back for a good part of the day today, just trying to stay calm. Really trying not to get drawn into the early attacks. They know it's going to be a long race. They know it's going to be a race of attrition. So if you believe that you've got the legs and you've got the fitness, you can really just sit into this race for most of the day today. The riders going off the front are the guys that need to take a gamble. Those are the guys that are hoping to catch this field off guard. Again, if you're confident in your fitness and you honestly believe that you're one of the best riders out here, you don't need to panic about these early breakaways.
Yeah, and I was going to see, you know, how many big teams there are here to kind of cover and kill and monitor these breaks. You know, in the women's team, or in the women's race, there were basically 3 teams that had the numbers to organize and chase stuff back. But I'm not so sure with the men's race who's got the biggest team, and you know, is this Rally's race to lose?
Well, the same concept applies here with the World Tour teams versus the Pro Continental teams versus Continental. The World Tour teams are the highest level teams. They have the top level license in the world. The Pro Continental teams would basically be a step below that. So you take one step down, just like baseball. We have the MLB and then AAA and AA. In cycling, we have the World Tour and then Pro Continental and Continental from there. So a lot of the AAA teams, the Pro Continental teams, look to the World Tour teams to be the leaders here. They say, hey, you guys are the big team. You've got to do the work here. But those teams don't always have a full roster. That's going to come into play today. Meanwhile, 2 more riders off the front. This is the jersey of Hagens Berman Action in the red, white, and blue there. And then Team Mike's Bikes presented by Equator Coffees with a new rider rolling off the front. This time it's Christopher Craig. Craig being joined by Eddie Anderson, number 2 there for the Hagens Berman Action team. Hagens Berman Action with one of the bigger rosters. They come in with 8 riders on the start list today. But Rally United Healthcare is the biggest squad with 9. The Wildlife Generation presented by Maxis squad also fielding 9, although a development team there of all under 25-year-old riders. So that's another type of team in this race. The Action Hagens Berman team is all development riders, and the Wildlife Generation team.
Rebirth of the Jelly Belly team with Danny Van Hout as their director.
And nice to see that program continuing. Danny, a legendary director in the sport, and I can't wait to see what he does with the new crop of Wildlife Generation riders. So Anderson out of Richmond, Virginia, taking the early poles here up on the front. He and Christopher Craig basically going to be working together like 2 teammates. So these guys getting into the breakaway, they both want to do the same thing. They both got the same goal in mind of getting into this breakaway. So there is some cooperation amongst opponents. A little bit of collusion here between these 2, but that's a normal strategy in bike racing, a very common part of the sport, to have different teams working together for a common goal.
Yeah, and you can see basically the group behind them, the peloton, is just not too comfortable. Maybe we don't want to let this roll out just yet. Maybe we'll bring this back or monitor to see who it is, and yeah, maybe there was another team that wanted to be up there that isn't there and is trying to get there, but basically bringing the entire group with them.
The makeup of the breakaway is going to be really important to look at. Most notably, we're looking at the teams. Every major team needs to be represented in the breakaway. If there's a team that doesn't have a rider that goes in the group up the road, they're going to put all their guys up on the front to chase it back. So when we talk about a breakaway, we're talking about these small groups that will go off the front. We're going to see a few breakaways today, I think, before the big break of the day goes. Typically, these play out with a almost formulaic method to the way that these days go, where you have the early attacks and they struggle to get a breakaway going. Maybe a quarter of the way into the race, we'll finally see that move go away. That'll stay away for a good portion of the day, and then the field starts chasing them back. Every once in a while, that group can stay away. Maybe 1 in every 200 races, you'll see that breakaway make it to the finish line. It's that gamble that they have to take, though, because they know if they wait and stay back in the group, they don't have a very good chance of winning in a head-to-head sprint with a lot of riders in the field. So they say, I want to get away from them and try to win on my own.
Is today the 200th day? That's the question.
Yeah.
When you want to get into the breakaway and definitely give it an effort.
It's
if
like
you don't get out there, you never know.
Yeah, a 200-sided die. I guess it's not every 200 races you have a breakaway go, but let's say there's a 1 in 200 shot that the breakaway makes it work. Pink jersey on the front is the EF Education First Team. This is a really popular team here in the United States. A lot of big stars on that squad. We talked about Nate Brown last year. We saw him on the finish line. Going to be looking for riders like Alex Howes out there today.
And definitely Logan Owen. He did a lot of work last year for EF, trying to bring back the chase. And if they let him sit in today, I can imagine he would be a good pick for the finish of today.
They also have Sean Bennett on the roster. Only 4 for the EF Education first team.
Yeah, they'll have to monitor what effort they want to give or what breakaway they want to be in. They're definitely not going to cover everything, or they're going to get out there and make the effort to keep this break out.
So this is Bennett on the front in the pink jersey, taking one of the Avolo riders with him in green and yellow. So these guys doing a nice job to get the split. This is very similar to the women's race with just 2 guys. I know I asked this question in the last show, but is 2 enough? Looking at this breakaway, I would think they want more riders with them.
Yeah, especially with a group this big, you're going to want at least 8 or maybe 5 to 8 riders to have the chance of keeping anything away. Anything bigger, you're probably going to have 2 of the same. Anything smaller, it's just not enough manpower.
So a little elbow flick just now from the Avolo rider. He flicked his right elbow out to the side. I don't know if you saw it. It was very subtle, but that is the international sign in bike racing that it's your turn to take over leading this group. It really all comes down to blocking the wind for the other rider. Even on a calm day when that rider in pink is moving through the air, he's creating a lower pressure air pocket behind him, punching through the wind. And then the guy in green and yellow can sit right behind him and save about 30% of his energy. So that second guy only has to do about 70% of work of the first guy. Now, they're going to trade off because they both want to get away. So if they take turns being that leader, they can lift their overall speed together. So that's one way that these riders in the breakaway will work together.
And you can kind of see Sean a little bit all over his bars. He had his forearms on the bars, and he was kind of just had his wrist hanging over the shifters. Now he's back in the drops. Like, he's just trying to find his rhythm, get comfortable, be aero. Because I imagine he thinks he's going to be out there for a bit today.
It's an acquired skill, learning how to draft like that and being able to ride so close together, being able to find that sweet spot. Sometimes the sweet spot shifts with where the wind is coming from. If you have a crosswind or the wind is not coming from straight on, you want to be a little over to the side to use that rider to block the wind.
Yeah, and sometimes you're more comfortable out in the break than you are maybe in the middle of that pack. Could you imagine being that close to somebody going 25, 30 miles an hour, left, right, front, and back of you, all the while trying to keep your head up and look and see what's going on up the road, maybe take your hands off the bars to drink or eat. It's definitely, that's why these guys are the professionals. They've been doing it for years. It's acquired skill, and the more you practice in your local community, yep.
Got to trust the pros out there. So Bennett and Hecht will lead the guys through. Gage Hecht taking a look over his shoulder and not seeing much behind him as Project Echelon leads up at the front of the peloton in those light blue jerseys with Rally lining up behind them.
Yeah, a lot of the Project Echelon guys were down in Tucson this winter training and got to meet a lot of those guys. Really stand-up gentlemen. It's a good team, good cause.
Yeah, team is dedicated to reintegrating veterans back into civilian life, and they use cycling as one of the outlets to help veterans returning home with that transition back into civilian life. 111 miles to go. That's not even a hard day for these guys. It's pretty amazing what they'll do out there. What's going to make it hard, though, is going to be the competition and the heat.
And Sherrod.
Yeah.
You keep throwing Sherrod in there and some of these other little kickers around the course, and it makes for a long day.
You know, we talk a lot about distance. We're showing miles to go on the counter, but a lot of these guys will train on time. They don't really care about the mileage so much. What is a typical training load like? Take me through a normal week of training. Let's say you're in a heavy training block. Maybe you go get a house somewhere at altitude. You're doing some training. What does a week of training look like? What are you doing each day?
Yeah, it is interesting. I'm a former professional, retired last year, and a lot of people would always ask me, how many miles do you do in a week? Well, it was never really based on miles, because if you say, I rode 23 miles today, 23 miles could be flat or it could be up a mountain. So we would usually train based on time, and then you would be anywhere from a short week would be 12 hours up to a big week. For the women was 25 hours. The men, you know, a couple hours more per week. Yeah, and you have anything from a long ride of being 5 or 6 hours to a short, intense ride of 2 hours with some really hard efforts.
We're going to find out who put the training in today, as they're underway already a few miles in with 110 miles to go, about a little under 4 hours of racing to go. We're going to take a short break here from Knoxville. When we come back, we'll keep our eye on that break of 2 as they try to escape here at the National Championships. All right, back up to the breakaway with Bennett and Heck. For those of you watching on the live stream, we're going to be taking some breaks throughout the day for our local television stations, and then we'll rejoin them, trying to get this race in front of as many people as possible. So thanks for hanging with us, those of you on the web stream. What a great night Gage Hecht had in the Criterium on Friday night, going away solo off the front. This is a guy who's not afraid to take risks, that's for sure.
Exactly. When you have a director like Mike Creed kind of backing you and letting these guys have the reins to learn how to race their bikes. I talked to him yesterday, and he said a lot of their being out here is learning the skills and the tactics of actually racing and what it feels like to fail and to succeed, and you know, just giving them that platform to do it. To have those opportunities.
You know, as a former pro, you don't always get along great with your director, but I've heard nothing but good things from the Evola riders about what Mike Creed has done for them. He's definitely more than a director to these riders.
Yeah, Mike has definitely been around the block. He raced for all the big teams back in his day, and he knows exactly what it takes to train and to be there off the front and to be there for your team leader. And he's also created a really great culture off the bike for these guys, that there is life outside of cycling. You know, you can easily go down that rabbit hole and equate wins with happiness. So he's definitely just wants them to grow and just experience this and experience life and grow up, and yeah, while you're racing your bike.
So winning is only a small part of being a successful bike racer.
Exactly.
Gage Hecht and Sean Bennett on the way up the Sherrod Road climb, the big climb of the day here in Knoxville. You can see some of the nutrition products poking out of the back jersey of these two guys. We talk about all the technology in the world. There's hundreds of thousands of dollars that go into the research for nutrition, but at the end of the day, sometimes a banana is your best choice.
Yeah, I'm sure they've got way more than a banana back there. Yeah, he's probably got some good gels, some rice cakes that his soigneur has made for him. Some good real food every once in a while is really nice to have on the bike as well.
Important to stay fed and hydrated throughout the day today. It is very easy to fall behind on eating and drinking on a day like this because it's so hard. You don't really want to eat or drink out there. When you're deep in the box, if you've ever been in that, we've all worked out to the point where we've been like, man, eating a sandwich right now sounds terrible, but you have to force yourself to eat, don't you?
Yeah, and also at the right time. I mean, they're descending right there. You're not gonna reach in your back pocket at that point, or you're going up Sherrod. You're definitely not gonna have a chance to take your hands off the bars there. So yeah, there's only certain spots on the course that you will be able to do that, or that the vehicle behind you in the caravan, your team car, will be able to move up, and you can go back in the group and meet them to pick up food as well.
They're going to go through a lot of gels and a lot of bottles out there today. The soigneurs, it's a French term for sort of the helper on the team. Describe what a soigneur does, their role on a team.
Yeah, they have many roles, to be honest. Not only do they give you a quick massage at the end of the day just to kind of flush the legs and keep the blood flow going, but they are in charge of making all the bottles for the day. They make food for the riders pre, post race, during the race. Sometimes they'll make food for the driver, the director and mechanic. They're also there pre and post race to give you a towel to wipe off or a recovery drink. And then they're just also the shoulder that you may need to cry on or console with. Sometimes they're your shrink. You go to the massage room and you get on the table, and those Swannies probably know more than the directors would ever know.
Some of the hardest working people in the sport, too. They're usually the first up and the last to go to bed, along with the mechanics.
Exactly. Their least busy part of the day is actually during the race.
Yeah, well, they don't have much to do while they're out there riding, but they're probably spending the time, like you said, doing laundry, preparing the post-race food that they're going to be eating. So very little time off for the Swaniers here. Now, that is a role that is usually paid for by the riders' trade teams. You'll see sponsors on all of these guys' jerseys. They have contracts. They're getting salaries to race their bike. The national championships are a little different because only American riders are allowed to enter here. And the trade teams that these guys are on are international teams. They have riders from all over the world, but only the American riders are allowed to come race here in Knoxville at the national championship. So you don't have your full team racing with you unless you're on an all-American squad. Teams like Rally is not all Americans, but they have a lot of Americans on the squad. Hagens Berman Action could field a solid roster of Americans, but then we talk about teams like Trek Segafredo, only 2 riders on that team coming here to Knoxville. Back up to the front here as the guys take a look around, waiting for the next big attack to come.
Yeah, I was going to say it looked like Gavin Manion just pulling off for a Rally, as a matter of fact.
You'll hear us use the word attack quite a bit throughout the day today. When a rider rolls away off the front of the field, the attack is how you start the breakaway. We learned about the breakaway just a few minutes ago, and attacking means you are leaving a group. You're attacking that group to try to get out and away. How do you start a breakaway? What's the process of getting a breakaway going in a race like this?
Sometimes you'll have some of the riders actually collude together, and maybe they want to separate from the field because they may not have a strong sprinter or somebody that they don't feel if they rode around the entire time as a group would be there in the finish. So, you know, as these guys may have done, said, hey, you want to break or you want to go up the road and I want to go up the road. Let's try and do this together. So you kind of get near the front and use the peloton's pace as a slingshot and kind of jump out of the peloton near the front to get that quick separation that people can't just follow you as you try and separate from the peloton.
It's exactly what these guys are doing. See that rider on the front giving the sort of round and round sign. He's trying to get everybody to work together. He's encouraging the other riders to say, hey, let's get a rhythm here. Let's find a rotation and let's all get on the same page ASAP. So this is a really interesting part of the race where these guys all working together in this small group that's gone off the front of the field because they all have the same goal of trying to give themselves more time away. They're trying to get away from that big group. So these guys are all cooperating for now.
Yeah, and you have 2 Wildlife Generation guys, and both of them are working. They're saying, hey, let's go ahead and get this established. Let's get a little bit further up the road, maybe a minute, 2 minutes. And by both of them working, that's them, the unwritten statement of this is what we want to do, and we'd like your help as well. We're not going to have one person just sitting on the back.
Another unique part of the course here, the U-turn, the turnaround on James White Parkway before they make their way back. So these guys trying to get something started. That is the defending champion in Johnny Brown. So he has made it up into the first breakaway of the day. We'll keep our eye on them, take a short break, and we'll be right back from Knoxville, Tennessee at the 2019 USA Cycling National Championships. All right, a little bit of a double pace line going on here. These guys definitely have the rhythm working out. They got into this one pretty quickly. They didn't waste a whole lot of time. A couple Wildlife Generation riders in here. I see 1 Hagens Berman Action jersey, 2 from Avolo, 1 from Rally. There's 1 Arapo Resources. And I think that's a First Internet Bank jersey, the dark blue there. And Project Echelon coming up to the front as well. I think that's Brandon Feary for Project Echelon, a new Knoxville, Tennessee resident. Came from Wisconsin and now calls Knoxville home.
Maybe he knew ahead of time that Knoxville was going to be home of the national championships for the next couple of years. He had the inside scoop.
All right, so this is going to be a move of the day here. They are definitely going to spend at least a little time off the front in this group. It got started quickly here in Knoxville. We saw the same thing with the women's field.
Yeah, it's good to get up the road and see what happens if you can keep it established and kind of get into a rhythm with that group that you get up the road with and start that communication now to work well together, and let's commit to it. And yeah, let's see if we can't make this stay away for a bit.
Field stringing out a little bit here, but they're looking pretty comfortable with that group up the road. Well, the action is nonstop here in Knoxville. Another attack coming out of the field. Before we left for break, we saw a small group rolling away up the road. They have escaped this field, and now more riders are trying to go. They opened the floodgates for the racing here today. It's on here in Knoxville.
Yeah, let's have some fun. Let's see what's going to happen today and get these guys up the road. And the nerves have finally settled down and starting to settle into the racing.
A lot of riders more than happy to hang out at the back of this one, knowing that it's going to be a long race. There's Robin Carpenter coming up. Looks like he was back at the cars. Carpenter definitely a pre-race favorite on the podium here last year, second place. So he'll look to move up one spot this year.
Yeah, hopefully the Tour de Suisse crash didn't affect him too much. We saw him bandaged up pretty well Friday night, a little bit less today. So we'll see how he does today.
There's Brendan Fiery on the back. Knoxville, Tennessee's own, the adopted son here in Knoxville. Again, riding with that Project Echelon team. We saw them riding up on the front. Good to see them getting into a breakaway here at the heavy hitters. This is a great move for Fiery and Project Echelon.
I think it's interesting that the field is going to let Brandon McNulty in this break.
Well, if he does work, he'd be a good guy to have in there. McNulty, one of the top time trialists in the world. That's him up there in the orange jersey up at the front. He'll be a good engine to have in the conversation here. They also have Michael Hernandez, the Avolo rider, in there, along with Cam Vodka for the Wildlife Generation team.
Big Ben Wolf.
Ryan Jastrab in there as well with Lance Haydet and Johnny Brown.
Is Ryan Jastrab, is that Megan Jastrab's brother?
That is the brother of Megan Jastrab.
Megan is an up-and-coming pro rider. She's still 18 years old. Racing for Rally.
And Megan is the U23 champion. Won in Hagerstown last week. Junior champion, sorry. Interesting to see number one up in the breakaway here.
Yeah. I like this mix a lot, actually. You know, Brandon McNulty, he's one of the best time trialists in the world. Such a strong rider. Obviously knows how to ride a break. Yeah, this is good for Rally.
Seems like a pretty good makeup of the riders up here as well. All these guys are definitely capable of putting in big efforts. They're big engines in here. So if you're in this breakaway right now, I think you're probably liking your chances. You're liking the way things are playing out for the national championship so far.
Oh yeah, sure, why not? Big Ben Wolf up there, he does so much work. He's such a big guy. He's really great draft.
Johnny Brown coming up to the front here. That's Lance Haydet in the green and yellow of a Volo slotting in, and then Camden Vodka goes to the front. They got 20 seconds over the front of the field. So I'm watching where the first rider is coming back into the rotation here, see if everybody's doing work. I think there are a few passengers in this breakaway. I've been seeing Fiery at the back a lot. I probably wouldn't do a whole lot of work in this break if I was Brandon Fiery either. There are plenty of guys that are fully capable of keeping this break away from the front of the field. So Fiery is saying, hey, you guys got the legs, you do the work, I'll hang back here.
Yeah, really, when you have a group this size, you don't have to roll through but once every once in a while just to keep it established, keep it motivated, keep everybody rolling. But yeah, you don't necessarily have to pull through every single time. You got enough guys up here doing the work, wanting to be up here.
Fury may have a plan for his squad, and it may not involve a breakaway going today. So this could very well just be tactics being played out for Project Echelon. If the plan was not to have a breakaway go, then Fury will get in here just kind of as some insurance. He's not going to help them, but in the event that this breakaway does stay away and make it to the line, they want to make sure they have a guy in the conversation. We saw 2 riders go away earlier. We said that wasn't enough, and I'm wondering if this may be too many riders, although they seem to be pretty nimble out there in the group.
Yeah, they'll probably just roll this for another lap or 2 and see if the peloton is going to let them stay out or if somebody's going to try and come across.
So Johnny Brown exchanging some words there with Ben Wolf up at the front. They're making a plan, and it may be to split this group or maybe just getting a feel on how they're feeling, saying, hey, do you want to go again? Are you willing to do work?
Yeah, it looks like Floyd's isn't too keen on this, staying out.
Oh, yeah, that is Noah Granigan about to bring this one back. Granigan is going to be trying to set it up for Travis McCabe. No question about that today. McCabe is the man for the Floyd's Pro Cycling team.
Yeah, Travis is such a dangerous rider because he can win from a sprint. He can handle this attrition today. He lives in Arizona. You know, definitely a rider for today to pick him, especially he had such a great crit Friday night winning the national championship. So he's definitely got the momentum.
Well, these guys already trying to cool off with the bottle. You see them dumping some cold water down the back and then take a sip in the mouth as well. Beautiful images from our cameras here in Knoxville. The colors of the peloton, one of the most beautiful sights in all of sport. To see them flying by.
And then all the different cars with all the bikes on top of the cars. It's quite the parade to see if you get a chance to come down and check it out. You got the neutral car, SRAM neutral car, the comm car with communications, and yeah, all the directors then following behind in the caravan. It's quite a sight.
The riders heading over the river now. Almost as soon as they get to the other side of the river, it starts climbing up that Sherrod Road climb. Let's talk about the big climb of the day. It's not long, but it is steep, and that's what's really going to put the sting in the legs out there. You can see it starts at right around 800 feet of elevation gain above sea level, and the average gradient right around 6%. It goes up to 11, 12, 13% at some points, and then tops out right around 1,100 feet above sea level. At one point, goes to 23% on the grade. There's a couple of these really steep little up kicks on the climb. It is not easy to get up once, let alone 15 times for the pro men. We had a chance to send some of our reporters out to have a go at it earlier this week.
Could we at least learn how to pedal first? What gear are we in?
I don't know. Are you pedaling?
No, this thing is...
Hit the brakes then, hit the brakes. You have to pedal.
All right, why are we so wobbly?
We're coasting. Are you pedaling or?
I'm coasting. You do realize we're not even on the course. You know what?
Yeah.
I like sitting on the anchor desk better with you.
Uh-huh.
This is weird.
No, Kristen, this is anchor bonding right here.
Oh, I forgot I have the brakes.
Yeah, you have the brakes. We'll be anchoring in the Soprano tonight.
There's nothing normal about where that bike's is hitting me.
No. Come on, Farley!
Have a good one.
Thanks. Say a prayer for us, please. Hey, do you see any other anchors out going to this level?
No.
You got it? Get to this mailbox. Get to the mailbox.
I can get to the mailbox.
Get to the mailbox. Get to the mailbox. Yeah!
About 100 feet.
We've only got that much further to go. And then some. Okay. Here, foot power.
All right.
Let's go.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah.
Oh, we pushing?
Yeah, push.
I thought we were carrying.
Oh, heck no.
All right.
Here we go.
Does this count?
Sure.
All right.
I didn't read the rules.
Come on.
We're getting there.
Next level. Ready? Lift. Oh,
Go.
We got this. We're going to win. We're so going to win.
Well, that's one way to get to the top of the Sherrod Road climb, and this is another way. You can't say the anchors here at WAT aren't dedicated to their national championship coverage here.
Yeah, not many people would try that, try it just on a regular bike, much less on a tandem.
I'd take a tandem up Sherrod Road with you. We'll
Let's
do
do
that
it.
after the race today.
I'd love to.
We'll see if we can get that tandem on loan and get that done this evening.
Who gets to drive?
You're pedaling.
Okay.
I think you got the engine. I'm just going to sit on the back. And
I'm the stoker. Okay.
Yeah. All right, these two still rolling off the front. They made the attack on the Sherrod Road climb. Going to give themselves a little bit of space, but you can see the field not far behind them. But this is how the breakaways start. It starts with a crack, and then it starts to get bigger and bigger.
The other interesting part about Sherrod is the run into it, because once you get across the bridge, it's basically uphill all the way until the proper climb starts. So even once you get through the start finish and across the bridge, you're starting to push on the pedals and trying to keep that position going into the climb. So, I mean, you already start the climb a bit fatigued and on the pedals.
Some great fans out here in Knoxville
Gotta
as
love
well.
a pink flamingo.
They have certainly embraced the event with open arms over the last couple years. And exciting news this week that we're going to be back here for another 2 years. The next 2 years of Pro National Championships will be right here in Knoxville. I hope they keep this climb on the course.
You do.
I know 103 guys out there don't.
I would,
but,
yeah.
it's nice to watch from behind a TV screen.
I did it last year. I'm glad I'm not doing it this year. I was actually messaging one of my friends who has the same coach as I had, and I know the exact workouts that he was going to be putting her through, and I did not wish that on anybody.
Wildlife Generation rider Ryan Kingsolver here, number 56. Taking a little look off the front. And now going into the tuck, working the way down on the descent. Kingsolver out of Orem, Utah, on the new old team with the Wildlife Generation squad. There was a team called the Jelly Belly Professional Cycling Team that ran for 23 years, I think, the longest running single sponsorship in American cycling. That deal ended at the end of this year, and the Wildlife Generation Foundation came along to save that program at the last minute. It looked like that program was going to have to disband, but a last-minute infusion allowed those riders to, or allowed the program to continue. So Dana Van Hout went out and they decided to shift the focus to developing the next generation of riders. And it's good to have that program still on the road.
And Leah's doing a lot of work in bringing cycling to the masses with the cycle stream that you and Dave Toll are part of. Is that correct?
We have been honored to be able to bring so much coverage to American cycling. It's more than just having the teams, but at Cycle Stream, we've been able to work with USA Cycling on a weekly cycling show, keep people updated on the racing, and try to do our best to help improve some of the live coverage out there as well. So a big thank you to Leah, the Wildlife Generation team, doing a great job, not just for the team, but for American cycling.
Yeah, I think it's great. Now you have this program that is right in your feed in Facebook, and it comes right to you. You don't have to seek it out, and it gives you an update on every discipline of USA Cycling: mountain biking, BMX, road, cross. I think it's great. Cover everything.
You'll be able to see some of those updates on cyclestream.tv on Wednesday of this week. We'll have an update. I'm going to be heading to Los Angeles from here to do our update show with Dave. So we're going to take a short break here from Knoxville with 100 miles of racing to go for these two off the front. We'll be right back after this. All right, so looking at Nate Brown and Eddie Anderson off the front here. Nate, the brother of defending champ Johnny Brown. We saw him welcome Johnny back to the finish line last year. So Nate, one of the riders that did not quite make it to the finish back in 2018. We'll see if he makes it to the line this year in 2019.
He was just there to welcome his brother across the finish line.
Oh, when you got your brother off the front, what are you going to do? Chase him down?
Yeah,
I don't want to answer to mom after that. Be an awkward night at the dinner table, that's for sure.
Nothing to talk about at dinner.
These guys look great. You see the ice packs in the back of their jerseys, those bulges on their neck. think some questions on Twitter. I know you just answered about riders that aren't here. Not every American rider will race at the national championship. Some of them have obligations on their calendar looking ahead. If you're racing the Tour de France, it's cutting it pretty close to race nationals and then go back to race the Tour.
Yeah, or you've already done the Grand Tour of the Giro d'Italia, which was this spring, and maybe you can't turn around and still be fit or ready for this. I mean, those Grand Tours definitely take a lot out of these guys. And to turn around and maybe even do Tour de France is pretty unheard of. So, yeah, some of these guys are either having some downtime or starting up part 2 of their season.
You can't be good all year round. You have to really target certain events. And if you don't have a good shot at winning, you don't believe you're going to have a good performance at nationals, a lot of riders say, why even make the journey back home? 15 seconds, the time gap here for Edward Anderson and Nathan Brown, your 2 riders off the front of the national championships here, as they're going to have a flyby of the peloton as they do the U-turn on James White Parkway and start working their way back.
Got an attack of a rally rider going into this turn, which is kind of a tricky turn because it's not a normal turn part of a road. So it's flat. Usually you have a little bank or something to get the water to go down the hill, but this is just kind of connecting 2 roads. So it's quite off camber, a little tricky for them to navigate through there, especially at speed.
Yeah, this road was not made for bikes. The U-turn was not made for a turnaround. Those guys navigating it safely this time through, although you do see them scrub quite a bit of speed off it. This is a situation where you're much better losing a couple seconds, taking it easy in the corner than sliding out and opening.
Yeah, it's not worth it. You've got 99 miles to go.
It's not going to be won and lost on the U-turn on lap 2,
no.
that's for sure.
No.
So Anderson up there just with a quick elbow flick. You saw his left elbow flicking out to the side. That tells the rider behind him that it's his turn to come to the front. And so Nate Brown then takes over as the leader. A lot of nonverbal communication out there.
Yeah, exactly. This is just an easy way for them to communicate. You don't have to say anything. You can kind of look each other. These guys have been racing long enough, knowing that they're going to pull, 20, 30 seconds and then pull off.
And it's really mostly just about keeping the rotation smooth. Right there, you see the elbow flick off to the left-hand side, and then Johnny Brown goes around the right-hand side. He looks over. They'll know which side to rotate through on. These guys will work out their rhythm, but these 2 definitely working together. So watch for that elbow flick throughout the day today.
Yeah, and when Nate came around the other side instead of usually if it's the wind is blowing in a certain direction, you'll know to pull off left or right based on the wind direction, because the guy behind you will offset to the left or the right. So he thought he was going to come around the left. He came around the right. So, yeah, just the wind maybe fluctuating a little bit out there. It's slight wind, whatever is out there.
And these guys are both looking back, saying, all right, we can't be the only 2 guys that want to get off the front of this race here. They're looking for some help. They're looking for more riders to come up to join them. Now, the danger there is that the entire field comes up to join them if you go too slowly or wait up too much. So they don't want to be stuck out there with just 2 guys. They want to have maybe 4 or 5 riders up in that breakaway, because then they can all share the workload. They can take shorter, what we call pulls. When you're the lead guy, that first rider up on the front, we call that taking a pull, because you're pulling the other riders along, creating a draft for them back behind. So they don't want to do that with just 2 guys. You'd rather have 5 or 6 locomotives up on the front of the train rather than just 2 engines. So those 2 have been brought back, and we'll hit the reset button up on the front, but that won't last for long. More riders will attack. This is called the counter attack now, where you see a breakaway come back. Why do you attack now? The breakaway is just gone. It comes back. What's the reason for attacking after a breakaway gets caught?
You still want to be out there, so your teammate has done all this work to get into a breakaway. Somebody has obviously brought it back, and so you send another rider at the exact same time when they make that connection, and it just it kind of breaks them mentally just a little bit to say, oh my God, here we go again. I got to chase somebody else down, and here you are. You did all that work for the last half lap to chase this back, and now, hey, guess what? Get back to the front. You got to do some more chasing. That is the beauty of a counterattack.
Next bridge group is on the way up here as well. They're going to try and join those guys. Be a lot of riders trying to go across the gap here, especially looking at those 2 jerseys with Hagens Berman Action and EF Education First up the road.
Yeah, you can
two
see
of the more powerful teams here.
So see some gaps in there. So obviously somebody's attacking a little bit, or somebody's sitting up and letting things go, trying to get that separation however they can.
So Brown out of the saddle here, up on the front. Field's really not giving them a whole lot of room, are they?
No, and I can't tell if it's Project Echelon bringing that back or Floyd's bringing that back. I'm guessing that Project probably has a couple more riders to bring that back. But, yeah, I guess, you know, again, maybe they missed it. Maybe they should be in there. So they just bring it back and have a teammate ready for go for the next attack.
All right, well, they're about to make their way back in downtown and then going to hit Sherrod Road one more time. Let's go back out to Marshall Hughes, who has found his way to the Sherrod Road climb.
Well, it is hot, it is toasty, and right here on Sherrod Road, it is steep. That's why we got to have some fellas making some noise. It's a party here on Sherrod Road. Look at them making some noise right here. I got my dude Jimmy Dean with me. Jimmy, tell me about the atmosphere here.
It's awesome.
It is awesome. He's got the American flag. These guys are motivated as they make their way up the monster that is Sherrod Road. We'll send it back to you.
We might be in the wrong place here in the broadcast booth. Next year, I want to be on Sherrod
Right,
Road.
yeah. I don't know if I can handle all that stimulus up there, though. Jimmy Dean, is that the sausage?
I'd say the world-famous cycling fan now, Jimmy Dean. We got to get Jimmy a mic next year. Have him be a field reporter.
Oh, yeah, that would be outstanding.
How's the atmosphere? It's awesome.
Action, just wanting to keep the pace high or to create another break. But I think they just really want to keep this pace high and keep this race hard.
Yeah, Action Hagens-Berman definitely going to have some of the most fit guys in this race. When you talk about raw, natural talent and that high-end fitness, these are the guys that test off the charts when they go into the lab and do the physicals and the tests. These are an incredible group of athletes. They really identify the best in the world for that Hagens-Berman Action team.
100%. 2 rallies on the front at the moment.
Again, rally with 9 riders in this race, and pretty much every one of those guys is capable of winning this race.
Yeah, Gavin was in the break last year. He had a really great race. Robin, obviously, he was on the podium. Brendan McNulty is such a good time trialist. I mean, he's such a good rider, young rider.
If John Murphy can survive in the group, he might be able to sprint it out at the end. Kyle Murphy is an underrated rider for sure. He played dark horse today. Emerson Arante, Evan Huffman, those guys can ride on the front all day.
Yeah, Emerson's been at home for a little while, kind of had a reset. Yeah, I'm not sure how he'll be riding today.
So this is Rally taking a little look off the front in the orange jersey there. CS Velo, the team in the white with the neon bike right behind him. And then another Project Echelon rider, the black shorts there with the white stripes on their thighs.
I wonder who's in the car for Rally, if it's Jonas today. You know, that's always a good director to have in your ear. You know, some of these other teams, you've got some stellar experience in the car helping you out with exactly how this should feel, how it should play out, and what your expectations are for the day.
Yes, so much of this comes down to the tactics again, and a lot of that is dictated by the directors either before or during the race. Again, they do have two-way radio communication with the riders. You'll see the earpieces in those guys' ears. They're talking both to the teammates and the directors back in the car. CS Velo going to lead it up the climb. You can see it's tempting to carry a lot of speed into this uphill, but that gets scrubbed off pretty quickly when they hit those last 2 kickers before getting to the finish line.
Yeah, they're probably just trying to set a pace that's manageable for the day, and won't want to push it too hard up this finishing climb just knowing Sherrod's right around the corner, they're going to be out there for a significant amount of time if the peloton lets them stay out. So they'll just manage that effort and be as steady as possible, so you continue to have each rider in that break want to and successfully be able to pull through.
12 laps to go on the counter. 96 miles. These guys are going to roll it. They got a good little gap going here across the line. A lot of this is going to be up to the response of the field. I think this is Project Echelon up at the front. Yeah, they're trying to slow this group down. They got a guy off the road, and he's going to try and set a light tempo up at the front of the field. It's called blocking. You can't really go up to the front and slam on your brakes, but you can go up and set a false tempo up there. Maybe just a mile or two an hour slower than everyone else would normally be going. Give your guy up the road a little more chance to get away.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to go up there and hit the brakes. I've had that happen to me before, and I didn't have some very choice words for that rider when they did that to me. But you can go up there and kind of just assess the situation, see who's riding, and just be aware of any attacks trying to get across to this group of guys.
Gage Hecht back in the mix here for the Avolo cycling team. This kid is awesome this weekend.
I love it. It's great to see. Let him stretch his legs, let him learn what it feels like to be out there, know his limits. Especially at national championships, you just never know what's going to happen or how you can turn that day into your day. I imagine Gord Fraser's in the car with Floyd's, and he's always been a very crafty rider as well.
Yeah, Gord is one of those guys that just has the vision for a bike race. He can sort of see things that other people don't. Jonas Carney absolutely has that eye for the race. You just know when something's going to work or something isn't going to work. It always amazes me when I watch races with those guys. A breakaway will go and they'll say, oh, this breakaway is going to make it, or it's not. And they're always right.
I always like to see it when they get fired up, which is pretty rare because they're very, very much the professional. They've been around the block. They've seen all types of racing. But it's fun to see them get fired up.
All right, so the road's starting to go uphill once again as these five have gotten away with Schmutt, Cooper, Huffman, Granigan, and Hecht holding on to a 30-second gap. We're going to step away briefly from Knoxville, Tennessee, and we'll be right back from the National Championships.
Right on time.
Far Out Adventure in the heart of it all. Knoxville will surprise you. Visit Knoxville.com.
Phillips & Jordan is a family-run business that tackles the country's toughest civil construction jobs, and we've been doing it for more than 60 years. It started simple with a 17-year-old boy and a small land clearing project. Since then, we've built dams, delivered turnkey site development packages, and cleared thousands of miles of pipeline to bring power to communities. We care about our country. That's why we've supported response and recovery efforts for nearly every major federally declared disaster over the past 3 decades. Our pioneering spirit and core values make us a proven solution. We are Phillips & Jordan.
Did you know with Vanishing Deductible, you can earn $100 off your deductible for every year of safe driving? Sing that.
Vanishing Deductible. You can
earn $100
off
your deductible. For every year of safe driving.
For every year of safe driving.
What key you in?
E.
No, go G.
G will be too high.
Not for me.
Vanishing Deductible.
Oh, okay. Sweet, sweet.
They are on Sherrod Road as the fans cheer them on. These 5 guys away off the front of the field. That is Evan Huffman, the rally rider, sitting at the back. Big star there. Noah Granigan, the Floyd's rider, sitting up, getting something down the back of his jersey. They also have Will Cooper in here, the CS Velo rider, along with Gage Hecht for the Volo team. And then Project Echelon up there with Eric Hill. 20 seconds, the time gap right now. Not a ton of time when you're talking about a 94-mile race, but it's enough to call it a breakaway.
Oh, 100%. Anytime you get separation from the field, you'll take it.
Well, temperature breaking 90 degrees out there just now.
I remember last year there was a rainstorm through the men's race,
Yeah.
wasn't it? And then the sun came out, and then it was even warmer than it is now. Like a nice hot sauna. Those poor guys had to race through.
Well, as they say, we all race under the same conditions, right?
That's true, yeah.
Single file on the way down. Talked about trusting the riders around you. There's maybe no more trust in than a situation like this, riding at 35+ miles an hour with one guy just a couple inches in front of you.
Oh yeah, 100%. And knowing that these are all professionals, you kind of just assume that risk. Look down and try and not even touch your brakes, knowing you know the course, you know the guy in front of you knows the course, and you just hope they don't have a space moment of, you know, some sort of movement. You know, you see a bottle just then come out. You just have to stay cool and just stay calm in the upper body and keep that nice and relaxed, because as soon as you tense up your arms, you're going to grip the bars way too tight, and it's going to be a pretty dangerous situation.
And just a couple seconds of lapse in attention can change your race out there.
Yeah, especially a one-day race like today. So much of it depends on luck and positioning. Sometimes it's pretty dangerous coming through the feed zone with this many guys.
Yeah.
If you don't need a feed, you definitely want to hold to the left and just stay out of the way. There's no need to be over there. Or you can just wait and go back to the team card after you kind of get through some of this air, dirty air with these riders, and go back to the car and grab a couple bottles for everybody. You want to make it quick because that's a long line. You can go back and you get 3 bottles in your back pocket. You can put 4 or 5 in the front of your jersey, and then another 2 in your back of your jersey right behind your head. And then you finish off with 1 last bottle from the team to kind of propel you back into the peloton and put it in your front bottle cage to be as efficient as possible. And you go right up to the front and deliver those bottles to the guys. It's kind of like placing an order. What would you like?
And then your waiter goes to the team card and grab it,
Yeah.
bring it back.
Yeah.
So it sounds like up at the front, they are coming back together. That chase of 5 about to be swallowed up here. So we'll hit the reset button. Now we watch for the counterattack, see if anybody else is going to go over the top of this move, who will be the next rider to hit out. Whoa.
Oh, my gosh.
EF swinging over, saying, sorry about that.
Yeah, there's that lapse that you were just talking about. I mean, it happens to the best of them, even at the front, where they say that the bike race is the safest, you know, to be at the front. That's the safest place. But, you know, it happens to everybody. You just kind of forget to look down or notice something.
Not sure what that was. Logan Owen, the EF Education First rider. Let's go back and look. I think he was trying to avoid the crack here. There's a little crack in the road. He wanted to come over. Yeah, where that's a new pavement comes into the old pavement, there's a big lip right there, and they wanted to avoid it. They thought they could ride over, but he saw how big that lip was and had to correct his line. So it was either that or crash. He made the right choice.
And you see, you kind of gave a little, hey, my bad,
Yeah.
you know, hand out to, oh, sorry about that.
It's like when you miss your exit and you got to kind of squeeze over on someone to get to your exit.
Yeah, sorry for cutting you off.
Yeah.
It wasn't done on purpose.
Yeah, Logan Owen is a great bike handler.
Yes, he is.
He's got some experience racing in a discipline of cycling called cyclocross. He did a lot of racing there before he moved over to the road with EF Education First. So this is a guy who knows how to handle his bike.
Yeah, 100%. Rally striking out now.
Big attack from Rally here. Going all the way over the side of the road. Now, he does that to keep other riders off of his wheel. He doesn't want to drag the whole field with him. So moving over to the side, trying to get an open line here and prevent anybody from jumping onto your wheel.
Yeah, what's the quickest way to separate from the group? He was safely to the left side and just continues to jump to that left side. It's not easy for anybody to jump into his draft and follow him. He wants to make this difficult.
Gateway at the back.
Gavin?
And yeah, I think that is Gavin Mannion, the Rally United Healthcare rider. Going solo off the front here. They're going to be throwing a lot of orange jerseys up the road today because they can. Mannion will be the first of many Rally riders up here.
Yeah, Gavin coming from Fort Collins or the Boulder area, you know, he's had a bit of altitude training living there. So he gets down here and feels pretty good, pretty fresh, and put that earpiece back in and see what everybody has to say about this. Sometimes it just falls out.
Yeah, does the earpiece go in and out? Sometimes you see the
By
riders
choice,
rip the earpiece out as well. A lot of times late in the race when the director is maybe giving them insights or information that they don't want, we'll see that come out. Does it ever get annoying having a talking in your ear constantly, I say, as we're talking to people constantly?
Right. Yeah. No, you know, usually you'll tape it to your ear because you get so sweaty it'll just pop out. You know, and then sometimes the tape fails as well. I can't imagine that he took it out. You know, Jonas is going to be super calm on the radio. Probably doesn't have much to say right now. One or two words at most, like, yeah, this is good, or go ahead and sit up, or, you know, they keep it to the minimum. Even at the pointy end of the race when things are going really hard, you may be off the front. You know, you still want to keep it nice and calm because you don't want that athlete to get any more worked up than they already are. They're pushing their limits right in the front, doing the best they can. You don't have to motivate them any more than they already are motivated. You just basically have to give them information.
Elevate KHS in the light blue and black jerseys getting up to the front here. This is a team that's had a great year here in the United States, but looking to sort of break through to that next level, looking to go up against these World Tour guys. So this is good for the Elevate squad to get up into the breakaway. That's Kyle Swanson. See his fellow rider moving up the outside. Patrick Collins looking to gain some position here. So it takes a little bit of energy to move up in a situation like this, moving up the outside.
I mean, and you look how big this group is. You know, if you're at the back, it's going to take you a little while to get to the front. The best way to do that is basically swimming upstream through the peloton as best you can, just fill in the gaps, filling in the holes, and kind of surfing and being patient of moving up. If you move up the outside like he was doing, you just kind of spend a little bit extra energy that you probably don't need to be spending, but it's a quick way to get up there. Maybe you need to say something, maybe you need to go up there and monitor, maybe you're on early duty and you need to be up there, and maybe you've been back to the team car and you get back up to the front as soon as possible.
Yeah, we always say near the front, but not at the front, right?
Exactly.
Want to make sure that you have a draft in front of you, but you also don't want to be caught at the very back of the group. See the guys bunny hopping over that little change in the pavement. That is why Logan Owen had to correct so quickly.
Exactly. The interesting about being at the back is you can't really dictate where you go, and you can't see really what's in front of you. So you're at the mercy of the guys in front of you. And, you know, like we said earlier, you should be able to trust that wheel descending Sherrod, but, you know, also there's some potholes that they're having to navigate around or bunny hop over.
The other concern is that a gap opens up. It's not that you got gapped off. It's the guy in front of you letting a gap open up. Then you have to make up for it by going around him and getting back into the group.
More energy, exactly.
So Mannion, Swanson, and I think that's actually Johnny Brown back up at the front. Yeah, confirm that is Brown.
Yeah, maybe he's not feeling so fresh. Like you said, if he's spending all this energy out in the break, trying to represent his team on the early side of things, and just representing and saving one of their riders that feels fresher and maybe picked for the win for today.
Got riders like Ian Garrison, Kevin Remarque has had a great year this year. Sean Quinn on this squad as well has had some good results over in Europe. So they'll ride for the strongest guy. There's no given if you're the defending champion here. You don't automatically get to be the leader for the team. It is the best man for the job here.
Yeah, I always found it hard to go back and defend a jersey or a title or a victory because each year is different. The riders are different. Teams are different. Your season's been different, you know. It never was easy to go back and defend a win.
Downhill section, these guys going into the tuck. It's more efficient for them to get into this position, or they think, than pedaling on the way down. Instead of pedaling, they try to get as aerodynamic as they can, which is why they go into this tuck. I'll give my standard disclaimer that this is only for the professionals. Do not do this at home. This is best left to people who get a paycheck for racing their bikes. So unless you're getting that check in your mailbox every month, I recommend you leave this up to the professionals.
Yeah, and even then, sometimes I don't really see it being worth it, but to each his own.
First Internet Bank up on the front of the field. Another team punching above their weight this year. These guys have really made a name for themselves here in 2019. We saw a couple great rides from them in the crit. Chris Uberti getting away off the front for a while. Ben Schmoot was in the breakaway. Had some early action here. And now they find themselves up on the front of the field. We've had some great champions here in the men's race with Johnny Brown last year. Larry Warbass was a great champ in the Stars and Stripes jersey back in 2017. We remember Greg Daniel made his career, got him up to the Trek Segafredo team as he made the jump to World Tour after that. Matthew Boucher back in 2015. We remember the great victory from Eric Marcotte back in 2014. Some really great champions here at the Road Race Championships, all the way back to Ben King, 2010, still racing at the highest level of the sport. Boy, Hagens-Berman action is not making this one easy today, that's for sure.
Yeah, sometimes you make those little moves just to see if anybody separates, or you know how people react. Sometimes it's a little bit of a game just to maybe shift a couple of times right behind somebody to see if they stand up and
see
say,
if they jump.
"What was that?
Oh, really?
Are you doing something back there? Am I supposed to cover this?" Yeah. And then you come around and it's like, "Nah, I'm just shifting."
Any fake radio calls?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I'm looking at him right now. There's certainly a mental element to the sport of cycling. That's for sure. There is a little bit of posturing out there. We talk about the poker face in a breakaway. And they're trying to read you at all times. Your competitors are always watching you to look for just a little sign of weakness. So if you're, for example, riding in a breakaway, you want to appear strong. You want them to believe that you've got the legs to make it. So even if you're suffering, do you try not to show it?
Oh, for sure. And the other chess match of this is pre-race game plan. You know, you can try and assume of what every team is going to do and who's going to be the strongest rider, but, you know, you just never know. So you just set up your plan based on what you think is going to happen, and that's part of the chess piece is you put it out there, and then you have plan B, and then you have that rider on the road to make the call. And then the other games that play, like you're talking about that you can play within the race, and the minute details that you can kind of mess around with somebody with a poker face, or you can act like you're suffering when you're not really hurting at all.
Oh, he might be getting into plans E, F, and G out there today. Especially for these teams that are falling victim to the Hagens-Berman action riding up on the front. They're going to be throwing a lot of riders off today.
Yeah, it's just strung out through the start finish. It's a really long line of riders.
You can tell a lot about what's going on in the race just looking at the shape of that group. When they're in this long line, we know that they're driving the pace up on the front. It's thanks to these guys. A little bit of reset up on the bridge. So we'll take this opportunity to reset ourselves. We're going to take a little break as they complete another lap. 87 miles to go here in Knoxville. More live coverage of the National Championships coming up. break for our TV, and back with our streaming coverage here as these guys make their way outside of downtown Knoxville now. A lot of riders already at the back of this race are going to be thinking, man, this is hard early on here.
I was going to say, through the start-finish line, I saw Ian Garrison behind his team car. I don't know if he had a mechanical or just trying to hang on for dear life and get a bit of reprieve and try and catch back up to the group. But that's not a good place to be leading into Sherrod.
Now, Michael Garrison, certainly one of the riders that we would expect to be in the mix here. That Huggins Bourbon Action team, as we said, just about everybody capable, I think, of at least making it through halfway of the race today, unless they put in a huge effort up on the front, make some big digs early on.
Yeah, they have definitely set the standard for a team that's going to hire good riders and have the riders that can win the races as well. It's been a lot of fun to see those riders go on to the World Tour teams and how proud they are to see those riders go and talk about those riders, you know, and they were a part of the process going through that program. Is Travis setting a good pace up the climb?
I think this might be Grant again. Maybe it is Travis McCabe here. I think you're right. Travis McCabe.
Yeah.
On the front here. Good call.
Yeah.
Welcome back. The Sherrod Road climb being dominated by Alex Howes of the EF Education First team off the front right now out of Nederland, Colorado. Just put in a big dig, passing another one of the big pre-race favorites. Travis McCabe was up on the front just before we came out of break here. So at 86 miles to go, the cream is already rising to the top.
Yeah, Travis isn't going to like that counterattack at all. That's not going to feel good for him and his legs after leading it into this climb and up most of the way up the climb. Maybe some of the Evola riders trying to follow, but not being able to cover. So maybe they'll just buy their time and try and make up the ground on the descent.
Alex Howes attacking this early, definitely going to confuse a lot of riders in this race. There were a lot of guys that said, I'll follow Alex in the last 6 laps, but they definitely didn't have a plan for this.
Right.
Howes an exciting rider to watch, and not afraid to take risks, not afraid to take gambles, and still knows how to have fun on the bike.
100%.
It's very easy to get burned out in this sport where we focus so much on these minute details of fitness and tuning your body to just the right just the right level of fitness. It's easy to get burnt out as an elite athlete.
Yeah, if you don't take that break or kind of come up for air, you can definitely get caught in the web of training. You're always looking ahead to the next thing, trying to get better, and you know, sometimes you plateau. You cannot keep going in a forward momentum all the time. So there's definitely those plateaus, and you have to take a break, reset, kind of go a little bit backwards to continue going forward.
Alex Howes is also one of the best bike handlers in this field. He's one of the few guys that gets props from the European pros for his bike handling skills. The Americans maybe not the best known for bike handling. We've got wide roads here. We don't have to learn how to handle as well as the Euro guys, but I know he has a lot of respect among the peloton over in Europe.
Yeah, racing in the U.S., the roads are so much bigger, so you can have a little bit more space within the peloton. But when you get over to Belgium, Holland, those roads are as big as one lane here in the U.S. And you condense that down and you stick 200 guys on the road, it gets real tight real fast. You have to learn how to navigate that.
It's another one of the really tough parts of being a pro cyclist. When you do go to Europe, it's a huge lifestyle change. Tell me about that. When you first started racing at the highest level, you spend a lot of time over in Europe away from your friends and family. It's not a familiar situation. It's pretty uncomfortable when you go over for the first few times.
Everything is different. You know, all the language, all the road furniture, all the road signage is different when you're out training. Going to the grocery store, the dynamics there are different. You don't know what any of the labels are. Like you said, you're away from home. You don't know the roads or the routes, and it takes a lot of glycogen at it.
Yeah.
You're using your brain so much more and you don't realize it. So it is quite the commitment to be over there, and we would go over for 6-7 weeks at a time, which is a significant amount of time, and you'd go through Easter a lot of times for the spring classics, the one-day races in Belgium and Holland in the spring, and usually they're very intense races, one-day races, very long, and the weather is typically bad. The roads are really, really small, so everything is different. So you try and reach out to family when you can and just start making those connections and being comfortable in that environment. And then you start going back the next year. It gets a little bit easier. A lot of these guys have homes, second homes or rentals in Girona, so they can have a place to escape to. You're not always around the team. Sometimes you need a break. So yeah, it's quite the adjustment, and you know, you have to figure out what works for you and how to have your time and your space to reset while you're there.
A lot of these guys will sort of develop cycling families over in Europe. We see a lot of riders based in Girona, Spain. A lot of the Americans will go over there and make that their base. So you're not totally alone. You'll link up with some riders, kind of form your own little tribe over there. I know Alex has a pretty close relationship with some of his American teammates and other Americans. You train with riders on different teams, too. You're not always training with your teammates.
Yeah, and then you get used to the culture and the environment, and you start picking up on that and enjoying being in that moment and in those environments. So it becomes like it's your second home, and it just becomes second nature, and you get more used to it. And then, like I said, you keep going back over there and you know what to expect. And the more you can know and learn and expect and embrace being over there, the better off you'll be as an American going to Europe to race your bicycle.
What did you miss most about the United States when you were overseas racing? What did you couldn't find over in Europe that you just couldn't wait to get home?
That's a good question, but I guess I kind of got comfortable. I guess
you
really
were pretty good over. You were pretty comfortable in Europe.
What I guess more than anything, just having a break from everybody and from the team environment and just having my own space. I didn't really have my own space, which was okay, because you know, right that 6, 7, 8 week mark, that was the breaker. That's when you needed to go home and have a reset.
There's no place like home. There's no place like your own bed.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, now Rally sending one rider up the road to roll right past Alex Howes here. Howes was on the way back, so Rally sent one up the road. Howes is going to try to redouble his efforts here to join the Rally rider. I'm going to get a close up and see who this is. Might be Robin Carpenter again. And an Evolo rider going to come up and join them as well. That is Carpenter, number 11. Alex Howes back up onto the wheel. And then we'll ID the Evolo rider when he gets up here. I think that's a First Internet Bank jersey trying to come across the gap as well.
That's the second time that Robin has kind of attacked into that corner. It must be his little favorite spot.
Or maybe just wanting to get ahead of everyone else in case anybody else has a problem in that corner. Hagens-Berman Action will be the next team to try to come across the gap. So they're going to add one to this breakaway. That'll make it 5. This is how it starts. A few guys rolling away off the front.
Yeah, and eventually one of these will stick. You know, it's kind of like the elastic. It'll just go out, come back, go out, come back, and then either there's fatigue or you're happy with the break. But yeah, eventually one of these will stick.
More riders want to come with them. They like what they see up the road. So we may have a big breakaway of the day forming here with 83 miles to go. We're going to step away very quickly here from Knoxville. When we come back, we'll have an update on this breakaway at 5, trying to escape the field. Five is a pretty good number here, but saw a few more riders in the gap on the way up. Do you wait for anybody at this point, or is 5 enough?
Nah, they'll get to you. Just keep rolling. Everybody's here. Obviously you got a good pace. You can see Robin's really pushing on the pedals, kind of putting everybody in a little bit of strain. So yeah, he'll flick an elbow and ask these riders to let's get this rolling, and those guys will get up there to him.
He's going to turn it over to Hecht. Meanwhile, Lance Haydet back at the cars. He's going to load up on bottles here. This is one of the coolest things in cycling. I love seeing this.
I never minded being back in the pelotons or in the caravan. Some people thought it was dangerous. Maybe it is a little bit dangerous, but I never minded. I trust the driver. Creed has raced his bicycle around cars. You know, he knows exactly what to expect and how to drive very safely, and give him some ice socks over. And so see right there, he kind of gives him a little bit of a push or on the that last handoff, kind of slingshot him back into the peloton. He's going to take that right back up to the front to whoever he's going to take that ice sock to. And you can see the bottles in the front of his jersey as well, just placing the order.
Yeah, this is a job as old as the sport of cycling. We've seen some attempts at innovation here. For a while, they were wearing special vests that were carrying bottles. You remember that? Where they would try to take those off and bring those bottles back. But great job there by Volo's Lance Haydet, bringing some bottles and ice socks. He'll be the most popular guy on the team for the next 5 minutes.
I always enjoyed that role, honestly.
Welcome back. Taking a look at the back of the field as they try to work out what to do about the riders up the road as the temperatures continue to climb here in Knoxville, getting hotter and hotter out there. While we were in the break, we saw this. This is Lance Haydet of the Volo cycling team back at the team car. What he's doing here is taking bottles from his director, and he's going to be taking these up to his teammates. You stuff as many bottles as you can in the cages, and then you also see him put them down his jersey here. In addition to water bottles, he's also going to try to take ice socks, try to bring some ice up to his teammates so they can try to stay cool. This is a really important role on the team.
Yeah, and it's not an easy job. I've been in Creed's spot to where you're trying to push the gas pedal. You've got the car to the right. You got to be mindful of that, but you also want to keep this gap of the rider to the back of the peloton as close as possible. And while you're handing off bottles and while you're talking to this rider as well, there's a whole lot going on right there.
It's a very impressive skill to do what those drivers do out there. All right, back up to the breakaway. These guys in the single file line got it worked out. Oliver Flout, the rider, tacked on to the back here, wearing number 155. I think that's the first time I've seen his Downer Econ team jersey here in the U.S.
You kind of see him already dropping his head.
Yeah. He's realizing he's in for a long day today. He's in with a lot of powerful riders. A lot of times the numbers that the riders receive in the series of numbers that their team is assigned, they basically assign numbers in 10-number blocks. So Hagens Berman Action wears numbers 1 through 8. Raleigh United Healthcare wears 11 through 19. EF Education First wears 21 through 24. They're all kind of grouped together. Typically in a stage race, you give your team leader the lowest number, the number that ends in 1. So sometimes that's an indication as to who they're riding for, who the good guys on the team are. And there's a few number 1s in this breakaway up the road.
Yeah, and he's a solo rider for his team. So, you know, get out there, take the chance, maybe say hey to the guys, and hey, I'll send you my resume. Maybe you can give it to your director.
Yeah, this is an awesome setup for Oliver Flout here. There are your 5 names up the road: Carpenter, Brown, Flout, Hecht, and Howes. Didn't think I'd be saying those names this early in the race, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely not Alex Gage. Man, he's just out there again. It's so much fun to watch this team race. They remind me a lot of the Supermint women's team. And I just really enjoy them, you know, putting it out there to race their bikes and giving it an effort to learn learn all their limits.
There is Flout with the German-based Downer Econ team, a continental squad. Came over from the now-defunct Cyclist Sport team based here in the United States last year. Also spent a couple years on the Lupus racing team a few years before that. So he's looking to break out from the continental ranks. Oliver's been racing a lot in Europe this year, spending a lot of time with his German team racing a lot of German continental races. So I'm sure it's nice for him to get back home to an American race.
Yeah, for sure. It's good to get over there and have that experience and that immersion. And then it's always good to come home. And just like Corinne was saying the other night, kind of get into the crit and get a feel for the U.S. peloton because they race a little bit different because of the big roads. Yeah, he's out here and got himself in a good position.
40 seconds for this breakaway of 5 up the road. These guys are doing great. Now they just have to hold it for 80 more miles.
Easy, easy. No problem.
Although if anyone can do it, I'd say this group of 5 is a pretty good choice.
Yeah.
Another look at the approach to the finish line. This will be important later on in the race, but it is important to note this very steep kicker just before the finish. If you're in a group right here, this could go a lot of different ways if you have 5 guys coming to the line together.
Yeah, 100%. I would have, you know, once it starts getting towards the end of the race, you can kind of see who's going to be able to continue to ride strong, who you think. You start looking at your compatriots here and see who's going to be able to sprint, who's going to go long, and you start playing that tactic in your head of how can I win from this break. Second time gap. I think they're probably going to let this go out a little bit.
Yeah, I think this may be a sustained breakaway of the day. So see how much they're willing to give this breakaway. Just like in the women's race, it climbed up to 4 minutes, and then they started chasing it back. So there is a number out there that the teams are comfortable giving the breakaway. We don't know what that number is. That's probably up to the directors in the car to say, hey, it's time to start chasing back. So.
Exactly.
Well, wherever you are around the world, we hope you've been enjoying the coverage here of our national championships. Thrilled to bring you wire-to-wire live coverage on our web stream here, and of course working with our broadcast partners at WATE here in Knoxville and broadcasting across the state of Tennessee as well. So welcoming everybody to the national championships, whether you're watching on the big screen or watching on your phone while walking through Target. Welcome to Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yeah, and thank you for all the social media. Keep asking questions. Let us know who you're picking for a favorite, or if you want us to mention somebody. I'm still learning the men's peloton as much as possible, so it's been a lot of fun to study up on these guys. We have some police officers standing in front of us, and they're shaking their heads at all the cars driving by at pretty high paces.
It must be hard to be an officer in town watching the riders and cars breaking the speed limit in downtown Knoxville, Tennessee. Not every day you get the roads closed and the speed limits lifted. I remember one year at the National Championships, they had a stack of tickets from a red light camera. They forgot to turn it off, and all the cars were going through. The riders were triggering the camera as well. So they had to get rid of those on Monday morning. All right, as the riders make their way up Sherrod Road, I want to show you a look at what it looks like from on the bike. We mounted a camera on a bike of an amateur rider out there earlier today on the way up. It's really hard to keep your bike going in a straight line uphill. Talk about some climbing strategy, maybe for our amateur riders out there that want to improve their climbing.
Look at that nice Schwinn. Yeah, so going up this hill is so steep. You just kind of want to, usually you're trying to keep a small gear, and you're trying to spin your legs as much as possible to keep that momentum. The bigger gear you have, the harder it's going to be to just steer your bike because you're torquing on your legs so much. As you can see, this wheel's kind of going back and forth. And then once you kind of run out of gears, you stand up and kind of use your weight over the pedals to continue your momentum.
And the slower you go, the harder it is to control your bike. It's kind of a weird phenomenon, but the faster you go, the more stable you feel once you're comfortable with that bike. So when you start to slow down and get to that, to get closer and closer to 0 miles an hour, you want to start turning that handlebar. You feel this sort of natural inclination to try to keep yourself upright. You have to fight that a little bit.
I imagine the Schwinn's probably a little bit heavier than some of these bikes.
Yeah,
as well.
average weight of one of these bikes out there right now, 15 pounds,
yeah,
something like that.
Yeah, maybe.
And if you wanted to go to a bike shop and buy one of these retail, I think you could easily go over $10,000 at
Break
the
out your
highest
credit
level.
card.
Yeah.
And that's just the bike.
Yeah. But you don't have to have a $10,000
Nope.
carbon machine to enjoy riding. You don't even need a $10,000 carbon machine to ride up Sherrod Road.
No,
you can
you
do
don't.
it on a Schwinn tandem if you
Yeah.
want to.
Which we're doing later, right?
I already reserved the bike.
Oh, God, great. Thanks. I needed to get some training in today.
Little feed there on the hill. Meanwhile, as Johnny Brown was going up and over, saluting the crowd in his new hometown here. They are big Johnny Brown fans here. It was awesome seeing him win in Knoxville last year.
The crowd helps so much with your energy levels. You saw it when Ruth came through the start-finish, and these guys come through, and then you go up Sherrod Hill, and you're almost to the top, and there's that crowd. You definitely want them to cheer you on. It helps so much to get you over the climb. Just keeps you happy, and to where you can even hear yourself is also a really nice thing too.
And then you got to get right back to focusing for the downhill. Not a whole lot of time to revel in the crowd
Yeah.
cheering for you at the top.
Unless you're going to stop up there, which he's not going to do.
What do you think speeds are like for these guys on the way down? Max speed today?
Yeah, you know, it's been a year since I've ridden the descent. I'm not quite sure, but I would say 40 plus. They're professionals. They know what they're doing. They're going to spin out of gears. I imagine some guys will get in the super tuck, and it's a lot of fun to go really fast. That's why the only reason I ever loved climbing is to go down the hill. So many people wanted to go up, and I just wanted to get up and over so I could descend down.
Maybe the best part of climbing is the descending.
Exactly. Oh, 100%.
Time gap up to a minute for these guys up the road, thanks in part to some of the big poles being put on the front. Robin Carpenter, Oliver Flout, Alex Howes, Gage Hecht. Time board going to roll by here and give the riders an update on the gap between them and the rest of the field. See if we can zoom in on that, and they get the 1 minute as well. Back through the feed zone here. Nice feed from Oliver.
Greg Henderson tweeting in, former teammate of mine, World Tour rider, one of the best lead outs in the world. Says that Alex Howes is going to solo away. 128 to go. He said that's a third of Dirty Kansas. We'll see.
Alex Howes had an untraditional run-in to the national championships. He raced a race in Kansas called the Dirty Kansas. It's 200 miles of gravel riding. They don't ride on paved roads. It's dirt roads. There are stream crossings where you have to get off. It's one of the hardest one-day races in the world, and certainly a different style of racing. Now, we almost never see World Tour riders. Well, we never see World Tour riders in that type of racing, but this year, the American cycling scene is sort of starting to change a little bit. We're seeing more gravel racing, more gravel riding, and this year, the World Tour pros got in on the Dirty Kansas action.
Well, like we were talking about keeping it fresh, you know, these guys probably would like to do something like this, mix it up, just another way of training to go out and do 200 miles. You know, sometimes it just gets tiring to do that on your road bike year after year after year, knowing you're going to try and prep for Tour de France, the Giro d'Italia. So this is another way that you can get in that kind of like secret training. You get to pin a number, get those race sensations, those race nerves, but in a fun environment that really has no consequence if you win or lose.
I hear it all the time. A happy rider is a fast rider, right?
100%. 100%.
You really have to make sure that you're always enjoying riding your bike, because as soon as it becomes a job, your performance starts to take a dip.
Yeah, but I would definitely not like to do 200 miles on a gravel race ever. That's the difference between them and me.
Well, certainly good training for makes the national championship course look like a walk in the park.
Yeah, yeah.
The difference here, though, is the level of talent in this race.
I don't think there's shared hills in
No, a few rolling
Kansas.
climbs in Kansas there, but I don't know if there's many as steep as what they have here on Sherrod Road. There's Robin Carpenter, number 11 in the orange jersey of the Rally cycling team. Carpenter comes out of San Diego, California. You see him resting his forearms up on the handlebars, a little different position than the guy in second place. What's he doing there?
He's just trying to stay aero, just another arm hand position. It's a little dangerous because you don't have anything to hold on to, really. You're just resting your upper body, pulling in your shoulders a little bit, pulling in your forearms, kind of closing off that frontal area to stay aero. And you're up there doing the work, but you're doing the most aerodynamic, easiest work as possible by being in that position. You know, then you'll move your hands to the hoods where he went to, and now he's in the drops. Just kind of keep that movement going around, so you know you keep your upper body nice and relaxed, keep that space open so you can breathe, and just trying to take every little 1% advantage to stay rested and ready and as comfortable as possible on the bike.
Do your hands get tired out there? I mean, do the arms start to get sore?
Yeah, for sure, because you're trying to stay aero in this small group, and since it's such a small group and small time to relax at the back, you know you're kind of stuck in this position. So you know, once you get to the back, that's where you saw him take his water bottle, and you know maybe that's when you drink, that's when you eat, that's when you can kind of sit up and stretch out your shoulders a little bit. Sometimes your hands go numb because your shoulders are so tight, your back is so tight. So yeah, I would get back there. I'd even unclip and like stretch out a quad or something. You know, it's not unheard of.
Yeah, these bikes are made, the positions are made for going fast. Comfort is a very small part of that equation.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
And bikes certainly aren't designed for comfort either. They're pretty stiff underneath you.
No, that's the good thing about now with the disc brakes and having a fatter tire is that it is a little bit more supple and a little bit more forgiving on the roads, because you can have a little bit less tire pressure than the smaller width tire with the rim brake.
Looks like Howe's the only one riding rim brakes in here up at the front. Johnny Brown earned the nickname Johnny Knoxville last year after winning here in Knoxville. They dubbed him Johnny Knoxville on the podium. And that name sticking with the fans here in Knoxville, Tennessee. So
That's a
this
good
guy
one.
never has to buy a beer in this town ever again.
You know, they told me that when I won Ghent Wevelgem, and that is not true.
Wait a minute.
That I'd never have to buy a beer in Belgium, which I was celebrating because that's where the best beer in the world is. Maybe I just haven't been back over there, but no. That wasn't the case.
You got to bring your winner's trophy with you. That's the.
I guess so, which I would gladly do.
That's the token
If that's
for a free beer. All right, these guys rolling away. The gap is up over a minute at just about a minute 5 right now as they continue to make progress on their way off the front of the national championship field. We'll be right back right after this. Wide open here across the bridge. Luckily, not a whole lot of wind out there today. Last year we had a little more. There was that storm that rolled in briefly. Had a few tough gusts of wind in the men's race, but it's pretty dead out there today.
And nothing like descending Sherrod 5 or 6 times, then it rains and change the dynamics of that descent to shake things up for sure.
Gap up to a minute 30 now. So slowly but surely tacking on a few seconds every time we get a check.
Let that roll out and everybody will fuel up. Mike Cree coming up to the brake, talk to his rider, refuel, get a fresh cold bottle.
Nice to see Gage Hecht putting the old bottles back into the car. If you don't have a good place to get rid of your bottles or trash on course, they'll try and toss them to a fan or something. But here on the Parkway, obviously, not a good place to dump it. So Gage trying to keep Knoxville clean here and putting his bottle back into the car.
It's always kind of awkward to throw a bottle back in because I knew it'd have a little bit of drink in it, and just don't want to be rude and throw it right in their lap. But that's just what you got to do, and they're used. The director's used to it. It doesn't matter
how close this car is, the front bumper to the rear wheel of these guys, but every single one of these riders in this breakaway trusts Michael Creed behind the wheel.
Yeah.
So remember, we saw Lance Haydet earlier from the Avolo car, bringing bottles and ice up to his riders in the peloton, but now they've sent the car forward into the break, between the break and the field. Breakaway is continuing to gain time here. The gap is up to 1 minute and 30 seconds, 90 seconds up the road for these 5 guys, thanks in large part to the defending champion, Johnny Brown, wearing number 1 on his back in Knoxville, from Knoxville. The winner here last year, trying to win a little different way this year out of the breakaway.
Or at least represent his team being in the breakaway if he knows he's not going to be the strongest rider. Like you said, he may have had some illness and injury this year. So kind of sacrificing whatever chance he would have to represent his team in the break.
Alex Howes with a mouthful of food here. I would imagine it probably feels super fast to be back on the road for Howes after riding on 200 miles of gravel out at Dirty Kansas.
Right, you go from riding what basically feels like riding in sand or gravel to this super sleek, fast bike. I bet it feels really good.
We talked about how uncomfortable these bikes can be, but they are also incredibly fast machines. It's amazing how much aerodynamics come into play when you talk about what slows a rider down. A lot of people think the rolling resistance of the tires is what actually slows you down, but the majority of what stops you is just wind resistance.
Exactly. And talking about not really being totally uncomfortable because you ride this bike every single day, your body adapts to the position, which is a very aggressive position. You can see the difference in the saddle height and the bar height, and also the length, so they're pretty stretched out, pretty far bent over. And yeah, over time you get used to that position, and that's why it's so, these bikes are so specific to them. When we were talking about a bike change earlier, you definitely don't want a neutral bike because it's just going to be kind of almost your setup, but not 100%. So your body can immediately feel this, and it kind of reacts, and it's not a great feeling. You just, something's just a little off.
Yeah, every single contact point has like 5 or 6 different adjustments you can make to it. Just looking at the handlebars, you can talk about the rotation of the handlebars, how far forward they are. That would be the length of the stem, where the shifters are on the handlebar, where those the brake hoods, we call them, the thing on top, where that goes on the bar, how wide your bars are, how deep the drop is, the bend in the bar.
Yeah, the tilt of the hoods in or out. Then you've got your foot contact, the pedal and the cleat placement, fore, aft, left, right. And then your saddle position, the tilt of the saddle, like all these small details that these guys know exactly what their saddle height is, exactly what their reach is. I mean, down to the millimeter. And it's something you definitely learn and adapt over time. And you know, you may start out cycling for the very first time and it may be pretty upright, and then as you get and you ride more and you become more of a professional, you get more aggressive until you're in this position.
That's important that when you start riding, you don't try and mimic a pro's position here, because this is made for one purpose and one purpose only. It's for guys who ride their bikes a lot during the year. So don't try to mimic your position with your bike at home. We highly encourage you to get a fit from a bike shop. Find a good fitter in your town. It can make all the difference with a bike.
Oh, for sure. You may have some knee problems that you may not know why, or back pain, and it's definitely worth seeing a professional, getting that bike fit, and knowing your body and what you're capable of. But yeah, these and it changes over time. You know, I've gone from very aggressive, and I've gotten more conservative and brought it back in, or you know, different bikes feel different, so I'll move that position ever so slightly. But yeah, it's just such a personal touch. Each bike is unique to each person.
Maybe one of the biggest mistakes we see when amateurs start buying bikes, you get the wrong size bike. They say, I have, you know, my hands are numb or something's uncomfortable, and it really all boils down to having the wrong size frame. You can't get that right. Imagine trying to run a marathon with the wrong size shoes on.
Yeah, and so many people are very uncomfortable, and cycling shouldn't be painful at all, and it's easily fixable. So yeah, it's worth talking to your bike shop about.
Cycling doesn't have to be painful unless
Exactly.
you try to ride Sherrod Road 15 times at World Tour speed. That'll be painful. There's no way around that.
That's self-induced pain. That's
Yeah.
a completely different.
And it's not because your bike doesn't fit.
Right.
It's because you're sprinting to the top of a big hill. This is Floyd's Pro Cycling up at the front of the peloton. Project Echelon getting a good train up there as well, keeping an eye on things, making their presence known here at the National Championships. You see Avola way far back in the green and yellow jerseys just now coming in. Cameron did a great job following those guys around.
Nice.
Now, those guys aren't going to be anywhere near the front of the bike race because they've got their guy Gage Hecht up the road in the breakaway. So right now they're just sitting back, letting him have his ride in the breakaway. They don't want to help this this field or peloton chase them down. So right now Avola can afford to just sit back a little bit in the group.
Yeah, and the peloton will kind of just let this Floyd's rider do a little bit of this work, and maybe he fatigues and pulls off, and then these riders they'll come up to the front and start working or helping as well, and just kind of manage the gap. But at the moment, just going to let him do the work and sit back, and maybe the rally rider is also pulling through a little bit, just managing things as well.
Minute 30, the time gap. At 9 laps to go across the line. It's only 71 miles. I love hearing the sound of the peloton rolling by as well. You hear those carbon wheels and the high-pressure tires inflated as they roll by. It's this buzz that you just never hear anywhere else.
Yeah, it's definitely its own sound, unique sound, that carbon, and it almost makes you like, oh, feel that much faster, because you don't train on these wheels. These are race-specific wheels. They're super light, and save them for race day. You've got tubular tires that you have glued onto the rim of the wheel, and yeah, these are definitely race-specific, and you know, you always get those on your bike, and it's a good feeling to pick that bike up and to feel how light it is and what it sounds like.
If you've never been to a bike race in person, if you're here in Knoxville, you still have time to get down here. The feeling of the peloton coming by, too, you really get a feel for the importance of drafting when you feel the wind that comes off of the peloton when they roll by. You get this big breeze as they roll through, and you can feel how much air that group is pushing out of the way.
Yeah, it's a lot like NASCAR if you've ever been to a race and you get down there by the fence and you just literally get a little bit blown away. Same thing with these guys. You sit down there, and the wind that they push around them, it's quite the sensation. And seeing all the cars, the follow cars behind them, and all the bikes on the cars, and the neutral car and the calm car with the race director in there, it's quite the sight.
Minute 35, the time gap, as they add another few seconds here. Nice to see the American flag being represented. All right, so as these guys make their way up and over, we already showed you what it looks like when an amateur goes up the Sherrod Road climb. Now I want to take a look at what it looks like when an amateur goes down the Sherrod Road climb here. A little bit smoother on the front wheel. Now, it wasn't fully closed to traffic when our crew got out there, so they had to take it a little bit easier. But you can see how fast it looks on from this point of view perspective. Not a whole lot of time to think about the turns. Most of these guys will have come out and reconned this course on the way down. You do so many of these climbs and so many descents as a professional that it's hard to keep track of all of them. You don't really remember the descent from last year, so sometimes you got to get back out there and give yourself a refresher before you get into the race.
Oh, for sure. I would imagine that most of these racers came out yesterday morning and previewed the course just to kind of get a refresher, like you said. But the difference is that the roads are still open to traffic. So when you get to the bottom of Sherrod, you have to stop at the stop sign. So it takes a couple of laps within the race to get used to this right-hand turn right here of what it feels like, because it comes right onto a flat road, so it's kind of abrupt.
Yeah, we're kind of bottoms out there, and then you go back up. It can sort of slam you down onto the bike, especially carrying so much speed. I always feel for our moto teams here, too. The motorcycles following this race do a great job. Got some of the best in the business here with Media Motos coming over. And they're showing 43, 44, 45 miles an hour on the way down. Try doing that holding a 30-pound camera on your shoulder.
Yeah.
See some guys off to the side. I think Brown going to give himself a little bit of separation just to get a clean line here. Taking those corners at speed, you're really pushing it right to the limit. These guys know exactly how fast they can go and exactly how much they can corner, how far over they can lean. They're obviously pretty comfortable with their bikes in terms of the tires and the tire pressure that they run. That's probably the biggest thing that affects your grip out there.
Well, I was going to say, you can see they go from one side of the asphalt to the other. They don't really make contact to the concrete patch that makes the curb. Because it's a little bit of a different surface, and it can, there's usually a little bit of a lip, so you don't want to get off the asphalt as much as possible. I mean, it happens. It's not the end of the world, but better safe than sorry, and just take it from one side of the asphalt to the other, and just know the exact speed that you can take most of these corners. Like I said, these guys have been racing bikes for a long time, and they know how far they can lean that bike over before it starts to slide out from underneath them. And you can actually feather that ever so slightly. I have slid the tire just a little bit, and you're like, okay, well, that's the limit. Now let's get off the limit a little bit. And I know these guys can find that limit for sure, and they have. And see, Alex just picked up a Musette bag.
Now, tell me about a Musette bag. What is this thing?
So in that bag, they're going to have all kinds. There's an ice sock in there. There's a water bottle in there. There's usually some food in there, or goo, or just, like I said, a fresh bottle or two. And you get it all in that bag, so you can pick all that up at once. It's a little awkward to grab from the soignier off the side of the road at speed like that. It's something you've definitely learned over time. And then to also then wrap it around your head and your shoulder halfway, so it's not that counterweight is not bobbing around on your bike while you're trying to pedal and move forward. And it's kind of awkward. You can see around Alex's front of his waist, it's odd to pedal, with that bag in front of you. His knees are kind of knocked out, and so he just goes to the back, gets all his snacks out of there, whatever he wants, all the good stuff, and he'll probably sit up here in a minute unless they're going pretty pace. That's a pretty big ice sock.
Well, that is a huge ice sock for a hot day for Alex Howes. Taking that out of the Musette bag, he'll stuff that down the back of his jersey, and once he empties that out, he'll dump that off to the side of the road for a fan to pick up. All right, so as Howes continues to empty his lunch bag, we're going to take a quick lunch break here in Knoxville. We'll take a short break here from our live coverage, and we'll be right back after this.
With its sophisticated mix of culture, adventure, and cuisine, there's no doubt Knoxville will surprise you. And if you're in the business of planning sporting events, Knoxville will floor you. That's right. The Visit Knoxville Sports Commission has the sports courts you need to turn Knoxville's best venues into your next competition site. With events like USA Cycling and Bassmaster, you can trust the Visit Knoxville Sports Commission with your next sporting event. For details, go to visitknoxsports.com.
I'm coming home, baby, now. I'm coming home now, right away. I'm coming home, baby, now. I'm sorry now I ever went away. Every night and day I go and stay I'm coming home, baby.
Come on home.
Coming home, baby, now.
You know I'm waiting here for you.
Coming home, baby, now.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Looking to up your grill game? Presenting Just Bare boneless and skinless chicken thighs. A delicious cut that stays juicy and tender, even on the dry heat of a barbecue. Already skinless, deboned, and trimmed of excess fat, they're easy to cook. With Just Bare, you never have to compromise, because our farmers ensure that every chicken meets their personal high standards. Learn more at justbarechicken.com.
Welcome back to Knoxville, Tennessee. Just wrapping up lunch hour in the breakaway as our riders were rolling through what's called the feed zone. Just before we went to break there, we saw the riders grabbing their musette bags from the soigneurs along the side of the road, the team helpers. And Alex Howes emptying out his musette bag, flapping in the wind. As you said, it's not the most elegant thing in the world, but it's the best way to get a lot of items to these riders out on the road in a very short amount of time.
Yeah, and this will definitely be a good souvenir for somebody whenever he tosses it to the side of the road. And you're usually trying to find either a corner marshal or like you said earlier, a fan to give that to.
90 degrees out there. Wind has picked up just a little bit to 6 miles an hour coming out of the west, and still just a few clouds in the sky. Not going to see any precipitation out there today. It will stay clear for these guys all the way to the finish. Johnny Brown looking back probably for a team car here. You saw him push that Evola rider up saying, hey, I'm going back to talk to my director, my coach, and he's going to get a fresh bottle here.
And a good director will be able to talk to you while you're attached to the back of the group. You don't want them to kind of gap you off the back when they start talking, so he'll stay pretty close to that group and keep Johnny up there.
That's Jeff Lauder, former American pro in the Hagens-Berman Action Team car. Feeding Johnny Brown here. Jeff has been a big part of developing those guys. Spent some time riding with your old team, the United Healthcare team. In his career, originally out of Salt Lake City, Utah.
Well, that's Pat McCarty in the car, not Jonas. My apologies. Pat was my director when the team was Optum. And you see, he just pulled in the rearview mirror right there. That's just extra precaution. So Robbins doesn't catch his handlebars on the car mirror for whatever reason, and you can get even closer to the car. Pat was a former racer, so he definitely knows those sensations out there as well.
Looked like he told Robin, calm, my calma, as the Italians say. Notice he kicked the side view mirror in, too, so the guys can get a little closer to the car.
Yep. Just another safety precaution to take, as the rider's right there beside the car going 30 miles an hour.
So these team cars will take turns coming up to the breakaway. There is an official in this race called the commissar. It's sort of the referee, if you will. We call them officials in cycling. You have to be called forward before your team car can service a rider out of a breakaway. So when the guys raise their hand, the commissar on the radio will then radio to all of the team directors. They have a special radio in their car that they only hear the commissar on. And you can't go up to the breakaway until the commissar lets you. So you'll never see two cars up there together. That's too dangerous. It's one at a time. Your rider goes to the back of the group, and then you're allowed to call that car forward.
Yeah, they're kind of the referee on the road to monitor everything and make sure it stays safe, because it's bicycles and it's a moving vehicle. You have to be extremely safe out there.
I want to go back and talk about, we've been talking about the directors in the team car, and I always compare them to a coach, but you guys also have coaches as pro cyclists. Explain the difference between a director and a coach.
Yeah, so the director is just in charge of the team and the team dynamic on the road, and your coach is who's going to get you fit and who you talk to probably a little bit more often day to day. regarding your training and your nutrition. And a lot of times when you're getting hired on as a team, or there's a lot of communication between the director and your coach to talk about your fitness, how your training's going, what your plan is, and what the team plan is, and how we can have that rider as ready as possible for the team goals while also trying to achieve personal goals for said rider. So it's all about communication, you know, and having that open communication between the coach and the director and the rider.
You all have to be on the same page to achieve a common goal. Throw in a mechanic, some soigneurs. It takes a lot. It takes a village to have a successful racing team.
Yeah, exactly.
How many staff members on a big team, like let's say Rally United Healthcare, a team like that, what does the back end of a team look like?
Yeah, for a full squad at any major stage race, you're probably going to have at least 2 Swannies, at least 2 mechanics, probably 2 directors, because you're going to have 2 team cars in the caravan most likely. Then you usually have some of the management there. You have media there as well. So it's quite the production, and yeah, the staff definitely pays attention, and you know, they only have so much time in the day. They're going to finish this race at 6 o'clock. Could you imagine turning around and doing this again tomorrow and trying to give these riders massages, cleaning all the bottles, you know, hundreds of bottles that they've had throughout the day, cleaning out the car, filling up the car of gas again, having all the bikes cleaned and ready and race ready. Maybe the race tomorrow, you're going to change out the cassette on the back wheel, different wheel choices, different bikes. What about a time trial that happened on Thursday? So there's so many moving parts within racing, and it's not just racing your bike. You know, there's so much more preparation going on pre and post race.
We had our media day yesterday. I got a lot of interviews in with the riders. I always respect those riders for coming down the day before a big race like the National Championship, because you guys are so busy trying to focus and trying to get prepared, and you don't really want to throw off your preparation or your rhythm. So anytime we get time with the athletes before, I'm really appreciative of that.
Yeah, I bet yesterday was a lot of fun with having all these spectacular athletes come out and ride bikes with the kids.
Yeah, we had Olympic Day out there earlier this week. Had a chance to get some kids riding with some of our Team USA riders and some of our Olympians. It's all about the next generation, getting more people on bikes. If you aren't able to follow along on the live video stream or watching on TV across the state of Tennessee, be sure to follow us on Twitter. They're live tweeting the race at USA Cycling Live. In fact, they're going to be live tweeting all of the national championships. US Pro is our official hashtag this weekend at the US Pro Championship. So be sure to tag those tweets and Instagram posts and all that so we can see them. Hashtag US Pro. Hashtag Johnny Brown.
Yeah.
How about that one? It's always cool to wear #1 at a race, too. The defending champion always gets #1. If the defending champion is not there, a lot of times it goes to either the best placed rider from last year or the favorite coming in. But
yeah, it's always fun to have the low numbers.
Yeah, right.
Low numbers. It gives you a little bit of street cred.
Right. We talked about the infrastructure that goes into the team, but there's also the infrastructure that goes in around the race. So many vehicles out there on the road just to make a race like this happen, between the police and the motor marshals to make sure that the road is closed, the team cars out there. You'll see the motorcycles with the commissars. That's like an official. Our TV crew out there with the cameras on the bikes. It takes a lot to put on a bike race like this.
How about every single one of these barriers that somebody has to have 2 hands on, and to string up all the signs with zip ties? You know, you're right, it's such a production. And as a rider, I just made sure to say thank you to all the volunteers too at each corner that, you know, try and marshal people across the street safely. You know, without them, these races don't happen.
And of course, we wouldn't be anywhere without the fans. So a big thank you to everyone watching out there today. And we wouldn't be anywhere without the riders. So, Lauren, thanks for your service in the professional peloton for all those years of entertainment.
It was my pleasure.
I have many great memories of watching you bury yourself and suffer out there for our entertainment. So nice to have you on this side of the fence this year.
It's a lot of fun to be on this side of the fence now.
big thank you to our TV crew, doing a great job bringing a long day of coverage here at the National Championships. They had a great show for the Criterium on Friday and doing a great job with the road race out there today.
Yep.
These guys doing a great job as well up in the breakaway with 65 miles of racing to go. And this will be Floyd's of Leadville up on the front. That's Travis McCabe's second wheel, second position in this group. McCabe, one of the big pre-race favorites, winner on Friday in the Criterium National Championships. Is he getting nervous here?
No, I don't know. I just was thinking about this poor guy that's on the front that's doing all this work. I really feel sorry for Keegan. I don't know. Maybe Travis has intentions on hitting out again on Sherrod like he did a couple laps ago. I don't think he's getting nervous. I think it's more just riding and representing at this moment.
Still a big group remaining here. They really haven't gotten rid of many riders here with 64 miles to go. Most guys surviving.
Yeah, just probably keeping a consistent pace, which also means it'll be consistent on the climb, which will naturally spit out some of the guys out of the back. See some of the jerseys of these guys already unzipped, just trying to maximize any cooling chances they can get.
It might actually be Swerble on the front. Either way, stringing this field out single file. I always like to watch the riders at the back of the group. Sometimes that's the best story in the race. It's not the action at the front, but the riders trying to hang on for dear life at the back.
Yeah, like the Milligan rider having such a good result today, or the unknown rider in the women's race. It was, yeah, you never know that story, and it'd be fun to hear what becomes of that.
Back on to the Sherrod Road climb as Johnny Brown pops out to the right-hand side there. Again, Johnny Brown, the defending champion here after an incredible campaign in 2018 here in Knoxville. This guy really came out of nowhere. He was on the Hagens-Berman Action team, so we knew that he had natural talent, but he shocked this field when he went away last year.
Yeah, I was really surprised he went out and was able to stick it solo, but if anybody knew this course, it was going to be Johnny.
This was a guy who really buried himself. We saw the slobber coming out of his mouth. He was going 110% for really the last 15, 20 kilometers of racing. It was an emotional victory for him, being greeted by his brother and family on the finish line. So when Johnny was able to post up, it was obviously a very big win for him in his sort of adopted hometown here of Knoxville. Great for a Tennessee boy. And there's Nate Brown in his EF kit last year. Nate back in the race this year. He's hoping to hang in there a little longer than last year. And Johnny had the Stars and Stripes jersey ready to go from the Hagens-Berman Action team, which is understandable because they're just that good.
Yeah, it's a bold move, but it was obviously a good move for them.
1:48, the new time gap up to these guys. Again, looking at Carpenter, Brown, Flout, Hecht, and Howes.
Looks like they're just naturally spitting out these guys off the back.
Some pretty incredible fans here in Knoxville as well. And we've been talking about them a lot on the way up. So as these guys are on their way up to the top, almost to the top of the Sherrod Road climb one more time, they'll work their way back down. We're going to work our way through a break and come back with more live action from Knoxville, Tennessee, the 2019 USA Cycling Professional Road National Championships. Does it ever get easier on the way down? Do you get more comfortable with that descent as you go through the race, getting a little more familiar with the line?
Oh yeah, 100%. I think after the second or third lap, you know it pretty well. No matter where you are in the peloton, you're super comfortable with the descent, even as tight as it is. And kind of these, you can't really see around some of these corners, and you go into the shade like that. Yeah, you're fine with the descent. It's more about where you are in the peloton. Sometimes some of those guys can react slightly different, but usually you're very comfortable with the descent and how it's playing out.
Maybe give yourself a little extra room. We see those gaps opening up on the way down. That's by choice for these guys, I think.
Yeah, maybe not so comfortable descending. Yeah, for whatever reason. There's no loss in giving a little bit of a gap like that. You're going to get back to them easily.
We learned at the Amgen Tour of California this year, just because you're a pro doesn't mean you can descend well. We saw some pretty rough descending down some of the mountains this year out in California.
I was really baffled by that. I couldn't tell if that guy was that bad, or if he was messing around, or if he had a mechanical.
Well, he was coming off some bad crashes, and said just never really got that confidence back. He had 2 really bad back-to-back crashes, so once that confidence shakes, it's tough to get back. You better have your confidence today, though.
I mean, he took it all the way to the grass on one of those descents, and you know, unclipped, and just unbelievable.
Up and over Sherrod Road one more time here at the National Championships. It never gets easier. The hill seems like it gets bigger and bigger each time on the way up and over.
Yeah, I would think by towards the end of this race, they're going to think it got steeper at some point.
So, Lauren, 62 miles of racing to go here, starting to get into the midway portion of the race. This is where sometimes it starts to find a little lull in the action. The breakaway goes away. The field starts to get comfortable with those guys up the road. What do you do if you're on the peloton right now? Is it hard to wait a situation like this out once you've made the decision that you're not chasing? What are you telling yourself? What's going through your head? If you're one of those guys back in the bunch, and there's about 90 of them back there in the big group, what's going through their heads right now?
Yeah, it's not necessarily hard to wait, but you kind of lose a little bit of focus. You know, sometimes you may fade to the back and have a conversation with your buddy. But you don't really want to do that, because some people take notice of that, and they kind of wait for this opportunity to attack or counterattack out of this group. So really, in the peloton, you just gotta stay focused, and most importantly, you know, keep the hydration, try and stay cool, conserve whatever energy. Don't be riding around the front. Maybe have a quick conversation with your team car, with your director, and just reassess and make sure everything's still on point with the game plan. But yeah, you know, just don't lull it asleep at this point. You know, you just gotta stay attentive.
All right, these guys back to work up in the breakaway. The peloton and the break going to be rolling back through the feed zone here pretty soon, where they've been taking bottles and feeds all day. Let's go down to Marshall in the feed zone.
Hey, we're out at the feed zone. We were over at Sherrod Road earlier, and that was all about how rowdy you can get. Right here, it's all about the quietness. You got to hear your teammates and asking about water or ice. These are the 2 main things that these cyclists are wanting, and they are cruising by. The temperature's right now around 90 degrees, so it is toasty out here, and it can be crucial if you drop a water bottle or accidentally drop some ice, because you got to go all the way back around for a full lap before you can get back to this feed zone and get the goods. But right now, each team has some volunteers that are handing out water bottles and ice. Again, crucial for the road race for the men today. We'll send things back to you.
How much can you request of your team? Do you make requests for food and water out there? If you want something other than ice or water, can you request a Coke maybe?
Yeah, for sure. Like you said, you know, you don't necessarily have to wait all the way back around to get whatever you need out of the feed zone. You can, again, talk on the radio, talk to your director and say, you know what, I think I need a Coke, or can you give me a mix? Or, yeah, that's what I'm saying. When you literally take the order of your teammates, there's nothing wrong with that. And, you know, you've got time. You've got plenty of space to do this, plenty of room to straight roads to go back to your team car, have that conversation, get whatever you need specifically. Yeah, and the feed zone is definitely the business section of racing, where Sherrod is more, you know, happy-go-lucky fun for the fans and all that. The feed zone is there's a lot going on right there. It's pretty tense. Sometimes Swannies kind of fight for their position. Sometimes you want to be the first, or sometimes you want to be the last in the feed zone, depending on the course and what it looks like. But yeah, like he said, you got to be able to yell at your Swanee or vice versa. You know, they'll have 3 options. They're going to have water, mix, and ice.
You
So
can,
you
you
gotta
can
keep
only
it
ask
simple.
for what they have. There's
Yeah.
no pina colada requests
Yeah.
or anything like that.
You get what you get, and you don't throw a fit.
Well, guys up in the breakaway working very well together in this single file line. We're watching the rotation happening constantly on the way in. I want to show you a graphic here that shows, explains a little bit about the drafting. This was a study they did a few years ago with some fluid dynamic scientists. You see the percentage, that is the workload that these riders have to do. And you can see how the air moves around the riders in a single file line. Now, the graphic on the left shows the riders how close, when they're close together, and the graphic on the right shows what happens when you start to split between the riders. So it's really important that they stay in that single file line, that they stay in the stay organized so that they can try to minimize the work that they have to do. This actually shows the pressure coefficient, which is how much air is moving through, but you can see how they push the air out of the way and the importance of staying right behind the rider in front of you.
I just kept it way more simple. I've said, oh, yep, it feels easier right here.
Yeah. It is a pretty amazing feeling when you get that draft for the first time, when you really start working in a group until you swing out to the side and feel that wind hit your face. You don't really realize how much energy you're saving by being in a draft. It's something you just have to experience to really understand.
Yep.
Pat McCarty back up for the Rally United Healthcare team car. And Robin says, while you're here, I'm going to use one of these bottles to dump on my head.
Yeah.
You hope that that's water. Did you ever mix up a water and drink mix bottle?
I was going to say, I have accidentally. Towards the end of the race, my director gave me a flat Coke, and I thought it was water, and it was pretty sticky for a couple of K. But you know what? It didn't matter.
Yeah. Certainly not ideal. You also see that little computer mounted in between his handlebar there, right off the front. That will have a lot of rider data, the speed, their distance ridden. They'll be able to see their heart rate on there. They can also measure the power that they are creating with each pedal stroke. They measure it in watts. That's a better measurement of how much work you're doing. They don't really care about the speed so much, but instead they use that computer to measure your power. They also have GPS on there. These guys know where they're going, but when you go out for a training ride, maybe training on new roads, you can plug a route in and have turn-by-turn directions from those computers.
Yeah, and when we're talking about going over to Europe now, computers, like you said, you can put in the GPS of a route, which is super helpful. I don't know how many times I was over there, and I basically would circle the city for a long time.
That's the only road you know, right?
Yeah, or just trying to get back home and not knowing what direction, and basically I was never 10K far away from home. But yeah, they'll mostly use the power or the wattage that they're putting out and their heart rate to kind of monitor their efforts and stay steady.
Johnny Brown loading up, trying to stay cool here. And again, we see every rider taking turns from the front to the back, staying in that constant rotation.
Everybody doing equal share of work.
Well, at this point in the race, I can't imagine there's a whole lot of strategy to give these 5 riders. They pretty much know the plan. Does it ever get fun in the earpiece? You ever have any jokes in your ear, anything like that? Ever play any of your favorite tunes, anything?
No, I had one director while I was racing the Tour of Flanders, one of the biggest races in the world. Never really needed to hear anything, but he decided to tell me that there was a brewery to the left side of the road, and it really threw me off. So, no, less is more. You know, if there's no need to talk, don't talk in the radio.
I guess that would be like asking if anyone ever comes to your office and randomly cracks jokes. You don't want to hear jokes while you're out there trying to do your job.
No, if anything, you'll kind of go as you're pulling off. You may talk to to the breakaway riders that you're with, and you know, I mean, all these riders, they know each other from years past, probably have raced with each other or against each other some, and you know, just quick little banter is actually a lot of fun. But other than that, you keep it simple.
Yeah, maybe crack some jokes with your teammates. I always love seeing after the race when a rider wins, the first thing they do is get on their radio to tell the teammates that they won. Because a lot of times their teammates are way behind after doing their work, and the first thing they want to do is update their teammates on the radio.
Exactly. One of the best feelings I had last year at Tour of California, Katie Hall was up the road, and I was pretty close to the end of the climb for her. She makes it over the top. She attacks over the top, and I can hear, once we got down to the flats heading to the finish, I can hear my director, Rachel Hill, basically telling her to go, 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 and I could hear the anticipation in Rachel's voice. So I knew, I was in the drop group, and I knew that Katie was winning, and it was such an amazing feeling, even in the drop group, and I just had the time of my life being a part of that. It was pretty amazing.
Alex Howes and his banana back at the back of the group. This guy likes bananas, so he saw one in his pocket earlier as they went up the Sherrod Road climb. I'm sure this is a new one.
Yeah, maybe he learned something from Dirty Kansas, that this is the food that fuels him the best.
Now, there's definitely a real food revolution going on in the peloton. Seeing a lot more riders getting away from the processed nutrition products. Sometimes it's as easy as just a banana. We see a lot of rice cakes out there. That came into the professional peloton a few years ago as sort of a standard on the bike food.
Yeah, usually in the winter I would try and just eat nothing but real food, just because all summer you're racing and you need to get these calories in as soon as possible. So yeah, you do take in that nutrient-dense goo, gel, whatever it is, these blocks. You know, and
do you get tired of eating that stuff?
Yeah. Every once in a while, you'd go to a different team and kind of swap out brands just for a different. I mean, they're basically the same stuff, but a different product taste. So that was always a little mix-up as well, just to change it up a little bit.
People are always amazed to see how much these riders eat and sometimes what they eat when they're riding. It would not be uncommon to come across these riders having a Snickers and Coke, let's say, at a gas station out on a training ride.
Yeah, you see that a lot on social media. They've been out for 3 or 4 hours, and well, yeah, you're burning. Your furnace is hot. You know, put in there whatever you want. We would always go out to dinner, and when you're ordering 2 entrees and the waitress looks at you like, I don't think you're going to eat all of that. And you're like, you will be surprised. And
you don't know me.
Usually they are surprised when we clean our plates.
It's all about getting enough calories in, especially over long multi-day races. When you have a multi-day stage race, sometimes it's a struggle just to eat enough. The directors on the team are forcing you to eat.
Or you've been super focused on this race, and you've been very specific and strict with your diet, and this is a chance now you can kind of let off some steam and have a hamburger and french fries, or, you know, whatever you're having a hankering for.
What was your favorite real food on the bike? Did you have anything that you craved or like to take out on training rides?
I really enjoyed at that 4 or 5 hour mark something savory instead of sweet. So I would do the rice cake with a piece of ham and some scallions in there to mix it up. It was a tasty delight.
Yeah, something a little different.
Yeah.
After 4 hours of sugary drinks
or we would
gels.
Go straight to In-N-Out or something.
Yeah, that's another. Tour of California is a great example to see these skinny, 5% body fat guys buying In-N-Out and then just, scarfing it down with a chocolate milkshake. But when you ride as much as they do, you can pretty much put whatever you want.
It'll usually wreck your stomach, but you just don't care because it's worth it.
Like I earned it.
Yeah.
All right, back through the line at 7 laps to go. 56 miles of racing between these guys and the finish line. Alex Howes tucked in on the front. Trying to get Arrow. Any cycling fans out there that follow the Aero bar controversy at Dirty Kansas? There's no controversy here. No Aero bars allowed in the Road Championships. You may, if you're a triathlon fan, you may know the Aero bar extenders. They go down the middle of the handlebars. Those have become pretty popular in the gravel racing side of things. When you're racing 200 miles, you want some different options to rest your hands and control the bikes, but they are not allowed in road racing. They allow those in the time trial only. mostly because you have zero control of the bike when you're using those
Exactly.
aero bars.
It's dangerous enough to be this close to each other with your hands on the brakes. We don't need.
Yeah. That is an unfortunate part of the sport, but an unfortunate reality of the sport that scrapes, cuts, broken bones will happen throughout your career.
Yeah, I've left a lot of skin on some asphalt.
And the crazy part is you get right back up and say, put me in.
That is kind of crazy, isn't it?
Patch it up and say, sign me up for another one.
Yeah.
Even in the middle of a race, immediately riders try and get up, get fixed up, and get moving. What do you do when you crash? I mean, take me through that process. Obviously, you don't plan on crashing, but how quickly does it sort of set in? What's that like when you hit the deck in the middle of a race?
My best example is crashing in San Luis in Argentina a couple years ago. It's probably one of my worst crashes, and it was maybe 25K into 140K day. We were going for the first sprint and laid it out on the asphalt, 100 degrees outside. And basically, you just get back up, look over your bike. Hopefully, your mechanic is there pretty fast. You just have to stay calm, and it hurts really bad. Give yourself a quick assessment. You know, nothing's broken. Nothing is life-threatening. Okay, well, you've lost some skin and it hurts. Such is life. So you make sure your bike is okay, brakes aren't rubbing, bars are straight, maybe a wheel change. You know, you get back on your bike, kind of assess what that feels like once you get back on the bike. Stay calm because the car's going to get in front of you and help motor pace you back up to the group. And then you just get back in there. And then it's usually after the race that the pain really sets in. So you better take some ibuprofen as soon as possible before you get in the shower.
Some incredible athletes out there, the toughest of the tough here at the National Championships. They're working their way up the tough climb right now. They got a minute 45 for these guys. We're going to step away shortly and be right back from Knoxville, Tennessee. Guys making it up to the top of the Sherrod Road climb here. A little bit of separation on the back for Flout and Hecht, but they should be fine to get back in here as Robin Carpenter sets tempo up at the front. I know Robin's got a lot of friends and family here in town and watching at home. Always love hearing from riders' friends and family on Twitter or getting texts from where they're watching from. Say hello and thank you to all of the cycling families out there that got these guys to where they are today. Behind every great cyclist is, well, a lot of people that help get them to the professional ranks here. Just like well, you always hear about hockey parents, cycling parents got it way worse. You got to go to Europe to play this one.
I was also going to say your training partners back home. There's been so many people that helped me in my career. A lot of group rides, people that wanted to go out with me while I did efforts. I don't know why, you know, but, you know, those are really good friends in life, and they just want to be a part of the process. And, you know, you get to bring home a jersey, hopefully, or a really good story back to them. And, you know, they are definitely a part of the process, going home and having that community to help you.
There's so many riders that just need that extra little push, that extra little support can kind of take you over the edge. I know you spent some time at the Homestretch Foundation House out in Arizona, which is really designed to give those riders that opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. I was the general manager this past year, and the 2 years prior to that, I was a mentor, and to be a part of that program is absolutely amazing. The community in Tucson, Arizona, or the cycling community, is phenomenal. The group rides are amazing. It's one of the top-notch best places in the U.S. in the winter.
Leaders on the way down from the big climb, having just gone up and over the summit. A little bit of separation here. They will come back together. Moments ago, while we were in the break, couple riders touching wheels in the peloton. Take a look here as they make the right-hand turn. Gavin Mannion getting caught just on the on the outside of the corner here. Now, no major injuries out of this group, but a couple riders did get tangled up from the Rally United Healthcare team. McNulty also going down. Unlucky 13. You see that 13 worn upside down on the back of Brandon McNulty. They do that to try to ward off some of the bad luck associated with that number,
Yeah.
but unfortunately it found Brandon McNulty today.
Yeah, and I can't, you see Gavin's not going to really rush to get back up there, to jump back up as soon as possible. Pat McCarty will stop, the mechanic will get out, look over the bike nice. You definitely don't want to ride on a cracked bike, so it's good to just give it a quick assessment. And like I said, we've got plenty of road here that Gavin can get back into the group. He looked pretty much okay, hopefully.
It's one of the biggest tells of an experienced cyclist versus maybe a new cyclist. What you do after a crash, or if you have a mechanical, you have to stay calm. Let the mechanic do their job. It's easy to start panicking and saying, I need my wheel now, bring my bike now, we've got to do this, we've got to do this. But the pros know you just have to let the mechanics do their work. Yelling at them isn't going to make it go any faster. It's not going to help anybody. So just stay calm, let them do their job, and get back into the group as soon as you can.
Yeah, rule number 1, don't freak out.
Yeah.
Take a deep breath.
Which in the heat of the moment, sometimes it's hard to do. When you see your group riding away from you, you're feeling really good, you're upset about the crash, and maybe it was for a dumb reason, a lapse in judgment or a lapse in attention there. So tempers can run high when you have crashes like that.
Just as we were talking about earlier about kind of lulling to sleep and moving to the back of the peloton, that's one of the reasons you don't do that, is because, again, people just kind of lose that focus and quit paying attention, and something silly like that happens.
Certainly seen riders exchanging words while still on the ground, trying to blame each other for causing the crash.
Yeah, what good is that going to do?
Yeah,
Just,
it's easy to point fingers, but
yeah.
you're still on the ground.
Exactly.
So.
You need to get up and get moving and focus on what's important.
All right, so at the back of the peloton here, a couple riders coming unglued, trying to get back on after that Sherrod Road climb. Not an ideal place to be, but got to respect the hustle to try to get back in there. Just saw some people with a goal off to the side. They're trying to get bottles tossed in there. Some cycling fans here set up a tiny little soccer goal to try to encourage riders to toss their bottles in there. That's a good way to get souvenirs.
Exactly. It's a great way to get souvenirs.
And they did it right before the feed zone. They know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah. They've been to a couple of bike races.
Back up to the back of the peloton, back of the main group here. That red car that we just went by is the SRAM neutral support car. We've been talking about the team mechanics and the team cars. There's also neutral mechanics in this race. If your team car can't get to you, or you're unable to get service from your team, the neutral cars are pretty much always there. They'll go with the breakaway and they'll be with the field. They're the first car there, so that if for some reason your team can't get to you, there is a car there to help every rider in this race. It's not ideal to have to take neutral service. You want to stay on your team gear, your team wheels, whatever, but it's better than not getting a wheel at all.
Yeah, first choice is team gear, and like you said, if it's a tight situation, you'll definitely do what you can and take from the neutral car. And every once in a while, they'll also have water in there if you're in the break and for whatever reason your team car can't or won't get up to you. You can kind of put your hand up and have a quick conversation and just ask for some water, or to toss bottles as well. Those guys have definitely been around the block. They go to all the races in the U.S. They do the crits, they do the road races, the stage races. So they know most of these riders and know how to quickly change a wheel or a bike change as soon as possible, or as quick as possible.
And speed just as important for the mechanics. They train to do this as quickly as possible. It's gotten a lot tougher in recent years to be a neutral mechanic in the peloton as the standards have started sort of deviating. It started with the brakes. There's 2 different types of brakes that are allowed to be used in a race like this, called rim brakes and disc brakes. Now, 4 guys in this breakaway are riding on disc brakes. That's where the brake is around the hub of the wheel. It uses a rotor more similar to the way that a car would brake. You see this type of brake very common on mountain bikes. It has a much better grip. It is a little heavier with a disc brake though, and yeah, a little, you could argue that it's dangerous as well. We won't get into that argument today, but I am noticing that 4 guys in this break, Howes is the only guy riding rim brakes today. So if the neutral car comes up and they've only got, let's say, rim brake wheels and you're riding a disc brake, there's no compatibility between the two. You can't use a rim brake wheel on a disc brake bike.
And I'm no mechanic, but I do believe there are different size rotors as well for the discs. So, you know, that can also cause a problem or a delay in any change. So a lot of times, a lot of these teams nowadays, if there is a wheel issue, they'll just get a whole new bike, just because that is quicker than trying to take out the wheel altogether.
Constant innovation in the name of searching for speed and aerodynamics.
Yep.
And sometimes just selling more gear, but that's a different discussion.
Hey, I'd buy it. I'm gonna buy it.
It is amazing how much bikes have changed over the last 10 years. A lot of people with you know, maybe an old Schwinn hanging in their garage think, well, how much could you change a bicycle, right? It's one of the most simple inventions out there. 2 wheels and a chain along with a frame, but it's really amazing the technology that goes into these things. The latest and greatest now is the electronic shifting. These riders have electronic group sets, we call it, on their bike. Instead of using a cable to shift the gear like you would on pretty much every bike out there in the world, you pull on the cable by shifting on the handlebars. That tightens the derailleur, and then it shifts the gear over. Now they use a wireless electronic signal that goes down to a tiny little motor that moves the derailleur over. It's really interesting to hear riders talk about having to charge their bike or running out of batteries, and it's caused some problems for the riders too. I know Skylar Schneider had an issue in her race with the drivetrain. It's still a little finicky, but it is a better shift. I think most riders agree that it is smoother shifting out there. Once you get it dialed in, that's the hard part.
Yeah, I was going to say, we were talking to one of the mechanics last night, and I was watching him the other day. He had his cell phone near the front derailleur, and I asked him, what are you doing? And he says, I'm updating the firmware on the front derailleur. And I'm like, what? Well, I don't, I'm a little lost on that. I prefer mechanical right now. Just one more thing to plug in that I will forget.
Yeah. I haven't charged my wireless headphones in like 2 years, let alone the chances of charging my bike are pretty slim. Floyd's Pro Cycling back up on the front, trying to get a little aero advantage there. Or maybe just praying that this race ends sooner.
Yeah, and the F just waiting in the wings. Well, we saw Gavin actually ended up pulling out of the race, which is unfortunate. He looked okay, but he did come backwards on the course, and that's unfortunate for Rally to see him out of the race since he did so well last year.
I'm talking about Gavin Mannion for the Rally United Healthcare Pro Cycling team. Yeah, it's tough in nationals. You just never really know how your body's going to respond. You have good days and bad days on the bike. I'm always amazed how consistent you guys were able to ride, traveling so much. You know, it really takes a lot out of you. That's whole nother component of being a professional bike racer. The travel element is a skill set in itself.
It was usually pretty high anxiety for me anyway. Well, yeah, in the travel, I wanted to be there as soon as possible. I didn't want any delays. You want to be as comfortable as possible, and you know, there's a couple of different ways to achieve that. We would have compression tights or socks to wear while you're traveling to keep the swelling down. You try and stay hydrated, and just get there as soon as possible and make it an as easy flow day as possible. One of the Gateway guys, Sean Gardner off the front here. This is good to see.
Gardner had a good ride in the crit for the Gateway Devo cycling team coming out of Richmond, Virginia. And now Gardner going solo off the front of the field here. I guess going to try and make it across this 2-minute gap. Try to make it 6 up the road. As a wise man once said, bold move, Cotton.
Sean spent some time at the Homestretch Foundation this winter in Tucson, Arizona. Got to know him. He's a really great guy. And he put in some really hard training days, so hopefully this comes to fruition for him.
Well, again, you can't win if you don't play. And
Exactly.
Sean Gardner playing his hand right now, saying nothing's going to happen if I just sit back in this group. You're not going to get talked about by the commentators sitting in the peloton. And Gardner knows it. He rides for a team called Gateway Devo here in the red and white jerseys. This is another team trying to get guys up to the highest level of the sport. There's no expectation for a Gateway Devo rider to have a good result at the Pro National Championships.
Yeah, you can see him. Either he knows somebody's coming up behind him or he kind of blew a little bit. But, yeah, a couple of guys trying to break out of the peloton and come across, and it's stringing everything out behind. So most people are probably not going to be too happy with all of this commotion going on at the front.
First Internet Bank and Arapahoe Resources going to join Gardner up the road here. I think that's one of his teammates up at the front of the peloton.
Kind of looking back like, what are you doing? Don't chase me down.
So these guys trying to go across the gap. We'll keep our eye on them as 3 more try to go up the road. They're trying to make it 8 in the breakaway. They're trying to join the 5 leaders away right now. Back up to the breakaway. There's a nice cold Coke for Oliver Flout. That's going to feel good right about now.
Exactly. Thank you, Steve Bitter, for sharing this lovely photo on Twitter of one of my most favorite crashes. It was over in Belgium, Energy Watt Tour. Yeah, that was pretty painful.
Is it tough to recall those crashes? I know it shakes your confidence for a few days afterwards. Anyone who's ever crashed their bike knows that feeling when you first get back on. When does that go away? When do you put that behind you?
Honestly, it didn't settle in until a couple of days later. I got back, finished the race, and we had a team time trial the next day, and it hurt so bad. I thought I had broken a bone because the putting my hands on the bar and the pressure on my shoulders hurt so bad. I thought I had broken something, but I guess I didn't because I continued. But it didn't settle in until basically until I got home. And then I did have a concussion, and I probably shouldn't have continued, but alas, I did. And I think, yeah, we're definitely learning way more about concussions in these recent years.
More riders on the way up. Saw Kent Ross from the Wildlife Generation Pro Cycling Team. Sean Gardner back in the mix there. I think this is Stephen Bassett, the First Internet Bank rider, up on the front. Great rider in this race. Bassett ended up 7th place in the Criterium on Friday night. As we go back up to the leaders, working their way back through the finish line. I can't imagine this hill is a whole lot of fun either on the way up to the line.
Exactly.
Even though it's short. Although I think Robin Carpenter is having a little smile there with Alex Howes up at the front. How's a guy not afraid to crack some jokes in the breakaway? I know that for sure. All right, 49 miles as these guys charge their way back onto the start-finish stretch here in downtown Knoxville. They're going to see 6 laps to go on the counter. You can see the clock running the elapsed time in the upper right-hand corner, 2 hours and 45 minutes, and they still got 49 miles of racing to go. Just another day at the office for these guys, though.
Yeah, I think so. Fuel, fuel, fuel.
It's tough work being a pro cyclist, that's for sure, but one of the most unique jobs you can have out there, I think, safe to say.
Yeah, you get to travel the world via bicycle. Not a bad way. See the places.
All the gels you want. Unlimited nutrition gels.
Endless hours of entertainment.
Yeah.
Here the cars coming through, going back up to the break. Mike Creed and his car coming through.
So this is going to be a chase effort forming. They're putting some motos behind them. There is a good number of riders rolling off the front here. That's Ty Magner, the rally rider, popping out to the side. These guys are only a minute down. It's a minute 5 back to these chasers as Bassett will lead them up this final little kicker here.
Yeah, by the looks of it, this may come back together. They're kind of looking around towards the front. Nobody's super motivated. I think this will be a reshuffle.
too many riders trying to join this bridge move.
Or just, yeah, not necessarily motivated, not the right mix. All kinds of factors.
And maybe just trying to lift the tempo here, not necessarily trying to get away and join those guys, but maybe thinking the gap was getting just a little bit too big. So the guys went to the front of the main group, Peloton, and said, all right, let's close this down a little bit. Nice look.
Eric Young towards the tail end of that. George Simpson in the middle. Just kind of riding the wave at the moment.
Good look at what's happening from the back of the peloton here. I always think it's interesting looking at a field when you have sort of some elevation gain. You can see the front of the group from the very back, and sometimes you see an acceleration coming before you feel it. The field kind of acts like a slinky or a whip. You pull on one end, but it takes a while before the other end moves, so it kind of ripples through the field, and then when it catches up to you at the back, sometimes it can be a rude awakening.
And you can almost feel it coming and happening, and you like, yeah, I got to stand up and put forth this effort, or I'm going to get dropped. And I would always laugh when it was my teammate up there, you know, my climbers that would do so much better on this hill than I could, and I could see that they were making the race hard for everybody, including myself.
Riley Sheehan at the back for the Evolo squad, and there's his teammate Gage Hecht up the road in the breakaway. Now Oliver Flout wants a little bit of cheering for the field.
We're doing all this work up here. Let's get a little love from the fans.
That's got to be cool, though, to have the power of getting the crowd to cheer for you. You know, when you lift that hand and get the response you were looking for.
Yeah.
Well, tons of fans up there on the climb as Gage Hecht not getting a whole lot of time to look at it. We've been documenting some of those fans throughout the day. This is our best of for some of the American fans along the course. They've been really respectful of the riders this week, too. So got to give the Knoxville fans some shout-outs here. Even though they get dressed up, they want to run alongside the riders. We always encourage fans to make sure you give them plenty of space, and these fans have been really well behaved here.
Exactly. It's nice to see everybody on the side of the road dressing up, having a good time. But yeah, and even some teammates that have decided to pull out of the race and will go up there and cheer on their teammates still in the race.
I would like seeing the outfits. We want to put you on TV, but we don't want you to knock over any riders.
Exactly.
So, despite what you may see at other races on television, Sherwood Road probably not the best place to run alongside the riders. There's just not enough room.
See, Rally's moved one of their Swannies to the top of Sherwood right there. That's a pretty smart move. Just to have that extra bit of water, maybe not have to go through the feed zone and deal with all that, and you can just pick up a quick bottle right there at the top of the hill.
A lot of times the teams will stash gear throughout the course. They'll have a couple spare wheels maybe at the top of the climb or even the bottom if they think that there's a section where you may need it. We see this a lot in the spring classics where you have really rough road. The teams will put mechanics with extra wheels along the side of that road, anticipating that there might be a flat tire there.
Yeah, because usually at this point on the climb, your team car is pretty far behind, and it would take a significant amount of time to get up to you for any mechanical or whatever you might need. So the best thing to do is to have somebody up there that you could ride up towards. Another trick is to call your team car up to the front to maybe have a quick chat, even though you may not go back there. So they get called up, maybe their car 5 or 6, they go up to the front. And it's almost like a race in the caravan as well. They're now positioned at the front of the caravan until the cars get back in order, which is at the driver's discretion.
Yeah, sometimes it takes a while for them to get back into their 5th or 6th slot when you get to move up to the front.
There's all kinds of games to play, even in the caravan.
Back to the back of the peloton, Evan Harding, the Project Echelon rider here out of Dubuque, Iowa. Probably not a lot of hills like this in Iowa,
right?
Although they do have the Snake Alley criterium there. So there's some steep hills out there. And this is where riders are going to start to come unglued off the back. Miguel Bryan here, third place in the criterium Friday night, going to be the latest casualty.
He's a big guy. It's kind of not, this hill is definitely not suited to him.
Lauren, talk about the different styles of riders out here. We sort of classify riders by maybe one of three categories, a sprinter, a climber, or an all-rounder. Tell me about the different type of riders and how you become a sprinter or a climber.
Yeah, so if you look at somebody like Eric Young, even Travis McCabe, they're kind of more sprinter-esque, a little bit bigger, a little bit more muscle to them, a little bit more scrappy, not afraid to bump around in the peloton versus like a Gavin Mannion or some of these other, the climbers are going to be significantly smaller guys. And you can definitely see a difference. You know, some people look at me and they would say that I was a climber, and I'm like, no, I'm definitely a sprinter. I'm on the bigger side of things in the peloton. And then your all-arounders, like, I mean, it kind of, you know, Travis kind of falls in that category too, because he can get over some of these climbs. He's just got that fast twitch at the end as well. So yeah, there's definitely different body types. Like these, you know, Miguel back there, he's a bigger guy. He's going to be your workhorse. He's going to be really good on the flats, really good domestique, able to protect your rider, your climber, or your sprinter from the wind. Can really put out a whole lot of power for a significant amount of time, where a sprinter's going to be able to put out power for a short amount of time, but a lot of power. And then your climber can hold really strong power going uphill for hours. So yeah, there's all kinds of different body types for sure, and yeah, you just kind of start falling into place in what your strengths are and what a team may need when you go to get signed by a director.
Just like running, think about the 100-meter dash versus the marathon runners. It's a very different type of runner, a very different type of athlete. You don't see the 100-meter dash runners competing in the marathon. You don't see the marathoners racing in the 100-meter dash. You're built for one thing, and you have to sort of find that and start to focus on it. So in racing, we have sprinters and climbers. The sprinters have a really rough time when the road goes uphill.
Exactly, yeah.
So I'm feeling for all the sprinters out there today.
But yeah, I mean, you say that, but again, if they don't go very hard over Sherrod, then you can definitely be able to get over that as a sprinter.
Gap's coming down here to 55 seconds. So these guys losing a little bit of time here. And in the world of bike racing, 55 seconds with 45 miles to go is basically nothing.
Yeah, exactly. There's so much racing to be had, and obviously whoever's managing that gap is could bring that. Sounds like they could probably bring it back pretty fast if they needed to. But if this is the Floyd's guy on the front again, that's a whole lot of work for him today. He's going to be really tired tonight.
That sounds like some more splits happening back in the field. So we're going to see some separation when we pick up the front of the peloton. There's your breakaway going around the U-turn. And there are the chasers right behind him. Top left corner of the screen. See the motos in between the gap. And these guys will see them on their way down. Just under a minute in between the two. Hard to believe Gage Hecht is back in the breakaway after what this guy did on Friday. Spent a majority of the 90-minute race on Friday in the breakaway. Had a day off on Saturday, and then Sunday it's right back to work at the front of the race. They put the time trial on, or the road race on Sunday here because the time trial on Thursday, the criterium on Friday. Then they give the riders the day off on Saturday, basically to recover for the road race because it is so hard. So there's a day in between racing this weekend between Friday and Sunday. Peloton's starting to split up back there. Look at this. Big split in the group. That is about half of the field splitting halfway back there. So the group on your left are guys getting left behind. The group on your right, single file. These guys are moving. They are turning the screws up at the front of the peloton right now. Little surprising here at 44 miles to go that they say now's the time, but look at the jerseys up at the front. Trek Segafredo is there. Hagens Berman Action getting into the mix. So some things starting to happen up at the front of the peloton. With 55 seconds in between the break and the field. We'll see if they can make it up. We'll keep our eye on those 5 as it's starting to heat up here in Knoxville, Tennessee. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. We will keep our eye on these guys. And when we come back, we'll give you an update on what's happening with this split in the peloton.
Phillips & Jordan is a family-run business that tackles the country's toughest civil construction jobs, and we've been doing it for more than 60 years. It started simple with a 17-year-old boy and a small land clearing project. Since then, we've built dams, delivered turnkey site development packages, and cleared thousands of miles of pipeline to bring power to communities. We care about our country. That's why we've supported response and recovery efforts for nearly every major federally declared disaster over the past 3 decades. Our pioneering spirit and core values make us a proven solution. We are Phillips & Jordan.
Harper Auto Square's next Cars and Coffee is Sunday, July 14th from 8 to 11 a.m. at Westtown Mall. See the new models from Harper, Jeep, Ram, Chrysler, Dodge, and take a free test drive. We'll also have a wide variety of everything from tuners to exotics, and if your vehicle has 4 wheels, it's welcome. Everything is free, including dash plaques while they last and free coffee and water, compliments of pilot. Bring the family and bring your daily driver, fun car, or exotic. Harper Auto Square's Cars and Coffee, Sunday, July 14th at Westtown Mall, rain or shine.
Welcome back. Live images out on course from Knoxville, Tennessee, with 42 miles of racing to go. There has been a split in the big group. They made a selection just a few minutes ago. That's what you're looking at on your screen right now. So a major split happening in the group. About 30 guys getting spit out the back of the big group on the road.
Yeah, this is similar to the women's race, and I just wonder if that's sure taken its toll, and now these guys are able to sew it back together and regroup as they come back into town. So just the wearing down process of this course, the attrition that's taken place.
You can see the pace is definitely starting to pick up here in this group. These guys moving a little quicker, a little lighter on the pedals than last time we checked in with them. Group's starting to string out. So whoever's up at the front here certainly has a plan, and it's working because they just split this peloton in half.
Yeah, you don't see the guys able to move around near as easily as before. You see Michael Hernandez there standing up. He just looks a little bit like he's struggling. Yeah, it's a little bit more tension for these guys trying to move up and get into a position. Looks like they're struggling a little bit.
Back up to the leaders in the single file line here again. Taking a draft off that lead rider. Everybody taking turns here. There are no passengers in this breakaway. Every single one of these 5 guys has been working. Gage Hecht maybe spending a little time at the back here. He's got to be tired after his day in the Criterium Friday. But we have seen him taking some poles. It was a while ago. I think the last time I saw that green and yellow jersey up on the front. So we'll keep our eye on Gage Hecht.
You see Robin going back to the back to have a quick stretch as well. Things are probably tightening up. Settling in, fatigue setting in. Trying to prevent some cramping, probably.
Back to the chase. See the glistening legs of Andrew Vollmer, the Evolo rider. You know, we talked about one of the most common questions during the criterium on Friday about why the riders shave their legs. Yes, there's a little bit with the massage. There's a little bit with trying to clean your legs. There's a little reason for road rash to try to keep it clean. But Lauren nailed it. There's a big reason because it's there's a vanity element to it for sure. You do a lot of work to get those chiseled legs, and you want to show them off.
Yeah, you do. I see Logan over there having a conversation with his teammate, maybe kind of going through what the tactics are, kind of coming down towards the end of the day, seeing checking in with how everybody's feeling. I can't imagine those guys have radios, so you just literally go up to your teammate and have a quick conversation. Here we go. Maybe they talked about having an attack here. Seeing what happens and what shakes out, and sit up and try again. Gage back at the front and doing his work.
Yeah, so that answers that question. Heck taking his pole up there on the front.
Exactly. Lots of fans hanging out in the shade. It's been a very pleasant day, a little on the warm side for us. I imagine it's pretty hot out there for the guys, especially the heat coming off the pavement has to add a couple of degrees of intensity to today's efforts.
Guys emptying the bottles out, tossing them off once they're useless to them. You may see the riders using different bottles throughout the day, different colored bottles, especially for the European riders. Sometimes it's tough to get enough bottles over here, so they'll borrow bottles from other teams. Sometimes they'll get them from USA Cycling. If you see a rider using a bottle that doesn't have their team colors or team logo on it, doesn't quite match with the rest of the kit.
Yeah. And also, if there's a team car that came up and they want, usually there's like the gentleman agreement that, we'll help you out and be nice as long as you continue to work in the break.
See that COM2 car right behind the breakaway here. That is driven by the officials, keeping an eye on things and also regulating the traffic in between. We call them commissars. So you'll see the COM car behind the riders, and then there's also a commissar on the moto out there keeping an eye on things.
Yeah, these are the people you want to keep happy.
Yeah,
if you were the director or
any
the rider.
interaction with commissars in your career? That's
maybe.
It's a group you don't want to have to talk to, but they do levy fines at the end of each day of a stage race. They'll put out the communique every day that shows sort of, it has the results in it, but it'll also have any fines they levied.
Yeah, I was always very, you want to be respectful to these people. I mean, this isn't their full-time job. They're doing this out of the love of their heart and because they want to be out here as well. So you got to understand their perspective as well. And they're just trying to keep us as safe as possible. So they're going to enforce the rules and maybe driving in the team car, and they don't want you to draft a rider back up to the peloton, and you kind of look away for a couple of seconds. You play like you can't hear them, or maybe you don't understand them, and then they know how to get the message across that you should definitely know what they're saying. You just try to bend the rules as much as possible, but not break them.
Yeah, push it to the limit until the commissars say you got to reel it back in.
Yeah, you never know. Nielsen Palace riding by.
Yeah, this is playing into his hands perfectly today. Guys like Nielsen Palace, Larry Warbass, been pretty quiet so far. So Travis McCabe up at the front a little bit, but the longer these guys stay out in front, the calmer this race stays, the better it is for those guys that are going to want to put in a big push in the last, let's say, 10 miles of racing where things will really start to heat up. Ruth Winder went from about a little under a lap out.
Yeah. And going back to Travis being up there, I think it was more just to support his teammate and appreciate the work that he was doing, probably for Travis. So that's always nice of him to be up there to support that rider.
This is one that Travis McCabe has been hunting for a long time. It's been heartbreak for him every year here at the National Championships. Just can't quite seem to put together that perfect ride. Can be really frustrating trying to chase a win like this your entire career.
Yeah, and I mean, what better year than this? Maybe a couple of years ago when he was first coming out with Eric Marcotte, and they were definitely the dynamic duo. But it sounds like it looks like he's kind of found his feet again in his placing in the peloton, and had such a good tour of California, showing and representing the national team there. And now here, you know, with the crit Friday night with a significant win. He's definitely got an opportunity today. He's on the right trajectory for riding well today. He's just got to have a little bit of luck on his side with the breakaways.
Gap at 1 minute up to the breakaway. These motorcycles coming by right now are the Moto Marshals. They'll move ahead and block some of the intersections. They kind of leapfrog the race to keep the road closed for the riders.
Yeah, and I was also going to say that when the cars are behind the riders like that, you know it's at least 1 minute, because once that gap starts to shrink, the race director or the chief commissary will pull those cars out. Will ask them to get out of the way so there is no drafting advantage, and it's safe for the riders to reconnect with the breakaway. So maybe after they get through the feed zone and the gap keeps coming down, they'll probably pull those cars out of them in between the two gaps, in between the front group and the peloton. Sherrod naturally spitting out some riders.
A little bit of separation up in the group here. We'll try to take a look behind and see where the rest of the breakaway riders are. But right now it's going down to Alex Howes, Johnny Brown, and Robin Carpenter. It's Pete Stetina at the back. Trek Segafredo rider just in front of the Elevate KHS guy here. That's Stetina in the red and white jersey of Trek Segafredo. How sweet would it be for that team if they were able to double up today? We saw Ruth Winder win in the women's race, and they got a couple in here that will give it a shot at the finish with Pete Stetina and Kiel Reinen.
Sam Bassetti's definitely not enjoying the top of this.
Remember when we were talking about the difference between a climber and a sprinter?
Yes.
Bassetti definitely has the build of a sprinter.
Dropping his head down, just trying to get over the climb. You can look down and see the exact watts and heart rate that you're doing right now. You just want to stay connected to this group for whatever chance they're going to catch back on through the flats, down through James White Parkway. Looks like it's Eric Young also towards the back. Oliver reconnected. That's really a great ride for him.
That Flout gets back into the line here. Oliver Flout racing for that German-based Continental team. Moved over to Germany after his father suffered a pretty bad bicycle accident here in the United States. They went over to Germany to get treatment there. Oliver moved with his family to Germany and found himself a Continental ride over there. So he's returning back here to the United States just to race the Nationals, and then we'll head back over to Germany to be with his family. Here comes Gage Hecht back in. Thought we lost him there for a second on the Sherrod Road climb, but he's here.
Never say never. Good for him. Not giving up, not just going back to the peloton, trying to just reconnect. Even if he just goes to the back, just being represented for his team up there is always motivational for the guys in the peloton. I imagine Creed maybe in the radio right here, just asking him, you can do this, just any positive information and energy that he can give him at this moment to stay connected to this group right here over this little riser in the feed zone, and try and get any rest and respite once they get onto James White Parkway.
So time gap at a minute here as the little separation out of the field starting to come forward. You're going to see more and more of these gaps forming. We're starting to get down to crunch time here in Knoxville with 37 miles to go. We're going to take one more short break here and keep an eye on these guys as the heavy hitters start to come forward. We'll take inventory of who's here and maybe more importantly, who's not. $15 guys in this group.
Nelson, Larry, Travis, a lot of the names that we've kind of picked for the day up there, looking comfortable, not doing any work, making it over Sherrod, not having to chase back on.
And this is them catching up to the breakaway here, so they're going to bring that original group of 5 back. That is Howes up there. We saw Gage Hecht at the back of this group, so now these are counterattacks going over the top. They have made the catch on those leaders. That's Oliver Flout there in the blue kit, who was with that original group of 5. So, all right, this is a big turning point in the race as the breakaway gets caught, and now they're rolling away here.
Yeah, Nelson's just come out of the group and putting in an effort now. Starting to see the names of some of these riders that have been sitting in and asking forth of some of their efforts now.
There's the elbow flick from the Floyd's rider. A little disappointed with the rally guy behind him.
Yeah, that's tough to see when you turn around and you flick an elbow and it's he's got a teammate up the road.
Yeah, the rally guy's got Robin Carpenter up here, so no reason for him to work. Here's Neilson Palace on the right side of the screen, the yellow jersey of the Jumbo-Visma team, finally making his appearance at the front of the race. So this may be it right here. This might be the group that we're looking at winning the race today.
I can imagine. Probably so. Yeah, Larry just sewed that back together pretty easily. So it looked. Yeah, they'll start looking around and counting who they have and how everybody looks and how everybody's feeling.
Professional Road National Championships racing along James White Parkway here in Knoxville, Tennessee. A major turning point in the race here as the initial breakaway of 5 riders has been caught, and we got new guys going off the front. This is Ty Magner of the Rally United Healthcare team out of Griffin, Georgia, a guy who would have maybe been classified as a sprinter, but he's breaking out of his role today.
This is great to see. Maybe Robin can get back in and recover a little bit and yeah, and be there for another counter off of Ty's effort here.
So Rally exchanging Robin Carpenter off the front for Ty Magner now, as he takes a look back, and these guys try to figure out what to do about him. I'm going to say this is your race right here. I'm not seeing the 100%. Riders behind them that are going to come up. So if you're not in that selection right now, I don't know that you're going to be able to win the national championships today.
They're going to have to do a whole lot of sitting up and looking around at each other if that group from behind comes back to them. I can't imagine that happening.
Howes back up at the front. And Johnny Brown.
You see Johnny Brown's head bobbing a little bit, starting the fatigue's definitely setting in, been in the break, doing the work. He's only one of his team represented up there, so he's got to be very cautious of what he lets go up the road, whatever he has left.
Yeah, getting down to the point where you're not going to have many teammates left here. There's Alex Hone, number 31, and EF Education First going to start throwing riders up the road here. They got 3 in the selection, so they're going to try and roll this one. You might as well use the numbers to your advantage at this point.
100%, especially these World Tour guys that have a little bit more in their legs of race days and probably can handle this pressure. So why not start sending them off?
I also want to point out the DC Bank rider in this group, former national champion Greg Daniel, back in the mix.
Oh Oh, wow. Yeah, that's great to see.
So EF now sends Logan Owen up the road. Carpenter and Owen, this is a good duo here. Nice view of the skyline over the river. No time to enjoy the view today, though.
Yeah. And Logan, I bet he feels pretty good. Like I said, last year he did a lot of work for EF to kind of blow up the field and try and bring back that group. So maybe he's feeling a bit fresh today and looking forward to the end of this race.
Stephen Bassett also getting up into the mix for the First Internet Bank cycling team, a local rider from Tennessee, calling Knoxville his base. So this is huge for Bassett up there. This is a guy who's been knocking on the door. We know that he's a great rider. We know that he's got the talent, but nationals would be a world stage for him to get that chance and really take advantage of it here. So Stephen Bassett there in the blue jersey of the First Internet Bank cycling team.
Yeah.
Bassett still living in Knoxville, Tennessee here, graduated from Bearden High School for our local Knoxville residents.
How many people you think are going to be cheering for him on the sides today, on the sidelines today?
I hope they know who
Yeah.
he is. I hope, hope they realize that one of their own is up the road in the breakaway here.
Yeah, probably has a
Couple
big
Knoxville
presence.
guys here
Yeah.
between Brown and Bassett.
Yeah.
Logan Owen setting tempo up on the front here.
Pushing the pace a bit, getting a little bit of a gap between Johnny and Steven. Just stretching his legs, I think, just wanting to keep the pressure on, make it a hard race.
By the way, if you watched our women's coverage, Logan Owen is the husband of Olympic silver medalist Chloe Dygert Owen. A great ride for the Show Air 2020 team. More splits back here in the group. Those are your front four, but not by much. I'm thinking this one will probably come back together here. It won't be these four guys trying to roll it away.
I can't imagine Larry just easily coming back up, it looks.
Horvath's going to go right through these guys. The 2017 national champion, now returning from his French deployment with the AG2R, Le Mondial team. Sticks his nose out into the wind. Horvath's the only American on that squad, so no help here at the national championships. And I know he's going to be heading back up to Traverse City, Michigan after this race, so he'll be all in on this. He doesn't have any reason to take it easy, try to save any energy. He's getting towards the end of a block here where he heads home and takes a little break. So he can go all in Knoxville today for the Stars and Stripes jersey. Flying around the corner.
Going so fast, the camera guy can't keep up with them.
Yeah, tough for the moto team sometimes. The bikes can corner faster. It's also tough on the descents because these bikes can handle better than the motorcycles on a twisty descent. So a lot of times the motos have to speed ahead. We lose the coverage of the riders on the twisty descent. They've been doing a pretty good job on the way off Sherrod Road here, but on some of the bigger climbs, a lot of times we'll lose the cameras on the way down.
Yeah, all of a sudden these guys have just ratcheted up the speed and can kind of catch those guys off guard for a hot second. Good job for just swinging it back around and making this this happen.
So Bennett and Bassett here. Sean Bennett for the EF Education first team and Stephen Bassett of the First Internet Bank squad. Still 34 miles to go. That's a long way for a split out of this group. If you got 20 guys together, you already made that selection. Wouldn't you want to calm down a little bit here? I mean, do they try to take some time off, or is the idea to keep the pressure as high as possible?
I think keep the pressure going. Am I mistaken? Did Sean have a top 10 in a Joe d'Italia stage? So you know he knows how to go to the long distance and keep that pressure on. Why not? If they have 3 guys back there, you know, draw out some of these guys and let's see how we can shake things up. I can't imagine those guys want to go to the line with Travis.
No, I don't think anyone wants to go to a line with Travis McCabe at this point. After the way he sprinted in the Criterium Nationals on Friday, be a lot of guys trying to steer clear of him by the time they get to the finish line. So for a guy like Travis McCabe, you want to get rid of him early on. They do that by making it as hard as they can. They're trying to get rid of him on these climbs because they know he's a good climber, but not a great climber. He doesn't thrive on the climbs, but he can make it. He can survive. If they make it as hard as they can, though, Travis McCabe gets into trouble, and that's what's happening right now.
Yeah, and Robin's setting a pace that's hard for even Johnny to hang on to. Lost a rider back there. He's trying to bridge back up to these guys, make that connection, and maybe just connect and then sit on and see what it feels like to go over Sherrod again with these guys.
What a feeling for Stephen Bassett to be leading the race through his hometown in downtown Knoxville, Tennessee. Yeah. This guy's been all over the local news here. He's gotten plenty of coverage in the newspaper, so they definitely know who Stephen Bassett is here on the finish line, and they're cheering him on.
Yeah, you're definitely, if this is your hometown, you're gonna be the one leading it through the start finish. Everybody kind of looking around at this moment. Who's going to do the work? How's everybody feeling? What's everybody look like? Here we go, leading it into Sherrod, and what does that look like to each other, and how does that feel?
There's McCabe, the elbow flick to Greg Daniel behind him in the black DC Bank jersey. So McCabe knows he's in trouble. He knows those guys are trying to spit him out here, and he and Greg Daniel are now going to work together to try to get up to that selection up the road.
Everybody else behind them, maybe not so. And there's the Larry going again. A lot of the action riders coming off the back through the start finish. I'm sure they're definitely at their max level.
Very impressive to see Johnny Brown hanging in here. There are a lot of question marks around him coming into this race as to whether or not he'd be on the same form that he was last year, but Brown has been nothing but perfect today.
Yeah, it's been fun to see that. I didn't realize that he had some injuries or some illness this year. So it's to know that now and to see him in the break and to continue to stay in the break, get back in the break once it reshuffles is impressive.
Noticing Stephen Bassett going with the Aero helmet today, maybe a little less airflow at the back here for the First Internet Bank cycling team. It seems to be doing fine. Is there any preference on a helmet? I know a lot of riders are using the Aero helmet now. It doesn't have as many vents, but the airflow is pretty good on those things.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you know, people go back and forth with how hot a helmet feels, but gosh, at this point in the day, nothing's going to feel comfortable. And so if you can get some sort of aerodynamic advantage, you might as well. And sometimes you can squirt some water over the helmet and get a little bit of water through there to help out with any heat issues.
Stephen Bassett signaling for an ice sock here. 32 miles to go here as they make their way back up and over the top of the Sherrod Road climb. One more time up and over. This group has made it as the selection continues here in Knoxville. We'll keep an eye on the front of the race. Again, you're watching live coverage of the 2019 USA Cycling Pro Road Championships.
Stevens had a pretty good year this year. He's come away with the win at Joe Martin stage race with the GC. So you know, him being up here is right on his path for the summer. Having a good year.
Yeah, the run-up to nationals in the United States is pretty good. There's a pretty good block of domestic racing early in the season here in the United States between Tour of the Gila, Joe Martin stage race, and go up and do Cascade. Plenty of, you know, 4, 5, 6 day stage races where you can get some good, solid racing and some good blocks early on, and then obviously be on good form for nationals.
I'd say this day also kind of mimics Redlands Sunset.
Yeah, Redlands another great example of one of those races. Can't believe I left that one out.
Towards the end of the day, we're starting to get there.
All right, let's watch this descent as Howes rolls up to the front. I think this is Colin Joyce, the rally rider here. Whoever he is, a great descender.
In the Super Tuck. Yeah, he'll make connection with this group pretty fast.
Alex Howes might have made this front group here. Man, what fighting Alex Howes has done. To be in the breakaway, and then you're just going to keep fighting.
Yeah, confirming number 18, Colin Joyce. About to tack onto the back here for the Rally United Healthcare team.
Strong riding by him as we see a Rally UHC rider trying to bridge back up to the lead group. And what we call the Super Tuck. And I believe that might be.
So this is starting to get good. This is the selection being made on the front, and the riders know it, so they're starting to panic a little bit back in the group. Bennett, Bassett, Brown, and Howes are already up there, and Joyce is on his way up. Welcome back, rejoining our live coverage here at the National Championships, where Colin Joyce has just made it back up into the group. The guy in the orange jersey onto the back here just joined this group coming off of the Sherrod Road climb with some daredevil descending on the way down. Joyce made it up to the front, but wasn't able to make it to the top of the climb, so he gained his time on the way down. A couple riders taking bottles up at the top as Alex Howes went up and over, number 21 there for the EF Education first team. But then it was the way down, and Joyce came flying by our TV motos out of nowhere to rejoin these guys. So Colin Joyce will descend his way into the breakaway, and that's going to make it 5 up the road. Live images here back up to the front, and we got more riders joining Howes and Brown as they go through the feed zone. That would have been Logan Owen, the other EF Education first rider. These guys will call a little bit of a truce here in the group.
Yeah, going back to Alex and going to racing Dirty Kansas, sometimes you're not quite sure how your body will respond to those types of races, but it obviously looked like it was working for him.
Pretty hard to believe that there are 2 Knoxville riders in this breakaway.
Local knowledge.
Nielsen Palace also making it into the move here in the yellow jersey off to the right-hand side of the Jumbo Visma team. 2 EF riders and 2 rally riders. Big advantage to have just one other teammate in this breakaway. If you've got one other rider with you in a situation like this, how do you play it? What's the strategy when you have a teammate in a situation like this? Let's say this is going to be the break of the day. You know no one else is coming up to you. How do you win out of this break with a teammate?
The very first thing Colin should do is go right up to Robin, have a quick chat. How you doing? As soon as they can, when things kind of slow down, just like the EF guys have done, they've probably connected and having a talk about, you know, who's feeling good, and then you can talk about who's going to work for who, and yeah, you would want one person working and one sitting on. Ideally, you may have to have both of you roll through for the break just to keep it established, keep everybody motivated, even though they know that you have 2 riders in the break.
It's easy to let that responsibility fall to the teams with extra riders, but everyone in here does need to work. Otherwise, they're going to get caught by the riders behind them. If they start playing games up here, 30 miles to go is way too early to start looking around and having that standoff situation.
Yeah, you see Johnny not going to pull through right now. It's gotten kind of big for him. Colin's just sitting on the back, and maybe he's talked to Robin, maybe hadn't, maybe needs to take this minute to have a quick bit of food and drink to regroup after the effort going up and overshared.
Well, Nielsen Palace is going to be a great engine to have on the front here. They'll be pumped to see him doing work here.
Yeah, I think he'll just do enough to keep this rolling out. Going through the cones there a little bit, guys. But just trying to keep everybody motivated. You can see that Stephen just pulls off pretty quick. It's going to be tough to keep this out unless they all decide to work together.
I just saw Johnny Brown there put his hand on the back of Stephen Bassett. He was pushing him back into the rotation here. So that tells me that Johnny Brown is done doing work here. When Stephen Bassett comes off the front and Johnny Brown pushes Bassett in front of him, he's saying, hey, I'm not going to be taking my turn here. Is that what you saw?
Yeah, 100%. And really, Johnny's like, hey, I probably don't have much left anyway. So he's just going to, hey, Stephen, if you want to slot in here in front of us, if, he's not saying you have to work, but he's saying, I'm definitely not going to work. So get wherever, if you want to get in front of me, that's probably what you should do.
Now watch it right here. Johnny Brown #1 as Stephen Bassett. Now in a normal rotation, Bassett would go behind the guy in orange. He'd go to the very back of the rotation, but that tells me that those last two guys are just sitting on to this breakaway. Now they're not going to go to the front, and they're telling those guys now that, hey, don't expect to see me up there anytime soon.
Yeah, and you can kind of see Nielsen sitting up.
They're a little disappointed with those guys.
If everybody's not going to roll through, everybody's not going to be happy with that break. So, yeah, you'll see you've got Colin now coming up to keep everybody motivated. Maybe do a quick pull through with Robin. Yeah, but unless everybody continues the effort, it's going to kind of fall apart.
Now, Joyce is willing to go up to work.
Yeah, but not for long.
Yeah, it's been a very short time up there on the front. Johnny Brown just called for the car back behind him. Remember, Brown has been out here pretty much all day. He is one of the original riders out of that early breakaway, wearing #1. So no surprise to see him getting fatigued here.
And I can honestly see most of these guys understanding him sit on because he probably doesn't have much left. So it's kind of, again, the gentleman's agreement of, look, we understand you don't have much left. You can hang out. You better not attack us if we're going to sit up here and pull.
So we've got 2 teams with 2 riders and then 3 individual riders. So the fact that Education First has 2 riders up here right now, that's actually
25 seconds back to the chase and 40 seconds back to the remainder of the peloton. 8 riders trying to bring them back.
Education First is not going to chase.
But honestly, there's a lot of talent up here in the breakaway. This is perfect timing in the race at 28 laps to go. This is looking like it may be the move of the day.
This would be a good group if they would all work together. If you could kind of keep everybody motivated to take to the line. It's obviously a strong group of guys. But we'll see. I wonder who's chasing from behind and trying to reconnect with these guys.
Yeah, we should point out there's also plenty of strong riders back in the field as well that are hoping that these guys will come back and probably working to bring them back as well. Guys like Larry Warbass, who was up there in the mix, let this group roll away. Travis McCabe, I know we saw him working at the front of the group. These are all guys that have a real shot at winning this race.
Exactly.
It's amazing how much shuffling and reshuffling goes into a race like this.
Yeah. Got to get the right mix.
And again, Nationals, it races a little different than a race where you're racing for your trade team. Without the big teams to control things, it opens the door a little bit more to the breakaways and things like that. So the dynamics of the national championships are kind of special.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say, is the dynamics of the race. You're a little thrown off by not having some of your normal teammates for a stage race or a one-day race. So you kind of, it's like starting over with a new team when you show up for this race, because it's just you and whoever else is on your American or an American teammate with you. which in Nielsen's case is nobody.
Yeah, it can get frustrating too. We've seen Palace put his hand in the air a couple times, sort of trying to signal to the other riders in that group, saying, come on, guys, we got to work together. We got to work together. It can be frustrating when they look to you as the World Tour guy to do the work. I'll tell you who's not looking to him to do the work is Stephen Bassett. This is a guy not afraid to put in the work in the breakaway here. I love this ride by the First Internet Bank man today.
Yeah, good for him. Showing these guys, hey, I'm motivated.
Carpenter trading off for his teammate Joyce. And we're going to get an updated time check back to those chasers because I am curious to know where Travis McCabe is and certainly where Larry Warbass is. We'll talk about the Trek Segafredo guys making their way up there here pretty soon. I'm sure Pete Stetina is going to be in the mix here. We saw him on a Sherrod Road climb last time. Not sure what happened on the way down, though.
Yeah, and you can imagine that probably Logan is probably covering some of these guys as well.
Well, here you go. Here are the names in the chase. It's Reinen for the Trek Segafredo team. Warbass is in there. Thomas Rivard for the Hagens Berman Action Team. Magner for Rally United Healthcare. Hone, another Volo rider, as they have now missed this rotation up at the front. And then Nate Brown, the brother of Johnny Brown, chasing him down.
Brendan Realm, he's one of my guys as well for the day. It'll be interesting to see what he can do. We haven't seen much of Arapaho. We saw him in the beginning with Miguel, but
this is them coming up right now. They also brought Greg Daniel with them. So that group going to get a whole lot bigger now as the chasers join in. There's Brendan Rim in the tuck on the way down. Looks like he'll be the last guy to join this group.
If he can get there.
This is almost turning into more of a selection than a breakaway. It's the difference between guys rolling off the front and guys rolling off the back.
Exactly.
This is
who can hang on.
Really just a group of the strongest riders remaining in this race. These guys didn't really try to break away. I think it was sort of a natural selection out there.
And Arapaho, semi-local, Greenville, South Carolina. It's good to have them in the mix as well.
You talk about heat training, maybe a little advantage to being able to train in South Carolina. I know a lot of those guys will stay down there. But nothing quite like the heat of a Knoxville summer, the national championships here.
It is hot. We're sitting out here right beside the course and yeah, slowly melting into the asphalt.
Luckily, the guys are getting a little bit of cloud cover out there. Every once in a while, a cloud will move through, and it does drop the temperature. At least it feels like it drops pretty significantly.
See Stephen kind of pulling off there, looking around, realizing that more are coming up, and you know what? He'll just casually go to the back. Maybe they'll forget about me. I can get back here and recoup a little bit.
Big attack from Arapaho Resources here.
Brendan on the attack. Yeah, why not? You make the connection. You were off the back. Just go right off the front. Maybe they'll start looking around enough. They've been pulling on the front, doing the work, thinking that they were going to have that break established, and then you counterattack everything. See what's going to reshuffle and shake out.
So yeah, this is Brendan Rim confirming 137 off the front here. Rim taking a look back behind him. And I think he's just trying to force another split here. Rivard getting up to the front. So Brown shifts to the back. Rivard came up from that chase group with Larry Warbass, and now he hits the front as they come back into downtown Knoxville. There's Ty Magner on the radio.
Save on gas, save on food, drink, snacks, and fuel.
And he's saying, hey, Thomas Rivard and Brendan Rim are trying to get away here.
Hey guys, I feel Robin up here. Or hey, I feel really great. This is an easy cover for me. I'm doing great. I'll be right here.
Does that happen? I mean, they'll sort of radio back and say, I got this one. Don't worry. I'll stick with these guys.
Or just to let him know that you're there. you know, obviously it's not that big of a group. There's no telling what he's saying at the moment, or who he's covering. Maybe,
right?
Yeah, you know, maybe Robin doesn't know who just made that attack.
Bassett and Hone getting up in there as well. Bassett in the blue jersey, Hone in the green and yellow.
Wow.
These guys aren't really trying to get to the front. It's not about leading the race here, but it's about making sure you're not on the wrong side of a split, making sure you're not on the wrong side of a selection. You never know when it's going to come. The other riders will sort of dictate that speed, and eventually a split will happen. So that's why the guys are scrambling to get to the front. Alex Hone doesn't want to lead the race right now, but he does want to make sure that he's in that final selection.
Travis is on the back of this group coming up to this just now to the hill before the start finish. A bit of suffering for him today, after all. Just like last year, this peloton has gotten extremely small.
Well, I hate to say it, but Travis McCabe has just fallen off the back of this group. We just saw McCabe rolling through here, so that's him just in front of the car. Certainly not an ideal position for Travis McCabe right now. This is a tough one. All right, as these guys roll through the line, let's go back down onto course. Our field reporters have been popping around Knoxville all day, and sounds like they're down on the road now.
That's what this is right now. These are just a bunch of...
Just a couple laps to go. This is when the fans really come into play here. Just any bit of motivation they can get for these riders, it's worth it. This is Bond Dahlman. Bond from Maryville, a 15-year-old cyclist hoping to be out here one day, right?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
What's it like for you seeing, you know, the U.S. National Championships here in your hometown?
You know, it's so cool because hoping to be in the peloton one day, it's an inspiration for me to see my heroes here.
How about these two guys from Knoxville that are fighting after it, Johnny Brown and Stephen Bassett?
Yeah, I'm really hoping Stephen can pull out the win. I've ridden with him in a couple of local rides, and he's just a great guy.
All right, let me hear you cheer. When these guys cross the finish, what are you saying?
I'm telling them to get out there. I'm telling them to go hard and lay it all out on the course. Because that's at the end of the day, that's what it's all about.
Nice. Decked out in red, white, and blue. Back to you.
That is awesome. Good to see some Stephen Bassett fans out there. That's the impact of having a pro that you can get behind and a pro you can cheer for.
Yeah, exactly. Just talking about that community of having people to ride with, and there's one example right there. Probably pretty motivating for that kid.
I'll tell you one thing. If Stephen Bassett wins, I'm going to make sure Vaughn gets the first autograph. We'll make sure he gets an autograph bottle. Appreciate him getting decked out to come out to race. All right, these guys continuing to struggle up the Sherrod Road climb. We're going to step away on our television coverage here very shortly, and we'll be right back after this from Knoxville, Tennessee. All right, back on our streaming coverage here, bringing you as close to uninterrupted coverage as we can. Nielsen Palace up on the front here for the Jumbo Visma squad. Trying to get up to Bassett and Howes. Sounds like an expensive jeans company.
I was going to say, Bassett looks really good. Just riding right beside Alex, you know, not letting Alex set the tone. You know, matching him stroke for stroke on this uphill.
This is a guy who's not afraid of a World Tour rider right here. Stephen Bassett doesn't care who Alex Howes rides for.
Then another 5 seconds, Johnny Brown. Another 7 seconds, Greg Daniels. And with him was Larry Warbass, Alex Howes, Nielsen Palace, Sean Bennett, Colin Joyce.
Look at the way Bassett rides, trying to match Howes here.
That is a fractured peloton, to say the least.
Again, this is how you get a World Tour ride. 100%. Alex Howes mentions this guy to Jonathan Vaughters here. When they start talking about maybe the next wave of riders, this is how you get noticed right here. Stephen Bassett is giving Alex Howes a run for his money, and I love it.
Exactly. Just riding on his wheel like this up the climb, you know, doesn't look like it's bothering him any as Alex pushes the pace. This is definitely something he can go back to and be very proud of. This is a great ride.
Can you imagine if we had 2 back-to-back Knoxville winners in Knoxville? I know it's a little early to start thinking about that with 22 miles to go, but How can it not cross your minds?
Yeah, with these guys, I don't think it's too early. They're very strong riders, so why not?
Knoxville's own Stephen Bassett off the front of the U.S. Professional Road National Championships here in his hometown of Knoxville, Tennessee, along with Colorado's Alex Howes, number 21 there for the EF Education first team. Bassett in the blue jersey of the First Internet Bank squad, having the ride of his life today, racing against the best in the country. They came from all over the world to do battle here. And Stephen Bassett is taking full advantage of the opportunity presented to him today.
As he should. This is the best stage to do it. Hopefully come away with not only a win, a national championship jersey.
I know this would mean a lot to Alex Howes as well. He is a patriotic guy for sure. Someone who would love to wear the Stars and Stripes jersey racing over in Europe. I know he would do the jersey proud and would certainly get the chance to show it off around the world. So this is a win-win situation for American cycling fans if these guys go to the line. Here goes Nielsen Powless.
Just trying to stay attached. He got popped off a little bit on Sherrod. Trying to make that connection back through here, through the feed zone, as they may slow up just for a second to get an ice sock or some water. This is his opportunity to get there now.
A little sketchy there through the feed zone. He's going to reach for a bottle as these guys slow up. So we'll go ahead and add Powless to the list. Saw his sister Shayna in the women's race for the Show Air 2020 team. And now Nielsen Powless has made it up to the front of the men's race.
That's amazing. And Stephen Bassett, so you've got riders from California, you've got riders from Colorado, world-class riders.
Nielsen may have crashed himself out of a break over in Europe right before coming over here. So this is going to be some redemption for him if he can continue this ride and make it to the line.
So 2 World Tour riders in this break with the Jumbo-Visma squad and the EF Education first team. The First Internet Bank squad is a domestic elite team. Now, they don't even have a UCI Continental license. Got into national championships because of their results, their consistency throughout the year. So to say that Stephen Bassett is punching above his weight is an understatement.
I love seeing this.
There's also a little element of Bassett being passed up. I mean, I think he is a pro-continental rider that just sort of fell through the cracks to, you know, with the continental, pro-continental teams. It's a tough job market out there. This is a guy that got overlooked, and got to think that put a little fire in his belly.
Oh, I think that is definitely the case. And he's just going to say, hey, don't ever forget about me again.
Yeah, hard to overlook him now.
But right now, Alex Howes trying to prove us wrong here. Just drilling the pace. It'll be interesting.
And look at Howes getting low here. This is a big effort.
Waiting on some time checks to see who the nearest riders are to this elite trio. As we see now, Nielsen Powless is indeed pulling through.
Yeah, and they're in a full aero tuck position. So what that tells you.
All 3 of these guys trying to get low. Bassett's at the disadvantage here as the biggest rider in the breakaway for sure.
That's exactly what I was going to say. He's going to have the biggest disadvantage going up Sherrod. Best advantage on these flats right now because these other guys, lighter weight, have to put out more power to hold that speed and that pace on the flats compared to Stephen.
I'm sure that he can't believe that he's seeing what he is, and he's like, I'm asking 2 World Tour riders to come around in front of me. I'm a local guy. I race for a team based out of Indianapolis, Indiana, led by Ryan Knapp, who is now out of the bike race, who is a masterful.
Bassett grabbing some, I think those are those little maybe sodium tabs.
Yeah, probably at this point in the race.
Pretty amazing that that's what he's thinking about right now. What do I need to do? What do I need to keep putting in my body? Constantly running through that checklist.
Well, this is the point in the race when you're saying to yourself, how can I win from this break, from this group of guys? How can I look after myself best possible going into these final laps?
That was Thomas Rivard, the Hagens-Berman action rider that we just panned over to. He has left that group to try to join these guys, but he's got a long way to go to make it up. So Rivard will be the solo rider in the gap as Hagens-Berman action has now missed this move.
It's going to be a tough effort with all all three of these guys look like they are in full commitment.
Number 20 laps to go. They still have to go up the climb. And a lot can happen in 20 miles of racing.
Yep.
All three of these guys are great breakaway riders. Know exactly what they're doing here.
Nelson skipping a pool here. He kind of looks like he's the one hurting the most. Probably took a little bit of effort to catch back on, and he's probably still in the red. Hasn't been able to recover now. The heat, you know, it's hard to get your heart rate back down and have any recovery at this point in the game. So he's gonna sit off one pool, and we're gonna see if the guys are gonna let him do that, and these guys are gonna stay committed.
At this point, they probably don't want Nielsen Palace to get too tired. I mean, don't you want to keep that engine in the breakaway with you here?
Oh, yeah, you definitely want to keep him in and keep him pulling through, but I also understand one or maybe one pull off. Okay, we'll give you that, but not much more than that. We're definitely not going to drag you around town, around Knoxville today.
Yeah, you're not getting a free ride to the finish line here.
No.
But you are going to be expected to do some work. House is going deep.
Yeah, and there's Nielsen going to come back into the rotation.
Would not be surprised if Thomas Rivard made it up into this group. He's a very talented rider. But these guys not letting up on the front, so Rivard's got a long road ahead of him. These guys are flying.
Yeah, through these flats, and try and keep it as steady as possible off the off ramp and up the hill to the right and back into town.
I'm going to say it's only 20 miles to go. I use that sort of tongue-in-cheek. That's still a long way to go, but for these riders, they can plan their race around the 20 miles to go. They know the effort. They know the wattage.
All right, so they just hit the 20-mile marker there, and that'll take them down to 19 to go. Starting to do a little bit of looking back. We'll see if we can pan back and try to catch Thomas Rivard on the way up. I'd be curious to know where he is in the split. And there you go, 30 seconds back to the Chasers, 40 seconds back to the Peloton. So Rivard is having trouble coming across here.
I think he'll get scooped back up by that group behind him. Maybe he can go again, or maybe he can talk a couple of guys into going again over Sherrod, but other than that.
All right, so we'll see if that group comes back together. Only 10 seconds between Rivard and the Chasers. We're going to take one more break here from Knoxville. We will keep an eye on these guys as they try to roll their way through the final 19 miles of racing here at the National Championships. We've got a quick break, and we're back right after this.
With its sophisticated mix of culture, adventure, and cuisine, there's no doubt Knoxville will surprise you. And if you're in the business of planning sporting events, Knoxville will floor you. That's right. The Visit Knoxville Sports Commission has the sports courts you need to turn Knoxville's best venues into your next competition site. With events like USA Cycling and Bassmaster, you can trust the Visit Knoxville Sports Commission with your next sporting event. For details, go to visitknoxsports.com.
We put a lot of love into our award-winning ribs to ensure you'll love them too. Calhoun's, over 30 years of love and ribs. We put a lot of love into our award-winning, locally handcrafted beer to ensure you'll love it too. Smoky Mountain Brewery. Love. Local. Beer.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Looking to up your grill game? Presenting Just Bare boneless and skinless chicken thighs. A delicious cut that stays juicy and tender, even on the dry heat of a barbecue. Already skinless, deboned, and trimmed of excess fat, they're easy to cook. With Just Bare, you never have to compromise, because our farmers ensure that every chicken meets their personal high standards. Learn more at justbarechicken.com.
3 leaders up the road here in Knoxville, Tennessee, down to their final 16 miles of racing before this one is wrapped up in downtown. You're looking at Alex Howes, Stephen Bassett, and Nielsen Palace. 3 riders up the road. The chase so far to catch these 3 guys has been unsuccessful. There's a group about 40 seconds back behind them. We did have Thomas Rivard rolling off the front for the Hawkins Berman Action Team, but didn't look like he was making a whole lot of progress last time we checked in.
And all these guys fully committed into this break now and going to take it to the line. I don't think there's much talking now, down to the nitty-gritty part of it, and see who's going to be able to last over Sherrod again.
Of course, a big thank you to Visit Knoxville. It's an incredible mix of culture and cuisine, arts and outdoor adventure.
Trying to get a camera on the chasers back behind to give you a better idea of what's going on back there, trying to see who's getting organized and who may be joining this group of 3 here. So they're on the final run into the finish. Again, this is a good preview of how this one's going to end today. That was the 1K marker right there. So just as they go underneath that underpass, that's a kilometer from the finish. You can probably hear the advanced vehicles coming through the line now through our headsets. And the riders will arrive here very shortly.
Yeah, there can't be that many people back behind them chasing. It's whittled down so much throughout this race. It must be a pretty small group making the effort behind them.
2 laps to go, and man, that is going to be such a sigh of relief for them to see only 2 laps to go. Let's not forget they've done a lot.
15 to 17. I think they started with 17. I'm not sure.
Well, Chaser's still not in sight behind these guys, so see if we can get a look from the drone here as they go around the corner. Yeah, those guys not even in sight up that road, so this is going to be a pretty good gap. We'll put a clock on them as they come across our position here at the finish line. And Race Radio is reporting 50 seconds for these guys, getting up to a minute here.
But right now, Knoxville, I need you to start screaming at the top of your lungs, because
Stephen Bassett going to have a huge crowd waiting for him here at the line. I think the word is starting to spread through Knoxville that one of their own may be in the running for a national championship here.
As it should. Hometown guy right here going for a national championship. This is definitely something the whole city should get behind. It's a big deal.
Chasers just now starting the bottom of that climb, and there they are. Let's try and look at some of those riders. We'll have them rolling through the line. We'll get you a full update of who's in this chase effort. There is Rivard back into the mix. That's Pete Stetna off to the right-hand side, the Trek Segafredo jersey. Larry Warbass off to the left.
Colin Joyce just sitting off of Peter. Pretty good pain face going on right now.
Further back, I think that's still Brendan Rim, the Arapaho Resources rider. Then Alex Hone for a Volo. And Greg Daniel still in here. So they're at 40 seconds now. And yeah, we'll stop the clock there. A little under 50 seconds, but 50 is a good round number to work off of here. Now, these guys need to work together. Tell me about the 100%. Strategy here for these riders racing in 4th place on down out on the road right now, but they're not racing for 4th here. They still want to catch those 3 guys up the road.
Yeah, and there are 2 laps left, so not a full panic just yet, but definitely start the working together 100%. Everybody has to put in a little bit of something. You've got 2 EF guys that are going to sit in. Both of the rally guys, somebody definitely needs to be up at the front. There can't be any more looking around. You don't want to let these guys out any more than they already are. Nobody's got much left to go over Sherrod and really push the pace. So Yeah, you don't have to panic, but there's no messing around.
Turning on to Ashley Street onto Mimosa, they will be hitting the Sharon climb here in just.
Also see the guys getting rid of their bottles. Bassett has no more bottles left on his bike here. Maybe trying to lighten the load ahead of the Sherrod Road climb. Do you get rid of your bottles at the bottom of the climb?
Oh yeah, every little bit helps. Maybe he's got somebody at the top to pass off a bottle real quick, or maybe he can just get through the feed zone one more time and grab a bottle. I mean, you got 2 laps, so again, no true panic just yet. Be light as possible. Just try and be smart. You know, you don't want to be without water too long. You still have 15 miles to go. So even though it's only 2 laps, there's still 15 miles. So yeah, there's not going to be a panic. But yeah, he'll definitely lighten his load.
How about Alex Hone tacked onto the back there?
Great ride for him.
And I'm almost sure that is Peter Stetina. The start list has Stetina wearing number 192 and Reinen wearing 191. But I'm 99% sure that is Pete Stetina. We'll try and get a look at the face. Brendan Rim, the Arapahoe Resource rider. Looks like one of the rally riders popping off to the side there. So that's probably going to be it for him on the climb. And I think that was Joyce going to the back, because that's Ty Magner up at the front.
Wow. And he's setting the pace.
How about this?
This is great.
4 World Tour riders in that group.
Alex just trying to hold on back there. You can see he's definitely rocking all over the bike, doing anything he can just to hang on to these guys and get over this climb.
Yeah, Hone's starting to suffer here, but again, this is where the mental fortitude comes into play. And there's a look at the riders in your chase group with Hone at the back. And man, Alex Hone coming in, dropping off, coming in, dropping off. He is right on the edge right here.
If he could just bury it a little bit longer. It's okay to have a bit of a gap. You can make this back up on the descent, I do believe.
It's not over till it's over.
Yeah.
You can get dropped out of the group on the climb and still get back in. Nice feed there for Brendan Rim. Now we have the feed zone on the course. Technically, it is illegal to feed bottles outside of the feed zone, even if the riders are fined for that. Who cares? That's a $50 fine, something like that. These guys will happily pay $50 to get a bottle at the top of this climb.
Yeah, if it means winning or losing a jersey, yeah, usually your team is okay with paying that fine. And they may not get a fine for being up there. It's not too dangerous.
Yeah, the commissars have some flexibility in enforcing the rules. We talked about the sticky bottles earlier, drafting off the cars if you're coming back.
Especially as hot as it is today.
Yeah, they got a little leeway out there. 30 seconds, the gap for these guys up to that group of 3.
I think that's just the coming together at the climb. I think it'll open up again, back out now that they're on the descent.
And back to the leaders on the way down. So 2 different factions of riders out there. These 3 working together to keep those other guys away, and then that big group of 15 back there all working together to catch these 3. 2 different tribes forming out there on the road.
Yeah.
Alex Howes is riding like a man possessed out there today.
Yeah, I just hope he's getting equal effort from the other guys, because that'll just come back to bite him towards the end if anybody's saving anything. But I don't think they are. I think they're all working equally here. They're all suffering just as much and trying to make it to the finish line.
Alex Howes has had a lot of disappointment in his career here at the National Championships. He has come close many, many times here, and it would mean a lot for him to wear the Stars and Stripes jersey. As we said, a very patriotic guy. To represent the United States over in Europe would probably mean more to Alex than a lot of riders in this race. So there's an emotional story behind the guy in the pink jersey, and this may be the year that he finally gets it right.
Yeah, he's riding really well today. And, you know, I'm thinking if I'm betting out of any of these three guys, I'm going to put my money on him as long as he's smart with his energy and efforts.
Howes was 7th place here last year, so he'll look to improve on that this year. One of the 14 finishers in the race. So we're going to take a short break here, and we'll keep our eye on these three trying to stay away, including Knoxville's own Stephen Bassett. Talking about Alex Howes and his ride at Nationals, 7th place last year in, 2017, 7th place. 2016, he was 2nd. 2015, he was 4th. 2014, he was 3rd. So
he's been all over the podium.
Yeah.
He's just knocking on the door.
Everywhere but the top step.
Yeah.
Was there a race for you like that? Did you have one that you just never could quite get? Nationals, maybe?
Yeah, Nationals 2 years
You're
in a row.
on the podium twice,
yeah,
is that right?
Both 2nd place, but, you know, a happy 2nd place to my teammates both times. Enjoyed the work and making that happen. But yeah, it's 2nd place is poor guy. I mean, that was it. I never made him over the podium much more than that. And but this guy's been all over the place. So today, yeah, he's just missing that final piece of the puzzle. You can see the remnants of Stevens ice sock. There's nothing left of that ice, and they're down to the end of this race trying to hang on, and one of them come away with a win.
All the credit in the world to Ty Magner today.
Yeah, what a ride. You know, usually pin him as a sprinter more. I mean, you know, he was crit national champion last year, so, you know, you kind of get placed in that bubble of, oh, you're just a crit rider. So now that he's up the road, it kind of shows that he's more of an all-around rider.
Welcome back as we get into our uninterrupted coverage to the finish now with live coverage of the 2019 USA Cycling Pro Road Championships. We'll stay with these guys all the way through the finish. They're your leaders just going off the right-hand side of the picture, and those are the chasers desperately trying to bring these three guys back. They're going to see them as they cross by here, but seeing and catching are two different things. Three great stories in this breakaway as well. Stephen Bassett, the hometown hero from Knoxville. Alex Howes, who has been knocking on the door with 5 podium finishes at the National Championships. And then the young gun, Neilson Powless, who came out of that Action Hagens Berman program in 2017 to turn pro with what was Team Lotto Jumbo in 2018 and turning into Team Jumbo Visma in 2019.
And he was on the podium at time trial on Thursday, so he's obviously got the fitness in the legs for these kind of efforts. So seeing him progress into World Tour has been a lot of fun to watch. I remember him being over in Sittard in the Netherlands back when we were over there racing in 2014, 2015, just a young kid, and man, it's fun to see his progression as well.
Well, Stephen Bassett rolling up to the front here as the fans in Knoxville waiting on bated breath to see Bassett make it back here for the final time. Let's go back out to our field reporters here in Knoxville, getting some of the atmosphere around the bike race.
All right, we're closing in on a winner here in Knoxville. Obviously, everybody paying attention to Stephen Bassett right out in the front. How pumped are you about the final lap, man? It's here.
Excited.
It is about to be here. What has this whole weekend been like for you?
Oh, it's been amazing. I can't think of any better place to have it in Knoxville.
Yeah, and you're a guy that knows one or two things about cycling. Tell me about that.
Absolutely. I love cycling. I've been in the business for about 20 years now. I can't think of anything better to have it.
Are you here in Knoxville?
Yes.
Okay, what kind of business you working with?
I do a mobile bicycle repair. I also sell bikes and do repairs on the side.
What do you think about Stephen Bassett from Knoxville being in the front pack against guys that compete all over the world?
He is the man. The man.
The man. That's what you hear when you think of Stephen Bassett. We'll send things back to you.
We're going to have to get a Stephen Bassett tattoo over that guy's Tennessee Titans
Agreed,
tattoo.
Yeah,
on his
exactly.
forearm
First
there.
internet bang tattoo. I love it. I love the enthusiasm. You can see everything. There's some supporters right in front of us with a Stephen Bassett T-shirt on. The fans have definitely picked up down here, waiting for the finish. This is great to see everything happening, picking up down here.
All right, back out to our 3 leaders. At 11 miles to go here.
At this level, they could solo ride it in from there if they had to. I'm not going to say they would choose to, but somewhere out there right now, those 3 riders.
Bassett swinging off to the side. Palace will take over. And now it's just a numbers game with the time gap here. It was 50, down to 40 now for those chasers. Remember, it's 3 engines versus 15 back in the chase group, so.
But is it 15 engines back there? Like, who's chasing? Who's all working together? And just like in the women's race, this is a great race today. Coming down, small gaps, small groups. This is so much fun. There's the Stephen Bassett support team right there. Locals love him and are ready for him to come across the finish line.
I'll tell you, they did not have those shirts made today. They've been longtime supporters of Stephen Bassett, so good to see him paying off the Tennessee fans here today.
Yeah.
40 seconds still to get back to these guys. You're right, less than 15, and it doesn't look like all the engines are firing at full gas here.
No, not at all, and the EF guys are just sitting, waiting. If anything comes back, they're going to counter that immediately.
Their job is to do no work, number 1. John, tell me if you agree with this. And number 2, if this breakaway is caught, then
Former national champion Greg Daniel, second wheel here. In the DC Bank jersey, Alex Hone has made it back in. That is most definitely Peter Stetina. He and Keel switched numbers this morning.
Throw you off, maybe.
Yeah, he's trying to make our job difficult. Can't hide from me, Pete.
And that with that telltale facial hair.
Nate Brown, another Knoxville guy in here with some Knoxville ties.
Yeah, this is a great showing for Knoxville.
Looks like Johnny Brown getting dropped out of the group, so that'll be it for him today. I don't think we'll see number 1 coming back in here.
Hey, what if the brothers just trade off jerseys?
There you go. Brown is with his EF Education First teammate Sean Bennett there. And here comes Alex Hone back in.
Yeah, but not afraid to do the work up there. I like that. You know, it looks like he's just hanging on the back. But you know what? He goes up there, he rolls through. You get a lot of respect that way from the guys. And, again, you're learning your limits. You know, just when you think you're tired, hey, guess what? He goes right back up there and does another pull.
All right, so down to the final 10 miles of racing here as we get ready to wrap up what has been a tremendous weekend of racing this weekend in Knoxville. They really did roll out the red carpet here this week. It started with the time trial on Thursday, into the Criterium on Friday, the Para road race on Saturday, and then our elite men and women here today on Sunday. Some new champions crowned. We saw Chloe Dygert-Owen getting her U23 jersey for the Show Air 2020 team. She'll wear stars and stripes anytime she races at a time trial next year, and well-deserved with Emma White in second place. It feels good to put that gold medal around your neck, especially midway through the season.
Yes, always.
Give them a little bit more confidence heading into the rest of the season. Then the men took to the course with some more great time trialists returning here, but a little bit of a surprise as we saw Action Hagens-Berman taking it with Garrison, Nielsen Palace going second, and then George Simpson third place on the podium there. Then it was on to the Friday night crit here in Knoxville in downtown. An excellent Criterium course where Emma White took full advantage of the hill leading up to that final left-hand turn as she posts up for victory, finally getting that Stars and Stripes jersey, besting Lily Williams in second and Kendall Ryan in third. Another star-studded podium in the Pro Women's Criterium. And then Travis McCabe sprints to victory in the men's race, just out-sprinting them all to the line in a straight-up drag race against two very fast guys in Eric Young taking second place and Miguel Bryan in third place for the Arapahoe Resources team. That was a big win for Travis McCabe. He really wanted to get a result of the road race today, but unfortunately it looks like McCabe has missed this selection today.
He should be happy with the crit jersey for sure. I know he wanted more today, but I'm sure he'll definitely go home and be proud of the weekend and the jersey that he does have.
And knowing Travis McCabe will get right back to work preparing for the Nationals next year.
Oh, yeah.
So when they come through, they will get the bell for one lap to go. We'll send them out for the final circuit of racing, the final time up the Sherrod Road climb. And the big question is, will it be these three coming to the line together, or will they be joined by the chasers behind them?
This is the first time you've kind of seen Alex duck his head down. You know, is he tired or checking in on things? You know, tightening the shoes. The sprint is coming up. Is that? Yeah, I'm curious how he's doing. Everybody's doing equal share, like we said earlier. Nobody is sitting in. This is going to be, if whoever wins this race will be very well deserved out of this group.
That's a great tell when you know it's about to get big, when they start tightening up the shoes. They're reaching down to adjust those. Most of these guys probably have the BOA system on their shoe. It's a little knob you turn, a dial you turn that tightens a cable that basically crisscrosses the tongue of your shoe, and that's how it tightens down.
Yeah, there's no laces on these shoes for sure, and they're usually very snug, carbon sole, very stiff shoe, so you know exactly how tight or loose you're going to want these shoes, honestly.
Yeah, it's just like ski bindings. There's no flex to the sole of these things at all. They want to transfer as much power over as they can. As they're ringing the bell for one lap to go through the line, the crowd cheering on Stephen Bassett. There is no question who this crowd is behind in the breakaway.
As they should. This is a great ride for him, great showing. Had a good start of the year with Joe Martin, riding well here, and really showing that the World Tour guys don't scare him.
These guys not far behind. Larry Warbass is going to lead the charge. But yeah, how cool for a fourth-tier domestic elite team to be up with two World Tour riders in the first Internet Bank squad.
Very cool.
Yeah, not seeing a whole lot of urgency in this group here.
No, I think they're just trying to get to the finish line. Still want to be in the top 10, and you've made it this far, you're going to definitely want to finish with this group. So these guys are definitely motivated to stick together.
Stetina taking his pole up on the front. I saw Pete Stetina and Larry Warbass run into each other in the hotel lobby at pickup the other day as they were picking up their numbers, just catching up. It's amazing how cordial they are off the bike. These guys get along pretty well, pretty good friends for the most part. Most Americans, you guys have a pretty good relationship.
Yeah, you see each other on the circuit, in the buffet line, at the hotels. You know, you're all going through the exact same thing. It just, why not make friends, especially being Americans over in Europe. I always enjoy making as many friends as possible. You know, I've got friends all over the world now because of cycling. So, yeah, for sure these guys are definitely going to be cordial to one another.
First thing they talked about was comparing their schedule. They said, what's next for you? Where are you going after this?
That's always the question, what's next?
Yeah, one of the unfortunate parts of the sport, you're only as good as your last race or only as good as your last win, but the jersey gets you through a whole year. You get to remind everybody about your national championship win. Exactly. With the Stars and Stripes jersey.
Every time you put it on, you get the call up, you get the recognition, and you get a little remembrance of that race.
How much does a national championship do for the contract hunt for these guys looking for a job next year? I mean, is it a guaranteed ride for Stephen Bassett if he gets a jersey here?
Nothing's guaranteed, but it definitely helps. I know on the women's side of things, a lot of teams will try and sign these riders immediately after the race. So, yeah, contracts that time has started and the conversation has started. People are thinking about their budgets for next year, and definitely you want to go up and introduce yourself after a big win and have that fresh in the brains of those directors that may want to hire you.
I hope Stephen Bassett has a good agent, because he's probably got about 14 voicemails waiting for him right now. I don't know.
Even if he doesn't win, I mean, this has been a heck of a ride today. You know, again, here he is, matching Alex, ride for pedal stroke, going up the climb.
Yeah, no matter what happens today, Bassett can be happy with this ride. Absolutely.
And Nielsen's just back there. Hey, you guys set the pace. I'm right here. If y'all want to sit there and play games, I'll just sit back and relax and enjoy the ride as much as you can up Sheridan.
As a commentator, we're supposed to stay neutral, but as an American cycling fan, I'm not sure who to cheer for here. Again, 3 great stories here, 3 worthy winners if these guys make it to the line. And we haven't even talked about the riders in the chase behind them.
I think these 3 are going to the line for sure. Looking at that time gap now, it'll come back down once they crest, just based on the group getting close to them, running into Sherrod. But these guys are staying away to the finish.
Howes puts on a little more pressure going up and over.
One more little kicker.
Yep, he's just testing these guys.
Grit your teeth a little bit more right over this riser.
He's going to try to just put a little pressure on here, but Bassett refusing to yield. It's a good ride by Bassett, getting into 2nd position here as well, not sitting on the back.
Yeah, you definitely put take the fate and put it in your own hands by just sitting 2nd wheel. He's probably thinking that Alex is obviously the strongest rider of the 3, so he's going to position himself there. And yeah, I imagine they'll probably work together a little bit through James White Parkway, probably all the way to the off ramp, and then I think from there that's when the games will start and trying to see who's going to go early, who's got anything left after this day.
Brendan Rim rolling away up the road from the chase group here. That's Thomas Rivard. And then Nate Brown, the EF Education first rider. Yeah, and this is a pretty good gap.
Oh, you can see he just dropped his head. That hurts so bad.
Yeah.
He wanted to stand up and go, but there's nothing left in their legs. And Nate's definitely not going to roll through too hard.
Here goes Nielsen Palace putting in a little dig there up onto the front end of the tuck. So now the games are starting up in this group of 3. These guys are no longer working together in support of each other, trying to stay away. They have now thrown that cooperation out the window. It is every man for himself with 6 miles to go.
Wow, I would say that's pretty early for these guys, but
Howes is in trouble. That dig Palace put in got Howes gapped off. He's going to get back in here, but that tells us that Howes is starting to feel the effort.
It even put Nelson in a bit of a hurt. He didn't even look back to kind of see what damage he was doing, so he's not even sure that even bothered Alex, and Alex just goes straight to the front playing those games.
This is Take It To Him racing by Alex Howes. Even though he's tired, even though he's starting to crack, Howes says, I'm not taking a break until I get to that finish line.
Love this racing.
Bassett trying to save every gram he can here.
And the closer you get to the finish line, the more you can kind of put whatever hurt you have in your legs out of your brain and kind of start to smell that finish and feel what it would feel like to have that jersey. So these guys are definitely going for it now, and just the pain leaves your legs the closer you get to turning that corner at the top of Church.
Moving our cameras up now, we're going to try and get a look at the front of the chase here. So our apologies as we reposition these moto cameras, because we wanted to make sure that we got a look at these 3 with Stetna, Warbass, and Ty Magner.
Wow. Great ride for him today as well.
This is another great trio of riders here. A very similar situation to what's going on up the road.
Exactly, just everybody working, matching pull for pull.
50 seconds, 6 miles to go. I think it's impossible for these guys to make the catch.
Yeah, I think these guys are just riding for that fourth place and for their team at this point.
Well, that's if that 50-second time gap is accurate. Sometimes these numbers will be a little outdated by the time they get back to us in the TV compound from the motos out there on the road. But these guys are gassed, and I'm not even seeing the chasers up in front of them.
No, maybe we'll be able to see on James White kind of the gap, but.
And that goes back to what we were talking about earlier with these three, with the teamwork breaking down. If these guys continued to play games, if they started looking around each other, then yeah, that Stetina group would come up and join them. But they're back to keeping the pressure on here up on the front.
Yeah, everybody's working together, seeing what's left. The only benefit of being behind them is to have that carrot a little bit for Stetina and Warbasse and Ty. But you see Steven just shaking his head. I think he's done. He's not going to pull through.
There's some talking going on up there.
So these guys are definitely starting to pass the buck up here. Who's going to do the work?
And when they do this turnaround right here, they'll get to see, these two groups will get to see each other and kind of do the stare down.
These guys looking pretty fresh back here. This group of three definitely looks better than the leaders.
This is true, and if they can see those three up front, it'll be, like I said, it'll be a bit of a carrot and an incentive for them to push on and kind of give them something to focus on versus the three in the front that are just trying to focus on the finish that they can't really tangibly see at the moment.
40 seconds, the new time gap now. So they did bring back 10 over the last mile. And if that continues trending this way, that'll put the catch almost exactly at the line. There's a look over at the two groups. The leaders on the left, the chasers on the right. And here's the distance they have to make up. You see those motos going around that U-turn. Nothing's impossible in the sport of cycling, but this is a big ask for these three chasers to make it up to those three leaders.
Huge.
As long as these guys stay on the gas up at the front, as long as they don't start fighting each other too early.
Yeah, you did see Steven kind of, he's pulling back through again, but I think he's at the tail end of his rope, just praying for that finish line to come any sooner than it can.
Gap is down to 30 now at the turnaround.
This is great racing. I'm really enjoying this moment, watching these guys. This is what it's all about. This is national championships at its best.
All 6 of these guys are putting in incredible rides today. You talk about an all-in effort. This is Stetina, Warbasse, and Magner in that order, trying to make up what is now a 30-second gap. So they're moving just a little quicker than those 3 guys up the road. It's just a numbers game now. Do they have enough distance to catch these leaders?
And this is proof that Rally, they're trying to make their way to the World Tour stage. This is proof right here that they are now inching into that capability with Ty riding up there with these guys, matching pool for pool.
All right, well, strap in for the final 4 miles of racing because it is going to be a good one here at the 2019 USA Cycling Pro Road National Championships. Knoxville's own Stephen Bassett with 2 World Tour riders up the road here, trying to hold off the chase behind him. Alex Howes, who has been everywhere but first place on the podium here at the National Championships. And then Neilson Powless in his 2nd year as a professional, looking for a Stars and Stripes jersey. And now Powless is attacking the yellow jersey of Neilson Powless, attacks the group. Bassett gonna respond. We'll see if Alex Howes can go with him, but Neilson Powless has hit out on his own. Good move for Powless here. Remember, Neilson Powless is, we originally pegged him as a time trialist. He started learning to climb, but he's gonna try and use that to his advantage here. Alex Howes is in trouble.
If they sew this back together, I don't see much more working together after this, which is wonderful for the 3 behind them. Yeah, I would have, yeah, this is about the time I'm guessing that Neilson probably had to go. So yeah, hopefully he can keep the effort to the finish.
It looks like he was able to get across that Neilson Palace. Palace does not want to see Bassett on his wheel in any way, shape, or form.
I can't imagine what it'll be like if Alex Howes ends back up. This is going to be Thomas Rivard back up to rejoin the group. He brought Brendan Rim with him. So these guys are riding behind those three chasers. They have now rejoined. We'll see if anyone else is in here. Nate Brown at the back, number 23. 191 is Pete Stetina. Thomas Rivard, number 7 there. Brendan Rim, the Arapahoe Resources rider. And then Warbass and Magner up at the front.
That may have just been the help that they need. Just a couple of more minutes to pull through and close that gap.
Fresh engines up at the front. Bassett got Nielsen Palace. Where is Alex Howes, though?
They are less than 3 miles to go. Bassett looking over his shoulder.
Inside 3 miles of racing, Bassett takes a look over his shoulder.
This is the interesting part of the race course in town, coming back into town, because there's these small climbs. You'll have the gap come close and then open back up again, come close and open back up again. So will they, when they get close enough, can they have that effort left in their legs behind them to close this gap to these two guys? Or
oh man, Stephen Bassett is really starting to suffer here. That was a pure mental lapse from Bassett there. He tried to get out of the saddle, almost crossed wheels with Nielsen Palace there.
On the limit for sure when you're that close to the rider in front of you.
Watch this. Good save by Bassett there.
He was expecting Nielsen to pull off the left side, not the right.
Yep, and Howes is way back there now, letting a big gap open up in front of him. So Howes may be looking at trying to fight for third place now as first and second roll away up the road. It might be another heartbreaking year for Alex Howes. And there he is, refusing to throw in the towel. Where many riders would have said, I'm out of this one, Alex Howes said, not until I hit the line.
It's a beautiful effort that he's still trying to make. That's the first time they've went across the boulevard right there.
Just as Howes is about to get back up there, Nielsen Palace steps on the gas again, just refusing to let Howes in the door. Just got to recover here. Take every chance you can get to skip a pedal stroke. Every watt matters now in the final 2 miles of racing.
Every bit of momentum he has. Let's see if he just goes right through him. No.
He makes the catch. Palace swings off to the side. Now they're playing games. It's a classic standoff situation.
They better be careful of that group. Will come right back to them from behind.
It's not just about what's up the road, it's what's behind these guys as well, because remember, that chase group is moving very quickly up to them. So these guys are going to lose a significant amount of time. There they are at the bottom of the climb. Remember, this is right around where Howes came back in when we saw him tucking in. So maybe a little less than 30 seconds. Oh boy, and these guys are all over the place up here.
Who's going to do the work? Who's going to put in an attack?
So the deal here is that nobody wants to lead into the finish line, because the strategy here is that you want to be second or third place in the run up to that final climb and then make your pass there. If you're the lead guy, everyone else is just going to sit right on you. They're going to sit in your draft, and then when you get inside that last 400 or 500 meters, that's where they're going to come around you. These guys are all trying to get off the front. That's why they're moving all over the road, looking around, and Palace is going to take matters into his own hands here up the left side. Just a test, seeing who's going with them. This is great racing out of this group of 3. Mile and a half to go now. This is a strategy game for these 3 guys. It's a chess match happening out there right now.
So that's what you do. You pick a side of the road and you stay on it so you can't get attacked from either side of you.
Yep. Palace he's closing the door on the left side, so he only has to worry about the right side. And here comes the chase. Larry Warbass is going to take matters into his own hands up on the front. Stetina will go with him. And remember, these guys are still within striking distance of those 3 leaders up the road if they keep riding the way that they are.
Yeah, Larry can probably see them in sight. And this is, oh my God, yeah, Larry's definitely making a good run at these guys. If they're not careful, they're going to get caught any second. And Larry's going to have so much momentum, these guys can't even stand up and sprint and cover that.
This is the best possible thing that could have happened to Larry Warbass. And here he goes. Warbass going to have these guys in sight as he gets away from this group. Those motos, there they are. You can see the 3 riders up the road as they go inside 1K. And now the attacks come out of the lead group. Palace will be first to go. Howes is going to go with them. Bassett trying to hang on here.
It's a little bit of a riser here. It plateaus a bit before you turn right and kick up the hill.
Now goes Bassett to the front. Attack after attack after attack. 800 meters to the line.
Oh, no. Nielsen can't hang on.
Palace getting dropped. There are the chasers behind him. Howes is right on the wheel of Stephen Bassett now.
Stephen's got a gap going into the final climb.
And here comes Warbass. He's not going to make it in time. Stephen Bassett, 2 turns away from a national championship. But Alex Howes is right on his wheel, and don't count Nielsen Palace out just yet. Bassett gonna have 1 more left turn. Here comes Howes. Howes back to the front now as he will surge in the final meters. Bassett is cracking. The final turn for Alex Howes. He's got the finish line in sight, and he's finally gonna do it. 2019 will be the year that Alex Howes finally gets it right at the national championships. Years of relief come to a close in Knoxville, Tennessee, as Alex Howes gets it done for the EF Education First Team, your new national champion.
And that's why you don't give up when you've been dropped. He chased back from the group, from the drop group, made it back to those guys, played the game for a bit, made it up that hill, and made it first through that corner, that last corner. That was an amazing ride.
An exceptional day of bike racing here in Knoxville. Congratulations from Larry Warbass. I know Larry wishes it could have been him, but you couldn't have asked for a better guy to win out there today.
Agreed. You know, by the sounds of things, and you're talking about it, poor Alex has been all over the podium. He's finally made it to that top step.
Now watch how many Americans come up and congratulate Alex Howes. That says a lot about the kind of guy that Howes is, about the way that Howes rides, about the relationships that he's built with these riders over the years. A great ride for Stephen Bassett. Man, this is really tough for Bassett. You got to feel for the kid here, but to the victor go the spoils. And Alex Howes, after he recovers, will get a chance to celebrate the big win. Let's go back and watch how it played out as Howes had it into that last turn. It was that last little surge up the bottom of the climb where Howes was able to get it. Takes one last look back, and you can only imagine what that flood of emotion is like for Alex Howes. The first smile that we've seen from that guy in 5 hours since they started the ride. So Howes cooling down. We're going to come back with him here very shortly as our coverage continues of the 2019 USA Cycling Pro Road National Championships. They're wrapping up in Knoxville. Well, Lauren, still with our streaming audience here. Tough day for Stephen Bassett, but what an exciting day up at the front. Those 3 guys put on quite the show out there today.
Clinch was just 2 blocks too long for Stephen. That was quite the effort. I really thought he had it once he went into the second to last turn.
Well, riders continuing to stream in here at the finish line as Alex Howes tries to cool off after a hot day out there.
Exhaustion.
Yeah, what a bizarre feeling where you don't really get to celebrate immediately after you finish. I mean, you are literally too tired to be happy at this point.
Yeah, just all you can do is just sit on the sidewalk after winning such a big race like this. What an effort, what a day.
Bassett congratulating Nielsen Palace. Those guys got to know each other well today in the breakaway. I certainly hope that we see him at the Continental or Pro Continental level in 2020.
I would think that today probably had a good bit of help of that.
We definitely have more riders coming through. We are still waiting on quite a few groups. And this road, this course, unbelievable. And
The new national champion here in Knoxville, Tennessee, as Alex Howes outsmarts his two breakaway companions in the run-in to downtown Knoxville. And a huge win for Alex Howes, a man who has been hunting this victory for over 7 years now. On the podium plenty of times, but has never made it to the top step. Stephen Bassett ends up second, Knoxville's own. It's going to be tough for him to swallow tonight, but I hope that he can relish in that result, because that is a great ride for Stephen Bassett. Nielsen Pallas ends up third. Ty Magner hung in there for fourth. Great ride for him, breaking out of his role, or his typecast as a sprinter, let's say, with Larry Warbass ending up fifth, Brendan Rim in sixth, and Thomas Rivard taking seventh place. Lauren, bike racing does not get better than what we saw today. Exciting action in the women's race with Ruth Winder, the Trek Segafredo team showing perfect teamwork, and then that break of 3 up the road today for the pro men.
And what a race of attrition for both the men and the women today. Just to see the finish, and these guys are exhausted after such an effort today, and kudos to Alex to coming back to that break after being dropped.
An emotional victory for Alex Howes out there today. Again, he's going to get to wear a special Stars and Stripes jersey for the next 364 days, and he'll spend a lot of time flying that flag in Europe, so it's exciting for him to be wearing the Stars and Stripes jersey. Congratulations to all of our winners this weekend in our time trial, criterium, para, and pro national championships. Today, Ruth Winder gets the Stars and Stripes jersey for the women, and Alex Howes for the men. For my partner in the booth, Lauren Hall, my name is Brad Soner, saying thanks for watching. An incredible day here in Knoxville, Tennessee. We're back for 2 more years with the national championships. I cannot wait to be back in 2020. So for everybody here at USA Cycling, our broadcast partner WATE, I'm Brad Soner, saying thanks for watching. See you next year. So saying goodbye to our television audience. For the streaming audience still joining us now, we're going to stick with you through the podium here, because we want to be there for that special moment where you get to zip up that jersey.
Yeah, 100%. You know, I'm sure, I don't even know, Alex may still be on the ground. No, he's rolling back to the start finish.
Certified by Weather Rate, Knoxville's most accurate forecast. This is your forecast first from